Oh boy. Hello YouTube. I did a stream on Twitch yesterday, and it wasn't, the reason I didn't stream on YouTube was simply because it wasn't particularly focused on anything. But one of the things I decided to do was go into my casual account, which is an account that I have not really logged into. Like, so the point of the account is to simulate, you know, a casual experience, and I think the best way to simulate an appropriate casual experience is the time. Stop yapping. She's so yappy. Is by okay, let's embrace the mindset of I only log in when I feel like it, right? That's always been my mindset for this account ever since. It used to be originally it was the weapon banner only account, and to send off the account I threw away all the 5-star weapons. In hindsight, I wish I only threw away the limited 5-star weapons, because I would appreciate a lost prayers right about now. But oopsies. Oh well, such is life. Do not have a lost prayers. I have an R1 with Zith. Yep. So anyways, we did some work yesterday on artifacts and whatever, but I'd like to get her at least ascended to level 80 today, and we can play around with some things. And I'm also gonna check if it's worthwhile to make flowing purity R5, because I have a bunch of builds I can make flowing purity R5 over using Widzith. But Varesa is an interesting character to get in this account. I got her because I mostly wanted to go for Shiver's constellations, and I could do a 10 pull, and I was like, eh. If we lose our guarantee getting breast, I'm fine with that. I don't really care that much. And I had part of the rationalization. This is again part of why I was fine with it, not that I wanted it. I am relatively indifferent to what I use the guarantee on. Right? I was like, maybe I should save it for a Scofier. Maybe I should use it on a Nefa, and whatever. But I had a guarantee. We were at like 40 to 50 pity or something. Did a 10 pull. Did not get any more Shiver's cons, so Shiver's is still C2. Did not get a single Shiver's from this banner, but we have C3 Eons on, which is something. So anyways, and Eons on is pretty much fully built, other than could use a little, wait, I lied. Could use more crit rate, to say the least. Crit rate, attack percent, and yes, we don't really need extra ER in this team. When you're playing Eon Song with Varesa, her ER needs are relatively low, so just crit rate, attack percent is probably what I need. Actually, yeah, do I have, oh yeah, I have this. Yeah, let's go, that, there we go. Now, oops, now we have an Eon Song with 3k attack, with 30A crit rate, 187 ER, that should be pretty good, on an R3-5, alright. So, easier exploration on her? Yeah. So, anyways, I'm not sure how an R1 will compare to a R5 flowing purity, but we'll go over the artifacts I have. Why do I have 380? Oh, it's because of Widzith. I was very confused why I had 380 EM. I have a lot of EM, which is not ideal right now, because the artifacts didn't roll perfectly. But this is kind of perfect. This is great. This didn't exactly roll how I would have hoped. Yep. We could re-roll this. It would take us not very long to get. I haven't done 2 of the Nod Cry feather, like, treasure room thingies. It wouldn't take us very long to go and get the seals. It would take time, but you know, I don't know, maybe. And then this, which I did try to re-roll yesterday because I had 1 feather, and this actually I think might be the priority re-roll, because this is a double crit. This started with 7.8 crit damage, 3.9 crit rate, and then I think a high roll ER too. So like this piece has like extremely high potential. And the weird thing is, though, I have a lot of other pieces. The reason this happened is because I got Skirk in this account, right? And I don't have a Farina, so MH Skirk does not exist on this account. And yeah, so I had a bunch of good artifact options at the point, other than Circlet option ain't great, and then, you know, we'll go from there, right? But I think right now it's like in a situation where my Varesa build could basically be perfect for my standards on this account if I re-rolled this and get it to have like 1 more crit roll kind of thing, and then, you know, preferably a Circlet. at least an additional roll into crit. It would be nice, you know, or something. So get R1 for her and Sean Yun. I mean, no, I don't have any wishes, but also one soft policy on this account is that it's kind of anti-weapon banner now. I don't really want this account to ever wish on weapon banner anymore, because this account spent a whole last year wishing on weapon banner, and I became very anti-weapon banner. Not like on a holistic level. It taught me how weapon banner is just hyper contextual and just does not ever make sense to like get generic. You can't really get generic value from it. You have to make like specific decisions for a specific weapon banner that's good for your specific situation and your specific preferences for the kinds of teams you play in your account. That's how weapon banner can be good for your account. And like, is this weapon banner good for this account? I mean, kind of not. But like favs are good, and getting copies of Widzid is good. Getting a Varesa signature weapon would be good, but like the Shalonen weapon is not good. So it's like, right. Anyways, that's where we're at. And also Lanyon's birthday is today/tomorrow, by the way, and I realized I should probably try to get the Lanyon video out. It would make appropriate timing sense. Be like, I made Lanyon for a year, and it's her birthday now. So let's have a celebration of Lanyon is my favorite. No glider change. What do I have for gliders? Let's see. I have Inazuma. That's basically it. Can you tell this is my third account? There you go. Xbox glider would be fine, yeah. Maybe. So, anyways, so yeah, the plan would be, of course, to stick to a Shivers team. We have Xiangling in the team because, yep, that's. Oh my God, cat! You almost tipped over by. Can you jump with some more finesse, dude? Okay, sorry, I don't know if you heard that sound, but. Hello, Serenity. But yeah, is Lanyon C6 better than Scaramouche? I mean, I don't have Scaramouche to make a one-to-one comparison, and I don't even have the ability to do a one-to-one comparison to Xiao, because it's not fair to do a comparison to Xiao anymore when my Xiao is level like 8 talents, right, compared to Lanyon's fully maxed out. I do think it's fair comparing a C6 Lanyon to a C05 stars, to be clear. I do think Xiao, or in Xiao Premium, is better than like Lanyon in the same exact team context. But in my experience, when I had Lanyon at equivalent talent levels to Xiao, like originally when I first built Lanyon, right, as a DPS, I did a comparison to her with the same talent levels as my Xiao had, and I got similar or better clear times because of the strength of the front-loaded damage potential compared to Xiao. And Xiao is just a lot of gameplay downsides. And I don't think my Xiao gameplay was good, but also in hindsight, I can tell you my Lanyon gameplay wasn't that good back then either. So, cat cam, sure. And like, Xiao is actually can be completely usable. He's got decent enough teammate options to be completely usable. Like, I think Lanyon is as good as Xiao, if not potentially better. And Scaramouche, I think, is worse than Xiao. So, but I don't have the ability to actually directly compare that on an equivalent context on my own account. So, boop. Where's Ashru? Oh, look at the Ashru. There you go. Anyways, took me so many wishes to get C6 Yansun for C3. I think if I was going for Varesa, lost 50, 50, 75 bidding. That took me out to 84. Finally got my C6 and last tumble with Varesa. Nice. Congrats. Cute cat. Yeah, they're wonderful. And annoying. Wonderfully annoying. So, yeah, anyways, the situation on this account now. Oops, I clicked in the wrong window. Situation on this account now is weird. Well, I mean, it's always been weird because, let me show you like the overall characters. So I tried to clear Abyss yesterday, and I was like, wow, this is not very fun. This is what Abyss has been like on a. Which is part of why I think having the casual account is valuable, right? Is to why are you not starred? Is to simulate, again that player experience level of can you enjoy Genshin's combat while having the hyper casual context of some, because I think the most normal thing for a casual player is to say F you to the FOMO login constantly every single day mechanics, and just log in when you damn well feel like it. And I tried to go to pity on Durin because I thought Durin would be valuable and fun on the account, and lost to 50-50, and that kind of demotivated me from logging in. And anyway, so most of the I have basically not logged in. I haven't claimed a single I did log in to claim like a free Dia, I think, from the standard banner selector thing, but I haven't claimed a single thing from this because I haven't logged in to do anything on it, right? You gotta log in fucking 5 days a week for 6 weeks in a row or 7 weeks in a row to get a free constellation, and like the free constellation wasn't good enough for me to give a shit about. So fire content. Well, welcome, Maori. You adopt another cat? No, I've always had two. Well, not always. When I got them, I got two. So Hexarai Overload Varesa feels worse than Mav Eons on Varesa. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because front loader damage, good. It's an example of, again, spreadsheet doesn't necessarily match in-game experience in a lot of situations. So, but yeah. Anyways, but then yeah, having the higher off-field damage potential from Durin Official and whatever is valuable. So. Anyways, point is, I think Varesa can be fun on this account. I think she'll be valuable on a overworld level. I quite like Shiver's teams and whatever. Shangli is a little bit of a weird one to use in her teams because I think she generally, well, I don't know. She has a 9-second cooldown where the scale with 2 charges, right? So like at a baseline, 18-second rotations is her normal ideal. But at the same time, you don't really have to do set rotations with Varesa. And I don't know, I might switch to using a tenacity or scroll Pyro Traveler build. But the problem with Pyro Traveler is, one, I'd have to change Eonson's build to like Noblesse or something, and then also I don't have Noblesse or anything. I just have 2-piece HP on Shivers for now, which is whatever, it's fine, the easy option. What was the thing? I don't have, oh yeah, so Pyro Traveler, I don't have C2, which is a problem. So I think their skill duration is only like 4 seconds or 5 seconds or something comically low. Maybe it might be longer, I don't remember. My Pyro Traveler might be fine without C2. If I recall, it's a duration extension though, and that's kind of important sometimes. Best bunny hop, yeah, true. Bunny hop is a little bit harder on keyboard, but oh my gosh, I can't do it properly on keyboard. I don't usually try to do it, but what was this thing? Oh, and then like Dia exists, but Dia would need to use Dia on Sack Sword for like trying to manage uptime again on cooldowns, because she has a 20-second cooldown on her E. Sack Sword, the Sack Great Sword can fix that, but I don't even have an R4 Sack Great Sword, which is, and I think an R5 Sack Great Sword is required basically to do that properly, so it's basically pointless, and therefore it kind of just be like kind of similar to Xiangling, but in some ways more comfortable. So I don't know, I might still use Dia because I'm interested in leveling Dia anyways at some point. Was able to clear Abyss? No, it was not fun. And that's been the general experience in this account. So you can see I stopped at 30 stars and I was like, whatever, I don't care. The current structure of this current Abyss is the first chamber. First half, if you don't have Kazuha or Venti, is go fuck yourself, basically. So, yep. I don't. I don't think most people seem to understand that. I don't know. Like most people who are really engaged with Genshin's combat nowadays probably usually have either Kazuha or Venti, and therefore this lends them down towards the path of, oh, this Abyss isn't that hard. But no, it's like the first chamber, the first Abyss, I think is some of the worst shield they've had in a while. There are some other teams that can handle it, to be clear, but it's mostly either other overpowered as hell teams. Like a Flynn's premium team, yes, can handle fucking First Sight of the Abyss. He has decent enough AoE, and can do well. But he doesn't do insanely well, to be clear. He just does pretty well. And then, like, Nilu can handle it with, again, a good enough team on the second side. Now that I have Varesa, with a Nilu team on the first side and then Varesa on the second side, I could probably handle it. And could I theoretically clear this Abyss with 36 stars in this account? I think yes, potentially. It's just not fucking worth it. It's just straight up not worth it. Like, why the hell would I spend the time? And I think that's normal, and I think that's perfectly fine. I've said before, and I will continue saying it, that especially as they continue shilling more with endgame, the appropriate thing to do is choose the content that makes sense for you for what you're enjoying in the game. And that means, you know, clearing... that means it might be interesting to go through Abyss and see if I can 2-star, right? Like 2-star in this current Abyss is definitely doable, and it's a fun challenge on a balance level to be, or it can be fun. And if I didn't have other things I was working on, maybe I'd be in other accounts that I play on, I'd be maybe motivated. Like if this was my only account, I would absolutely try to probably at least 2-star, so I could 33-star the whole Abyss, right? And like choosing the challenge that is appropriate for your account, I think is an important thing to do. So, yeah. Today is Lanyan birthday. Well, not for me. It's tomorrow for me. But just in case you didn't know, today is different days depending on where you are in the world. So, yes, I'm aware. Happy birthday to Lanyan, where it is her birthday right now. Happy birthday to Lanyan tomorrow, when it is her birthday tomorrow. I am considering if I want to try to throw together, because, like, I don't know, the Lanyan video is that thing that... There's so much for me to say about Lanyan that I feel like there's no way I'm going to make the ideal video about Lanyan. So I may as well just make something and be like, yep, this is my favorite character. This video is out here. Here's all the things about Lanyan that I learned in the last year. And here's some of my favorite teams I like playing. And then I'm thinking I'll be like, hey, in the description, if you want like a team one-to-one comparison for like the difference... Because, like, I've recorded a ton of shit for, like, Durin's release about how Durin at C0 compared to Frina. And then, like, activating Durin's constellations and what that did for Lanyan. And then, some other comparisons. And across multiple Abyss cycles, too. And blah. Like, I have so much damn footage over the last little bit for Lanyan. And I'm just like... what do I include in the video? And at this point I think I'm just gonna like not include most of that, and I'll turn that into like an unlisted video of being like, for those that want this like one-to-one comparison information, it'll be linked in the I main Lanyan video as an additional resource, is my current thinking. It's Lanyan's birthday, time to yap about her for an hour straight? Yes, I might do that after I stream, but I gotta think over things a little bit. Is Lanyan clear Abyss close or decently well? Yes, with any... Again, I mean, as we're talking about, like this account, if I try to use DPS Lanyan... Well, actually... Do I have... No, I don't. I don't have C6 Fires on. I didn't get Durin. If I got Durin, I was absolutely going to try to build DPS Lanyan on this account. But Lanyan, actually, I had tentatively equipped artifacts on Lanyan to see what my DPS build would look like on her. And... The answer is it was pretty good, like with two-piece combos, such that I would have been willing to try to do that. Except I don't have C6 Fires and I didn't get Durin, so, and I don't have Farina, so I don't know. We'll see what we'll see what happens in the future. Stole your Varesa, yeah. My apologies. Rip Yai Migo and Diaz favor. Honestly, yeah, they moved into second place. At this point, post Durin, like Lanyan's biggest problem was like lacking in team variety. But Durin, particularly because of the fact that I decided to get Durin constellations pretty much only for Lanyan. That was the main reason I wanted Durin constellations. Particularly because I did that, Lanyan now has so much greater team variety. And to be clear, I've cleared every single Abyss cycle on my main account with Lanyan, but it's definitely become harder and harder to clear Abyss cycles as they've done more and more chill, right? You need more and more DPS to potentially bypass the mechanics, and but Lanyon, if you invest enough, can definitely adapt, but it's at the point now where I think many players would feel the... You're either going to need one or two things. One, you're going to need additional investment in like a couple key supportive constellations that can uplift Lanyon, and those can be things like C1 Vrina, to a lesser extent C2 Vrina, but C6 Fars are pretty important. And then with Durin, and or then having Durin C1, whatever, C2, yada yada, right? Like Durin C1, Durin C2, Frina C1, maybe Frina C2, but and then Fars on C6 or not are all like pretty key difference makers. And the conjunction of what you have there, and then plus Lanyon constellations itself, and then of course the conjunction of what team options you have for the other side. Because, you know, realistically, when I'm clearing Abyss with Lanyon, I usually have to put a pretty strong team on the other side. And I cleared the current Abyss on my main account in the first time on my main account with Muika without bursting on Muika, so it was just Ebon Tenacity Muika, so Muika wasn't doing that much other than a little bit of damage off field. It wasn't nothing, to be clear, and there was a buff for pyro off field damage, but I did Dia, Muika, Emily, Kazuha, and for the most part that was just the strength of Emily and Kazuha in this current Abyss cycle, right? And that worked. And then I used Lanyon on the second side with Frina, because I wanted to use non-chill characters, and I've cleared with Durin too on both sides of the Abyss. Like, and I suspect I will continue being able to keep up with improving, or I suspect I will continue being able to clear with Lanyon. But for example, the next Abyss has one side that basically has an electro charge requirement to clear it properly. That doesn't get bypassed by like Lanyon doesn't do so much damage that I could bypass those mechanics, unless I use an extraordinarily strong team on the other side, right? But the first side of the Abyss should be generic enough that I can use Lanyon without a problem, right? And then I can use Electro Charge team on the second side. Or I can, you know, do Farina plus a Nefa, or Columbina plus a Nefa, or Aino plus a Nefa probably even. So, we'll maybe let people in for co-op to do some things. So yeah. But like it's a factor of I'm a daily login player that can keep up with the pace of whatever they're doing, and I like on my main account I do battle pass and Welkin at minimum, and that does a fucking shit ton, to be clear, to help you keep pace with how they do things. So anyways, are you interested in wishing for Columbina on this account? Not really. I don't like, what the hell does she do for me on this account? I mean, have more Hydra options is good, but like, I wouldn't have been against the idea if she, yeah, anyways. Based on what Hoyoverse provided us for information on Columbina, she'd be damn near useless for this account. And I like Columbina as a character, but I will get my enjoyment out of her on my main account. So, even if I got an F on this account, I don't think I'd bother trying to go for it. Like, and I don't have, like, there's no reality where that happens unless, you know, some ungodly, unlikely thing happens, right? So, yep. Anyways, it's very likely I will at least do a 10 pull on an Nefa banner, see what happens there. Because that could be interesting. An Nefa as a teammate option would unlock, what would it unlock actually? I don't even know. It would unlock our Lakino teams, which would be nice. But anyways, what are we doing? Should we come back to this account? I think we're gonna focus on this account for most of the day, so I think we should come back to this account. My apologies. We need to farm these materials, get her fully ascended, then we will, or maybe second to fully ascended, and we'll see if I want to spend the resin on doing her final ascension, because it won't be the biggest deal in the world to do immediately. So hello Pistachio, Happy New Year. Varesa lunar charge with Columbina. I mean, yes, but with an Evo. So anyways, alright, so anyway, let's come back to this account just because we're going to spending most of the time today on the stream on Varesa. Let's go do my other account things real quick, like. My tea done yet? Yes, my tea is done. Kind of want to get more, but that maybe would be too much sugar. Or I guess I can make some tea that doesn't have sugar, but anyways. Boop-a-doo. No, Eon-san was in so many teams. Eon-san's free. Inzon? I assume you mean Eon-san. Kara. C5, Chev. Yeah, Eon-san. I mean, Eon-san's not in that too many teams, but she is very flexible. Also, we need to do Lieben. Why do I have Shenhe selected? Oh, because this polearm's only. I'm a dumbass. Yeah, that makes sense. No, that's fine. Anyways, but yeah, long birthday tomorrow, indeed. Okay, claim. Yeah, you can see no birthday letter yet because I'm in a different part of the world from you.
Ad Astra Abyssos.
Still feeling sick? Yeah, I'm still a little bit sick, but it's just like mostly coughing to get gunk out of my throat. But very clearly, most of the gunk is gone. And I feel much better. I definitely don't feel 100% because when I wake up, it takes like a good hour to 2 hours plus of like, ugh. Like congestion buildup in the night feels terrible. In waking up right now, and it's kind of having a psychological effect of making me also not want to go to sleep because I know that when I wake up in the morning, it's gonna feel like shit. But other than that, I'm doing pretty well. So, yes. Thanks for asking. Hello, Naid. But yeah, so anyway, I don't know. It should be interesting having Varesa on the casual account. Like, I don't think she's going to fundamentally change anything, but having more team options to build around is good, and Varesa's not super reliant on particular 5-stars, right? It's more of a hindrance that I don't have. Like, the conjunction of not having C6 Chevreuse and not having a C6 Eon-san and not having one of her, like, premium 5-star supports in the form of either Durin or Mawikers, that's enough things conjoined together, and then also, like, not having very good weapon options for her is enough things together that it's, like, a meaningful downside, right? And I do not expect her to be like the same experience as she would be on my main account at all, but I suspect she will be in many ways probably the most comfortable DPS to choose to play a lot of times, even despite all that. But I could be wrong. I don't know. We'll see. She's fun, yeah, and I think I will enjoy having her there. Having Varesa's maybe feel like I'm cheating on Clorin. I still like Clorin more on my main account, to be honest. I don't know. I just get more satisfaction of the simple gameplay loop of Clorin. It's satisfying. I don't know. She's not like my favorite character in the game or anything, but I enjoy playing her. Should I farm bosses on this account? Maybe. I don't care. I'm lazy. Polem's only requires no attention from me right now. The current dire difficulty being as more awful than I expected it would be for this account is kind of like, wow. Has kind of yoinked the wind from my sails of my desire to keep on spending a lot of time with poems only right now. I'll still log in and try to improve builds and whatever. Well, one of my literal New Year's resolutions is stop spending too much time in Stygian when I'm not even making content from doing things in Stygian. And one of those factors is I'm not gonna spend fucking 20 hours in a patch playing on polearms only in Stygian unless I think it's actually for realsies doable. I am gonna try to make a video on the Stygian from the previous patch, the version 6.1 Stygian, because that was an interesting one for the account, and there's a lot of interesting things to talk about and say about it there. But in a generalized sense, I need to stop spending time in that game mode if I'm not making content on it, right? Reckon C5 Chev C6 Eonson is enough, or should I keep trying for C6 Chev? I mean, are you planning on pulling characters next patch, Nadja? Because like, if you're like, oh, I want to get Ineva and Columbina next patch, then no, don't. C6 Chev can come another day. Interesting. C6 Chevers can always show up another day, but and she does get, because she's broken as hell, she does get relatively regular reruns. Eat Lua on this account? I don't know. I have to decide. Like, frankly, if I'm going for Eat Lua, it has to be because I'm willing to use my guarantee on Inefa. Right? And right now, because I don't really like this weapon on her that much, I find it awkward to get max stacks on her properly, generally speaking. It's not, you can definitely maintain max stacks, and I think she generally does without having to think about it much. But particularly with a C3 Flins on this account, I think it's meaningfully better to actually have her weapon, and then freeing this weapon for some other characters, you know, also probably nice. But like, I don't know. Like C1 Inefa is, it's a problem of like Flins's kit is fucking useless if I don't have the conjunction of Candace and Inefa for him. And he doesn't feel that smart to hyper invest into, like the value of hyper investing into Arlecchino is extremely high on this account actually. Like getting C6 Arlecchino gave Arlecchino so much adaptability that I can like use that. She's an important aspect of like being able to clear theater fully like I did recently, right? And that's interesting and fun. Hyper investing into Flins is useless as shit for clearing a lot of content, because of how reliant he is on other specific characters being available for him, because of the conjunction of ascending gleam requirement and needing hydro. So it's just like I'm glad he's as functional as he is, and he can be like very surprisingly close to his full power. Not quite, I mean, without having access to Columbina uplifting enough to roid her out or whatever, maybe less so, but I don't know, right? Like, I don't know. So I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it makes sense right now on the things I have enjoyed in the account in particular, to hyper invest into Flins much more than I already have, unless they release more Hydra units at minimum, that are polearms, and because that would give me more team options. But I don't know. I'm gonna probably try to get an Nefa's weapon. And if I get lucky getting like an Nefa's weapon on a 10 pull or something, maybe I'll consider using the guarantee on an Nefa, and then not having a guarantee on the character banner would mean I'd be willing to go for Eat Lua. Otherwise, I think Eat Lua might be the first skip on polearms only, which is real sad. So, but like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna sacrifice. It's very likely that Raiden will get a rerun sooner rather than later. It might not be, to be clear, it might not be in version 6.4. It might be in version 6.5, but I think it's very likely she'll get a rerun in version 6.4 or 6.5. She's like next in line, right? Nahida reran recently. They reran Venti. They reran Farina. They reran Zhongli. Like, Raiden's next in line for the Archon rerun. But you wanted to keep her C5? No. Did you? Have you not watched anything that I've done on Polearms only in the last like 3 months? I have been very thoroughly convinced to get her C6 because for the main team that Raiden is played in on this account, which is Raiden, her best team is by far, and this is one of the straight up like the best teams in the account. In many ways, it is a lot better than Flynn's best team. I'm getting old, sorry, it's fine. Yeah, so originally I said I wasn't going to get her C6 because the C6 I couldn't conceive of things that were that useful for it. But that was pre-Stygian Onslaught. That was pre me realizing that there is a direct synergy that C6 has in this account and has a benefit. And anyways, and as dumb as it is, it's literally as simple as C6 Raiden reduces Xiangling's burst cooldown by 2 seconds. That's what C6 Raiden does in this account. So C6 Raiden, for Raiden, Xiangling, Chevreuse, Eonson, is a really really good team, and in my opinion, it's the second best team on this account. And or C5 Raiden, and with C6 Raiden, it'll reduce the rotations to 18 seconds, which would be a pretty freaking big difference maker. Also, it's very likely I'm more fine with going it because Raiden's probably gonna get a buff eventually. The only problem is, will it be a buff that necessitates like playing her with other Inazuma characters? In which case, I don't know. So I'm not gonna assume that she's going to get a buff. That will actually matter for the account if it's a faction buff, because it might be cooked as hell, because there's no fucking Inazuma characters in this account. An Inazuma faction requirement would completely cook this character's buffs, in my opinion. People would be like, yay, Raiden finally get buffed, except for it'll be fucking ass shit if it restricts her to being paired with Sara or whatever other Inazuma character, in my opinion, and I will die on that hill, sorry. Raiden is fun because of her versatility. If they give her a goddamn buff where they fix her stupid problems in her kit and make her more viable in the current day, but you have to play her with a Inazuma character, that is ass shit and will utterly ruin any value a buff has for her, in my opinion. Toma, well, actually, I guess that would be kind of interesting. You're right. You're not wrong. If Toma enables it and the buffs are relevant enough and Toma becomes better than Xiangling, that could be interesting. And either way, C6 Raiden, as it currently stands, would also reduce Toma's cooldowns. So, as it stands right now, Xiangling does enough for the team that she's a lot better than Toma in the team. But if the buff... So I guess that means it might do something for her. I forgot about Toma. Watch Toma not count as a freaking Inazuma character because he's from Mondstadt or something. Anyway, will they give her a new seg? I think that would be stupid if they did, but, you know. Anyways, why am I on this account for this long? I need to leave. I didn't claim my dailies. Also, good if I leave it.
Thank you for.
Hey, didn't we get an ER timepiece? May as well level this. I need to get a mouse pad, by the way, for this freaking plastic table that I have. Is like the tracking doesn't work fully properly on it. Oh, I guess Didi has actually left me some space. I can actually use my normal mouse pad right now. Okay, here, throw this in, I guess, BAP, and, wow, okay, cool. That was exciting. No, engulfing is very good. Engulfing doesn't actually have a problem. The only problem with engulfing is that Raiden's kit doesn't have any free crit. I 100% expect if they buff Raiden, she will get some free crit in her kit. It'll be something like, again, like with faction things, it'll be when Raiden is paired with Inazuma characters, do whatever million things that also can be beneficial. I don't want her buff to be just free crit, to be clear. But it will probably include Raiden gets 25% crit rate for free. Ray tracking? I'm assuming you mean ray tracing, but ray tracing in Genshin would be kind of interesting. I'd be down. Like Genshin, I think Genshin is actually a perfect target for a game to have ray tracing added because of how low the performance requirements are at a baseline, that there's a lot of like headroom for like higher performance systems to have ray tracing added, right? Also, I'm sorry, I just ignored all the lore, didn't I? What does he say? So yeah, I agree. I actually agree. Ray tracing in Genshin could be pretty great. So sorry. Yeah, you're good. I assume based on your I assume that is Chinese. What is the Chinese symbols called? Like, because like I know like in Japanese you have, you know, kana, hiragana, kanji. What is the name for Chinese symbols? Chinese. I know Chinese. I want to say the like I.
Accelerating.
Hanzi. Is it Hanzi? Okay. Because that's what I prefer to use. I don't know. It's the linguist in me that doesn't like being like, I don't like referring to a writing system with specific symbols being used as like, that's Chinese writing. They're kanji too. Oh yeah. Okay. So are they called kanji though? Still sometimes, or Hanzi, or is Hanzi just like the more Chinese vocal? Like, is Hanzi just the way that you would more say kanji in like Mandarin or Cantonese or whatever other locality? So, Hanzi. I can remember Hanzi, though. Hanzi is the CN name for what JP called kanji. Okay. I see. Because it does have, like, similar intonation, just like... Anyways, Hamdi Jigan. Rip Hamzi. Hamzi. I just immediately pronounced it wrong. Good job, Ring. Having C1 Flins make it so that prioritize pulling Columbina first and then trying for an Nefa. Or is a Nefa still the better support? Try to get first. Funnily enough, I think Columbina makes C1 Flins worse. Right? Because C1 Flins takes at minimum like 10 seconds of field time. Whereas a C0 Flins takes like 7 seconds of well, I shouldn't say 10 seconds. I think at minimum a C1 Flins takes like 9 seconds of field time. And a C0 Flins takes 7 seconds of field time. And I think a non-insignificant part from what I've seen in discussions from people, and definitely not on, I've definitely not tested this myself, just what I've seen in discussions alone with people, a big part of what Columbina does for uplifting Flins is, again, not necessarily being incredibly better for Flins' own damage, it's being better for Neva's damage, and then the new rotation that was found that gets Flins' teams to reach 140k DPS thresholds, that people are focusing on right now, in as far as like comparative discussion to different characters like Mawika and Nefer or whatever, right? Is you do a slightly custom rotation that's a little bit different from how you play Flins currently, where if you're playing Flins, let's say you're playing Flins, Ino, Inefa, Sucrose, you just Sucrose E to swirl Hydro and Electro. Well, you don't really care about swirling Hydro, just Electro. And then you go into Flins and then do Flins mini bursts. And if you have C1 Flins, you do 3 mini bursts. And that's fine, right? With post Columbina, though, the auto rotation, so Columbina instead of Ino, the rotation is the same, except for after you are done with Flins, you want to spend less field time on Flins, and therefore you want a little bit of extra energy built on him in order to accommodate for this, because you're spending less field time on less particles caught on field. You spend a little bit less field time on Flins in exchange for switching to Sucrose in the extra time to do an extra swirl at the start of the rotation, and then that gives you more buff uptime, not for Flins' damage, but for Nefa's damage. And therefore, the longer field time requirement of Flins C1, I actually think Flins C1 might actually just be a bad constellation post Columbina. I haven't actually thought about that properly until you asked it. I'm gonna DM Zajev actually, because he has his Flins sheets. He can probably map that out. Yo, I just had the realization: is Flins C1 kinda a shit constellation now that because of Bina uplifting his team by lowering field time and whatever for buffing Inefa, of course? I think it kind of is. So I don't know. I actually think I don't know. Sorry. My apologies for that realization. I could be wrong on that, to be clear. Let's to be clear, C1 Flint should still be net gain. It should still be net gain. And to answer your question of do you prioritize Columbina over Inefa with the C1 Flints? If you don't have Inefa, but you have C1 Flints, you're not going to care about that factor that I just mentioned of lowering Flins' field time for getting more Inefa damage, and therefore, I don't know. I don't think, like, again, it's like Columbina just doesn't actually buff on field. Like compared to C6 Ino in particular, she buffs a little bit more than C6 Ino. So all she really adds is her own personal damage. And that's fine. She's still better than Ino at a baseline, but imagine Jeff does an impromptu stream after the question. Flint's even more of a fraud. I don't know. Anyways. So, yep. I should have done my what I was considering at the start of Nogtry, where I was considering initially I was like, do I skip all characters? No. But then I was considering skipping all main DPSs. I should have done that. Because it would have really shown how. Oh, the Genshin's current design philosophy is that your main DPS doesn't matter. It literally doesn't. That's how they're designing characters currently. Your main DPS literally doesn't matter. It essentially for most content, to be clear. Like if you are planning on clearing dire difficulty, the main DPS probably matters a little more. But otherwise, not really. Can I tell you about the little predicament? Sure, go ahead. You can do that while I stop yapping. Why am I yapping so much in poems only? What does that smell outside? It's, it actually might be a neighbor cooking something. I smell burning. Hopefully not a fire in the apartment building. If it gets stronger, I'll go check outside or something. I don't know. Just see if I can smell something from the hallway in the apartment. Holy wall of text. Just don't use third mini alt. I mean, yeah, but if it's, I hope to hell it is not optimal. I hope it is not optimal with C1 Flins and Nefa Columbina to not use the third mini burst. That'd be crazy to me if that was the case. But it might be. It might actually be optimal to not use, like the valuable thing about, it could be that C1, oh my god, wait. It could be that C1 Flins is valuable for just reducing Flins' field time even more. Surely not, though. I don't think that's right. I don't think there's a value to doing, because what would the rotation time be? The rotation time would be like 6 seconds of field time on Flins. 5 seconds, maybe. What if you... Oh god, okay, I think the support Nogcry are worth it, or completely for returning players. I mean, all Nogcry characters are reliant on their Nogcry characters is the main problem. So like, if you're a returning player, there's a very good chance you don't have like easy ability to guarantee getting 2 characters, right? But if you're a returning player in next patch and you have the ability to get both Columbina and an Efa through some conjunction of getting lucky, spending money, or just having a bunch of savings, then, you know, that's going to be a very valuable combo that a lot of people will enjoy having and will give you a ton of team building flexibility for just playing whatever character you want. How much will it feel like the character you're playing on field is actually doing damage in the team? That depends, but you know. Might as well call it an Efa team. Yeah, like I don't think that extra field time matters. I don't think with C1 Flins and an Efa Columbina it is optimal to just shorten Flins' field time anymore. I don't think. But I'm not confident. I'm really not confident. Oh god. Surely not. Sure. Wait. What if the optimal what if the optimal Flins build? This might actually be the case. Okay, I'm gonna add this on in the DM to Jeff. What if the optimal C1 Flins build with Bina Inefa is a fab build that does big burst into 2 mini bursts, skipping the third completely to balance field time properly and take advantage of lower cooldowns, right? Like that's a way you can make use of C1 Flins with the Nefa Columbina, because that match, that's the same theory of like a little bit shorter Flins field time. Like I'm pretty sure a C1 Flins with a big burst added in. So if you do a rotation, right, where it's you do a sucrose swirl to start. So this would be, you know, after you're done with Flins in the previous rotation, do a sucrose swirl for Electro. Then you do your Columbina, you do your Nefa, and then you do Sucrose Swirl again, and then do Flynn's Big Burst, and then 2 mini bursts with C1 Flynn's, right? And because it's a 4-second cooldown rather than a 6-second cooldown, I think that takes about the same time as a C0 Flynn's does to do 2 mini bursts. So maybe the optimal build with a C1 Flynn's is a fab build. Okay. You know, initially I hated it, but now I like it. I think this would be really funny if this is the case. I hope Zajeb does it. This is definitely a spread. This is where spreadsheet is valuable, right? This is absolutely a spreadsheet question. I mean, it can be tested in practice, to be clear. But we don't have Columbina right now, so I cannot. Is the thumbnail revisit? Wait. What? Thumbnail? Did I? Oh, no, I typoed. No, I definitely typoed. Lol. Okay, for context for Twitch. Am I gonna fix it? No, I don't care. This is the effort I'm putting in today for the stream, because I'm gonna focus more on Lanya today, okay? But no, that is definitely a typo. I definitely typoed. I definitely did not have an extra. Here, no, you know what? I will fix it. Here. We'll use red, and then we will there we go. There, perfect. Wait, no, shoot, I need to add it to another layer so I can rotate it. Actually, I could have rotated it in the tool itself. Oops, I'm stupid. Brap. There we go. There we go. Fixed. It's completely visible. Here, I'll at least put an outline around it because that's easy. Not that though. There we go. It's a terrible looking outline, but now you can view it more. Oh God. Okay. There we go. Perfect. That's readable. I didn't even notice. I mean, neither did I. And now it's just going to become more obvious. But I don't feel like actually retyping the whole and fixing the entire thing. So that's my solution for now. Oopsies. What a typo. Oh, if I don't know if the viewer that had the Hanzi in their username, the presumably Chinese viewer, do you live in mainland or live in China, or are you allowed to say that? I don't know. Do you get in trouble with the CCP, or do you live in the U.S. or regardless? Do you know people, Genshin players in China? What is the sentiment around the HomDG cat thing? I don't know how big HomDG cat is in China itself. I'm curious if you have any connection. If you don't, it's all good. Jumping the Great Firewall. I mean, regardless of jumping the Great Firewall, they might just be like living in the United States and like believe it or not, there are Chinese people are allowed to not live in China. Crazy. But yeah, I'm curious if they have any connection to anyone who cares about HomDG cat in like the Chinese Genshin community and what's going on with like that, the sentiment there. Columbina and NF is a main DPS not needed, or can I skip them? What do you mean? For like burial, like for Flynn's? Like Flynn's best team by far includes Columbina and NF, but the least necessary team in a Flynn's and in a Flynn's, Columbina, and Nefa Sucrose team, the most replaceable unit is Flynn's. So, yep, but Flynn's is the best unit there at a baseline right now, for now. What happened to HomDG cat? My understanding is they doxed themselves by going to Hoyo Fest. And they voluntarily chose to leave the scene. And we will no longer have data mined information up to the quality that we had before, most likely. So, because it's not even that they were a leaker. They weren't a direct leaker. They didn't have like any inside information. They just data mined files. They just data mined information that was available, right? And then presented it on a website that was coherent and easy to understand, and you know, had good English translation too. So, anyways, what the hell am I doing this account today? We are going there. I think we can do Columbina or Barbara materials today. Yep. I think my Chinese viewer is gone, or they ignored me. It's fine. All right. Missed opportunity, I suppose. DPS needed for Nod Cry, or just get Columbina and Effa? Oh no, you don't need any Nod Cry DPS. The most valuable Nod Cry characters right now are by far Llama and Effa, and then Columbina uplifts them a lot. Seems to be what it is, but I don't know. We'll see on actual release, just in case something changes or whatever. But based on all the discussion I've currently seen, that seems to be what it is. But it could be we're wrong. Creator server videos from various people should come out soon, to confirm suspicions from the likes of Zajeff's based on a spreadsheet level. I do not like that my Lanya missed before. Alright. Collabing with others again? I plan to do more collabs. Yeah. Okay. That's a good drop. Is there a double talent material? Does anyone know? Is there a double talent material event in this patch? Or not? You avoided my E. There's not? Okay. Good to know. The Lieben event is the last one? There's not even like a ley line event or anything? There's nothing? There is ley lines? Oh, okay. I knew the Lieben event, but I didn't know the Lieben event was the last one. Thought there was like going to be a ley line event or there's always like a ley line event, or there's very rarely an artifact doubling event or the double talent materials event. Yep. Collab speedrun is so fun to watch. What do you mean by a speedrun? That's how I found Limbo stream. Oh, you just mean like the Abyss things. The problem is Abyss is like, man, I don't know. Like to be clear, I think the one I did with Byte was with Byte and what did I did Byte, Zajeff, and Mies. That was fun. It didn't end up getting turned into an edited video because that was, I think, if I recall, most likely just lack of motivation on my part at that time. Yeah. All right, who's alive? Oh, you are. Yeah. Like I don't know. But there's a high chance that custom combat being available, if it ends up being what I hope it can be, is, I probably should have saved some resin for weekly bosses. Is good enough to enable a lot more flexibility for that kind of thing. There was potentially a missed opportunity in doing a collab with this current Stygian Onslaught. I think this Stygian Onslaught could have been really fun for a collab format. But it's kind of bad timings because holiday season and whatever, right? So, anyways, I plan to do more collabs, but it takes a bit of effort to coordinate them. It takes a bit of effort to try to think of what kind of format will make sense for the content available in the game, from a combat perspective at least. So yes, I do want to do more. I think it is just gain for everyone, for creators like me, to collab with other creators. Still have a week for the Stygian? I don't, no. I have other things I need to work on. I do not have a week, and not in conjunction with having to schedule something with other creators. To be clear, other Genshin creators might be more available right now than they normally are, but they also might not, for reasons. And like, I'm not gonna try to schedule in less than 1 week and then also somehow get a video out. No, I haven't talked to anyone about the Miliastra beta. Which is good. People with access to Miliastra beta should probably not break their NDA and talk to me. I would not recommend it. Anyways, oh yeah, what am I doing? Okay, we're looking at Barbara materials. Okay. Right. No dupes. Sad. Thank you for the bonus. Is that enough? How many did I need? Let me double check. How many do I need for Barbara? Barbara. Where's my window? It helps so I can find my. Where is my Chrome? There it is. Okay. Do I have it open still? I do not have it open still. Darn. Okay, hold please. Doop. Okay, the plan was level 90, level 6, level 7, level 9. I need 26. Okay, and if I plan for 99, I need 44. Oh yeah, that's what I was planning for. I was planning on having enough for 699, because that might be where I just leave Columbina forever. On a resource efficiency level. Alright, and if I get lucky, I do have enough for 6, 8, 9 right now. Okay. But that would require getting very lucky with boss drops, I believe. Actually, it might be impossible. No, that's possible. It is possible. Okay. You don't need much? No, I'm trying to finish pre-farming for talent materials for Barbara, because I want to save resin that I have available for next patch for the artifact domain, right? Otherwise, yes, I don't disagree with you. That I don't need these talent materials right now. I do not expect to use them all in the first week, but it would be nice to get it done ahead of time, so I can save my resin for next patch elsewhere. No more dupes. Okay, so I need a couple more. So one more day on like Thursday, Sunday, and then I'll have enough. Oh, yep, and probably not even a full day resin. Okay. And yeah, I somewhat doubt I will care about crowning her stuff. But it's possible I could end up, because her burst is a buffing ability, and I tend to be a fan of crowning buffing abilities, personally. But the problem is it's not like a buffing ability on the tier of Varena. So, in my mind, it's much less worth crowning compared to like a Farina burst. Where like Farina has forever stayed at, this is largely just like my Farina does enough damage without being crowned on her skill, because I have C2 Farina, so like I just never felt any personal desire to crown her skill, other than for symmetry purposes, right? And anyways, but crowning the burst was worth it to me. And I don't know, we'll see. I might do the same thing for Columbina, we'll see. But it's a much more minor effect. I mean, you could argue that Farina being crowned is a minor effect too, but you know. Anyways, go claim our dailies and Lieben. 3 drops weekly from first clear. Yes, so with a new weekly boss, you'll get 5 total, guaranteed in the first week. If you get lucky, you will get 6. I think it's technically possible to get 4 weekly boss drops, right? But that's that's very unlikely. Almost no one will get that. A non-zero amount of people will be able to get 6 in the first week. Most people will only get 5. So I'm planning on getting 5. How is Zenless these days? As long as you don't care about the meta, very good. If you care about the meta where you're like, I must always play the best team available, well, you're screwed because Dylan is best in slot for 2/3 of the teams in the game. But you need multiple teams in the game, so I don't know. Dylan has not actually been that problematic in my opinion, and I feel strongly that she was designed in a way that wasn't for the min-maxer, because like Dylan isn't that much better than other stunners if you're not really good with min-maxing her, in my opinion. As someone that has slowly drifted towards becoming a more, like, I have a lot of Zenla's knowledge, but I don't practice a lot of things that I would need to practice. I don't care about you, Miles. Sorry. You're a wonderful dude doing your job right, but I wasn't talking to you. So, he's talking about dorm import, which is cool. But Zenless I think is in a perfectly fine spot. I'm still confused, to be clear. I'm forever like on their direction moving forward in the game. Give me more barber materials, because you know they like if you look at a graph of the HP inflation for any individual boss in Deadly Assault in Zenless, it's like, what the fuck? In my opinion, and to the degree that like to a degree that doesn't make sense relative to like how they've increased characters' strengths, because like character strength has not increased in the same way. It's just that players have gotten more strong team options on average over time, and that's probably the main reason they've increased enemy HP. But at the same time, it creates this really terrible experience of like you can have the same ass team against the same ass boss from 1 week to the next, or more likely not 1 week to the next, but like 1 month to the next, or particularly one patch to the next, and get like what feels like completely different results. And that's so ass. So like it just feels really weird. I, as someone who understands why that is, because the HP inflation exists, I know not to directly compare my scores against the same boss with the same team to two different Deadly Assaults that happen at different times. But it does feel wrong, and the average normal player doesn't know about it, and they're just like, why the fuck does my team that cleared this trivially with 50,000 points before now only get 30k? Right? And then that like makes that player be like, oh shit, is this just an asshole strategy for them to like make the normal player be like, oh, now I'm only getting 30k, I need to pull for new characters? Is that what the strategy is? Is this just a thing to like insert a thought into someone's head that they need to pull for new characters? But I don't think it is. I don't know if that's the intent. If it is the intent, I think it fails, because there's not new characters. Oftentimes, there's not new characters to pull for that actually solves that problem for people. Because the new characters shield for the new boss, not for the old boss that got its HP increased. Right? Anyways. But ultimately, though, like, there's so much skill expression in Zenless that, like, I don't know. Like, right now, do people get kills? By the way, I haven't looked at anything. What people are doing with Yusheng Guang. Do people get kills on Yusheng Guang's boss, the new boss, in the new Deadly Assault, with her at M0P1 with Dylan and either Astra or Zhao? Skill expression die with Yusheng Guang? Did it? That's what I'm asking. Because from what I understand, she has combos that do matter. I have not really been practicing them at all. And I can tell you, and like the few attempts I did, because I haven't spent a lot of time playing Zenless recently. I've been busy. But I've gotten like 45k. Like I could definitely push 50k. I don't think I can get the kill. And I have an M1 dial in, which I shouldn't have gone for, but I went for because of I had the resource. I didn't spend money for it. But anyways. It's more her skill is just rotation practice. Yeah, Yusheng Guang does not play in the same way as other Zenless characters, but she does in some ways. She still has a resource management mechanics, right? Yeah, in that she ignores the mechanics in most fights. Yeah, she doesn't feel like a Zenless character in that basically every Zenless character tends to need to optimize heavily around the boss mechanics. Yusheng Guang doesn't as much. So, yeah. The new boss disables skills, so you have to use defensive assist to perform miasma purification. Yeah. That's part of the thing I don't understand about the new boss. That's why I'm curious if people are killing it, and I haven't, again, practiced it. So, yes, we're going to go back to the casual account. Sorry, we've gotten distracted yapping. Stop asking me questions. You're being too interactive with me. Just shut up. It's your fault, not my fault, clearly. Sorry, am I done here? No, I'm not, because I need to... Sorry. Wait, did I get it already? Did I go to the teapot? I did. I'm a dumbass. Okay, never mind. Should I just save it? I can just save it. It's fine. Okay, turtle. We love asking questions. I was being sarcastic there, to be clear. Obviously, it's my fault. I have been talking to people too much in chat. It is actually beneficial to be focused on the topic of the stream, which is leveling Varesa, if I ignore you more, technically. But anyways, let's go back to Varesa. There are M0W1 kills. Okay, so I'm bad, right? And like, if even Yusheng Wang with her, you know, oh, she removes skill or whatever, it's still skill expression. You still have to like play well. If I'm literally getting 40k damage score and someone with like a lower investment, like with M0P1 everyone, but without M1 dial-in, which is a pretty significant con, like, will we do call-out? We can probably do call-out for some stuff, but like that's like freaking 33% more damage by play well, bozo. Like, I don't know, man. Like, Zenless is still like extremely high skill expression game. It's a difficult game to like play well. And that's the weirdness with it, like being a gacha game. Like a lot of players that aren't like, if I was a less dedicated player, I wasn't logging as regularly, if I wasn't willing to spend money, I'm sure I would be struggling a little bit more, but I'd probably just be more incentivized. I am engaged with Zenless enough that I'd just be more incentivized to learn to do some play properly. So Eonsan is C3. We have C3 Eonsan, C2 Shivers. For now, we're using Xiangling. But yeah, and then after we level Varesa up and see what her damage is, we're gonna go maybe do a quick damage calculator check. Nothing. We're not gonna do like we don't need to do a team DPS check for realsy. It's just a simple check of Varesa's own personal damage. Is it higher or lower with Zith? And then doing some simple statistics. Not even statistics. Calling statistics is stupid. We just need to run an average of with and without buff. With like 2/3. So one sixth uptime on elemental damage bonus, 48%. 1/6 uptime on 60% attack, and then 4/6 uptime on no buff functionally, because EM is close enough to no buff. So yeah. Anyways, I have the billets on this account to do that, to do flowing purity. So I do want to check on that. Okay. Let's see. So what are we gonna do? I have a lot of talent materials because I just do. I didn't farm for her. But I think I did events at some point on this account last year. I was playing more last year than I have, like more during 5.x. But like I definitely logged in like less than half of the year for sure. Last year. And this year it's looking like it's probably gonna be less than like a fourth of the year. You can definitely play YSG well, just fight. She barely engages with the game. Yeah, I don't disagree. That, you know, I don't disagree that she feels like she doesn't exactly feel the same as other Zenless characters, but that's fine. That's cool. I think having more variety in the types of characters available is fine. As long as every character doesn't become like Yusheng Wang, right? But low on skill expression by Zenless standards, does she scratch the same itch as like the satisfaction I get from the Alice, Jane, Yuzaha team, and how interesting like minor changes are on builds relative to different enemy mechanics, and how different the routing has to happen for different enemies with that team? No, definitely not. But at the same time, Yusheng Wang can scratch a different itch, right? So anyways, how are the cats? Good. The cats are good, thank you. We have a DD in his default position during the stream at this point. Give you a free cat cam.
You heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
I didn't even touch his nose yet. That was cute. Oh, you redeemed a cat cam. Well, there you go. Anyways. I didn't even touch his nose. He like preemptively sensed the nose boop. he sensed the danger. Anyways, okay, so I find her satisfying to play in her own way. Lynn will put it best in as almost meditative focus on your own rotation. Yeah. So, and I intend to probably get a little bit better at playing her and at some point, because I do enjoy playing her. She I don't know, the monkey brain likes visual stimulus right now is kind of what Yoshengwang is at this moment. And I can sense that I'm doing things wrong a lot of times because I'm like, oops, I press Q and I axe my damage in half. Or I use like dial-ins, 3 free like extra resource at the wrong time, whatever. You run to maximize movement? Yeah, definitely Lost Prayers. In many ways, I like Lost Prayers on a casual level. I like Lost Prayers on Varesa over her Sig on my main account, for what it's worth. So, you know. Claim. Okay, so we need to start with, anyways, let's start with, we'll go into co-op for farming these, I think. Why did I have to click that 100 times? We should put someone in the party to help with that. I mean, by going to co-op, I mean I have to join someone else's world, by the way. I don't really need someone else with me right now. But I don't know, you know, sure, fine, someone can join co-op for me. You can be my guard. I'll let one person in co-op while I collect flowers. And your goal is to keep me alive. That's your only goal. Be Varesa's personal guard. Alright, mob got it first again. Alright. And then I'll join other people's worlds to get the rest of the materials, and then you can be my guard there too. Alright, take my flowers. Sounds good. I will join whoever. Okay, so wait, I didn't put whatever in the team. What server? This is an EU account. Kachina. Okay, yoink. Yoink. I think there's like 70 of the. I don't think I've done the volcano. Yeah, no, I have not. I don't think I've done the volcano, so I think there is 70 of these if you don't do the volcano. So I'll probably have to. I'll collect, even though we might not do the final ascension today. I'll collect enough to do the final ascension. So I need the full like 168. So we'll probably have to go into 2 people's worlds, presumably. So these are pretty easy to collect, particularly with Varesa herself. All right. Should we do that quick? Maybe. Actually, no, because I'm fragile. I have level 40 characters. Run away. Let's see over here. This will be faster. At least I have the waypoints here, which is convenient. I think I probably, what did I do here? 59%. Did I explore? I probably explored enough for the treasure chest or treasure room, maybe. I don't know for sure though. I definitely recall last year at multiple times doing exploration for elixirs specifically. So that is likely what happened. Rest was accidental. I mean, we didn't go to pity. I had a guarantee. I was fine with getting her. I explained this a little bit earlier, but what happened yesterday is that I had a 10 pull after doing Abyss and whatever. And I was like, you know what? Getting even It's fine if we get. I do not care enough about any particular upcoming character or a rerun character so strongly on this account. Like a Scofier would be nice to get for Skirk. But also not like, I must get a Scofier, right? I don't think my experience is defined by it, and part of the reason of getting Skirk on this account was trying to experience Skirk because I liked Skirk's gameplay, but I wanted to see what it would be like without her, without a Scofier. And again, as far as you does Skirk have her overpoweredness of being able to brute force most content, or a lot of bosses mechanics without a Scofier Farina? No, she feels like a balanced character. She definitely feels like a fairly balanced character without a Scofier, and that's fine. I still enjoy playing her on this account. Yeah, goated for a casual counter run on. Yeah, I was fine with that on exploration level. I was fine with, you know, having an electro DPS that is relatively flexible for her teams, but most of the time I would just stick to a Shivers team. Like, yeah, I don't know. On every level, I didn't really have a problem with getting her, and then there was the side benefit of I had it because I farmed a bunch of Skirk artifacts. I apparently already got that. Because I farmed a bunch for Skirk artifacts, I already had good plunge artifacts for her. So it was like, okay. And Varesa showed up at 50 pity, so sure. And we did not get Shepherds. And to be clear, the main reason wishing was like, it's a really good 4-star banner. Getting Eons on Constellations is fine. And then getting Shepherds Constellations to slowly progress towards Shepherds C6 matters too. We have not gotten a single copy of Shepherds C6 from this banner. Or of Shepherds C6. Of Shepherds in general from this banner. Which is unfortunate, I would say. But oh well. Such is life. For us is flexible. I mean, flexible as far as playing her best team. No, I think you want to play Shivers teams. But there's nothing in her kit that particularly restricts her, right? Her only real kit restriction is that she wants some energy, and then like she really wants to be paired with Eons on. I would say I have tried playing Varesa with the Eons on. I don't really like it. I would say that's her only real kit restriction. Right. So, and on a casual account level, that's ideal. You know, I should level up while I go to this next spot. Ramp. Or before I go. There's a bunch of squirrels and boulders coming down this next spot. Alright, and ramp. Yay for crit rate. I believe I have barely enough. Oh, okay. I believe I have barely enough, what's it called? Adventure experience to level her up fully. And side effect of not logging in very regularly is you don't have a lot of accrual of normal resources. But yeah, most characters' best teams don't end up being flexible, right? Like, I don't know. So, if you get overly focused on only playing the best team possible, no character is flexible. Because most characters end up having some specific nuance in their kit that makes their best team be something in particular available at any given time. But Wrestle's in an interesting spot where, like, it's easily possible that, with how they're balancing characters currently, that she ends up getting a new best team in the future, because there's nothing in particular about her kit that needs her to be paired with anything, such that they could release characters in the future that make her new best team be a Dendro team. Maybe like, how the hell would that happen? I don't know. Let's say they release a 5-star Quicken Chevreuse, and then her best team is freaking Lauma on TTDS with new 5-star Quicken Chevreuse character, plus Eons on Varesa, right? How'd you end up with Varesa? We wished on the banner, because I wanted Chevreuse copies, and I had a guarantee. In hindsight, like, to be clear, if I go to the past and be like, hey, tell my past self that lost to 50-50 to Durin that if I did 20 more pulls on the Durin banner, I'll get Durin. I would have gotten Durin instead, to be clear. But I didn't know that I would get an early, obviously. So like, I do think I would have preferred Durin. But I'm fine with getting Varesa. Who's the best animo DPS? It's gonna be Lanyon or Varka, because both of them seem like they are. Want to know what makes animo DPS is the best animo DPS? When they don't do animo damage. You might say, what about Chaska? Except for Chaska's super heavily limited and you can't control anything about her. It seems to be Varka, and we might be able to control things about him. So, yep. Anyways, what am I doing? Oh, that's it? Okay. Oh no, over here, yeah. The best animo DPS is the one that does some animo damage, but also other animo damage. And I at this current point, I feel like Lanyon's kind of balanced perfectly around that. If Varka does a similar gimmick, but as a 5-star character, which we don't know, to be clear, we will see. But if Varka does a similar gimmick as a 5-star character as what Lanyon does, but he has significantly higher multipliers for his converted elemental damage than Lanyon, then he's functionally just going to become not an animo DPS. Whereas Lanyon, and it is a really interesting case where, like, in the one context where I found that it does make sense, and I think it technically is better to put a Pyro Goblet on Lanyon, because that is possible, it is still about equivalent to put an Animo Goblet on Lanyon in that team context. And this team context I'm talking about is with Durin C2 Seat Lolly, because C2 Seat Lolly is enough to uplift Pyro damage to the degree that it's worthwhile building Lanyon for Pyro damage rather than Animo damage. And then, so with Constellations, right, to be clear. But it's whatever, it's a 4-star DPS. So favorite Lanyon team? At this point, I don't have a favorite Lanyon team because of what I value is having flexibility. My main problem with Lanyon before, and why why my tagline for a while has been on my main account of, like, who do I main? Well, I can't pick between Dia, Lanyon, and Yai. Well, now I can pick, and that's because Lanyon has her greatest problem solved for me, in that I have choices. So my 3 favorite Lanyon teams are Farina, Bennett, Farazan. They all include Bennett. And then Farina, sorry, not Farina, Durin instead of Farina, so same team. Bennett, Farazan, Lanyon, and then Seat Lolly with C2 Seat Lolly. I haven't played it without C2 Seat Lolly. Well, no, I have played it without C2 Seat Lolly with Farina and whatever, but without C2 Seat Lolly, yeah, I know World is empty thinking mob. We need to go craft some crystals real quick, yeah. So yeah, Bennett, Durin, C2 Seat Lolly, Lanyon is one of my favorites. And then honorary mention to Venti. This is the main context in which I enjoyed the Venti buff kit with Lanyon, is Venti, Emily, Lanyon. Was it Bennett again? I think it was Bennett again. Yes. Wait, was it Bennett again? No, it was Farazan. No, sorry. Yeah, no. So this is a non-Bennett team. Yeah, Emily. Oh, kitten stretch. Emily, Venti, Farazan, Lanyon. So they all include Farazan for now. So, yeah. Which, yes, that means, like, Lanyon's damage, animo damage does matter. Like, I don't know. Lanyon feels like the perfect balance right now to me of balance of non-elemental damage and animo damage, but the problem is it's always Pyro. It's always Pyro is better. And it's a problem of Bennett's existence. Like, if there was more consistent methods of, like, being able to for sure, like, if there was a actually you know what, there is Dory. I need to play with Dory more. I'm gonna draw that down as a thing to play with more that I've neglected to play. Dory, Lanyon, because but there's not that many options. Is my point. The thing is, Bennett self-applies Pyro while buffing Lanyon, right? So that means you can very consistently get Pyro infusion on Lanyon's skill, You don't have to deal with enemies like having auras erased from them because of whatever reactions you have going on that you want to be triggering. But then if it's not the right aura at the right time, and then she like doesn't get it, or there's other just weird problems where something about the way the game actually checks for Lanyon's infusion with enemies nearby when she activates her E is not hyper consistent and annoying as shit. So when I played her without Bennett, like without some amount of self application, she becomes a lot more inconsistent. Outside again that Emily context where there's just so permanent pyro aura that the game seems to not have a problem. Like burning aura existing makes it so the Lanyan always gets pyro aura, it seems like. So I don't know, but I've literally had instances of footage where it's like there's an enemy, she's right by the enemy and then it has pyro on it or whatever element on it, and she just doesn't get an infusion for some reason. It's just like, why? So anyways, I would count that as Genshin bugginess. Maybe it's some server latency related. I don't know. But Bennett tends to make the consistency of playing her a lot more smooth for getting the infusion, and she buffs at the same and he buffs her at the same time, right? Someone like Dory is interesting from the context of, okay, I might be able to do more of an aggravate DPS focused Lanyan, and that's interesting. But then Dory isn't really buffing Lanyan, right? So yeah, Virgin Lanyan. I mean, you can, so in the Emily Venti team, you can do Farina instead of, wait, you don't have healing. Never mind. I lied. I mean, you could still do a Hydra unit, to be clear. You can do Virgin Lanyan. It's just, you're gonna, by doing Virgin Lanyan, you're sacrificing a lot of talent damage in Lanyan. That's my general experience whenever I've tested it before. You're sacrificing talent damage in exchange for reaction damage, and it can work, but yeah. But she doesn't have constant pyro application, right? Lanyan's like application uptime isn't high. It's front loaded, so it's not very valuable in my opinion, and not that enjoyable. You didn't say a pyro for Emily? Oh. Oh wait. Oh, I'm a dumbass. Did I say with Farazan? No, it must have been with, it's Durin. It's Durin again. Sorry. It wasn't with Farazan. It's Durin. You're right. Sorry. It's Durin Emily. Durin Emily Venti. Lanyan. And you might be like, that's just wheelchair. Sure, I don't give a fuck. Lanyan still definitely does notable damage there. Right? I don't give a fuck if you want to use that term. Sure, Mob, why not? Why not?
Guess we can rest a bit.
Actually, I can't. I'm sorry. Actually, wait. I know I can do it by this. There you go. I can't because the list is full and I don't feel like... Yeah. Anyways. Why'd you throw away your 5-star weapons? Because the experience on this count... I explained it in the video. Go watch the video. But because the experience on this account was an experiment of... It was weapons only originally. I spent a whole ass year wishing on the weapon banner only. And you want to know what the most fucking valuable thing from the weapon banner is? It's all the 4-star weapons. The favs are the most valuable thing we got from those banners. And then, despite wishing the weapon banner for entire ass year, I still somehow only have one fucking Widzith. I still only have an R3 Sack Greatsword. Wishing on the weapon banner for entire ass year still didn't put this account in that good of a spot. And that was me trying to purposely be like wish for weapons that made more sense on like a generic value level. Like the point of the experiment was try and be like, okay, there are a not insignificant number of weapons that exist that can be generically valuable at uplifting your DP, your damage. So how bad is it to just wish only on the weapon banner? It's ass shit. It's really ass shit. Don't wish only on the weapon banner. It's obviously dumb. It's also a lesson that you just shouldn't wish on the weapon banner very often in general, unless it happens to be a weapon banner that's specifically very beneficial for your account. And like, if you have, the lesson from the account is 100%. If you have, also hi Nefa, just noticed her. If you happen to have a account where you have a specific number of teams that you're focused on that you really enjoy playing all the time, and you are confident you're going to continue to enjoy playing those teams with those characters, particularly with a main DPS and whatever, and there happens to be a banner where both of the weapons are beneficial to you for the teams you enjoy playing, And the 4 stars are good, such as this banner. So like, let's say you have Shilonen. So Shilonen's signature weapon is actually pretty. Shilonen is actually, I think, an undervalued weapon in the context of like how. And I hope this changes. I think there's a possibility of like how Columbina's kit has caused a crash out from a lot of theory crafters. Not because of Columbina herself, but because of the conjunction of different things, right? That they might hopefully evaluate things on a context dependence level more than they have been in the past, and less on like a, ooh, does this character reach insert DPS threshold here compared to other character who reaches arbitrary DPS threshold, and instead, what is the relevancy of different kits for different situations? And Shilonen has been pretty fucking good in Stygian Onslaught, because so often like there's white shield mechanics, or just high res. Shush. There's white shield mechanics or high res mechanics on enemies in general, such that one of the main viable strategies for giving you flexibility for like trying to deal with enemies, like, and having more team options for dealing with enemies in Stygian, has been just having more options of stacking a bunch of red shred as possible. And Shilonen is a very generic red shredder that you can't stack 2 anima red shredders together, right? You can only have 1 anima red shredder. So for example, I think it is a lot harder to clear the bat without just straight up hyper cheesing it. Right, if you want to do the simple cheese for the bat, the simplest strategy for cheesing the bat in the current Stygian, at Fearless or Dire, is not to cheese it completely, but to use Gene, because not everyone has Gene. Most people have Gene, and doing the tech for where you time Gene's E, where you like look at the ground and time her E right as it lands, is very easy, and that just makes the boss damage go way down, or the boss HP go functionally way down. And it's so easy that I would say it's not even really, doesn't even feel like a strat that much. It just feels like something you should do. And then Gene can be on VV, so that's red shred, right? And then you need Pyro to break the shield. So you want a Pyro DPS. So Pyro DPS plus Gene doing red shred, and then like plus Bennett because it's Pyro DPSing. And then Sunfire, right? And then Shilonen, because more red shred, because the enemy has like 500 quadrillion res to every element. And then the conjunction of adding Shilonen plus another red shredder is a lot of red shred. And then you can play basically any Pyro DPS with the baseline of Bennett Gene without doing hyper cheese where you like clear the thing in 30 seconds or whatever, right? But like not having Shilonen means you have a lot less red shred. It's a massive damage loss. That strategy is much worse if you don't have Shilonen. And then white shield mechanics is same thing. Like you can't have vaporize and melt triggered on the shields. You can't amplify your reactions with elemental mastery in the same way you can. So that means one of the main strategies is just like, yeah, Shilonen plus a VV unit allows you a bunch of red shred to potentially get through those shields. And the same reason why like Escoffier, Skirk, or Chevr's teams are good at dealing with white shields, right? Why the main strategy that dealing with like an alternative to like a Neff or Flynn's team for the Fatui in the version 6.0 Abyss or Stygian was just was Chevr's. It's stacking red shred and attack buffs, because just that is the best way to go. And Shilonen can be an important component of that. And my point is that buffing Shilonen can be valuable. I'm not trying to bait people into wishing for this banner. I'm trying to explain that like people are undervaluing Shilonen, I actually think, in the current state of the game. Maybe I should have made a video about it, but whatever. Holidays got sick. Oh well. Yeah, and so like if you're in a situation where you have Varesa, or you have like or you can gain significant value from like this because Varesa's weapon is actually a surprisingly, even though this has a whole bunch of text that says crit damage only for plunging, the baseline of 674 base attack plus 44.1 crit damage plus 28% attack. That's a lot of attack percent for free with a 674 base attack weapon. Just the baseline of those stats, the 28% attack and the base stats, is really good actually as a stat stick weapon. Like I've compared it to Widzith, and it's like pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. Like it's a pretty good generic stat stick. To be clear, as soon as you have like a Lost Prayers, it's less valuable, because you already now have a generic stat stick weapon, right? But anyways, and Widzith exists. Like Catalysts have so many options that like generic Catalyst stat sticks are less valuable to have, I'd say. So the primary context I think this weapon banner makes sense is if your account has Shilonen, you have Varesa, And especially if you like playing and have Gomming, like C6 Gomming, because Fruitful Hook with Ravines is goated on him. And you can get value from having Widzed copies, and you can get value from having extra Fat Lances and Fab Swords. Then this weapon banner is a weapon banner that can absolutely make sense. With the asterisk, as long as you like don't care about wishing for a character next patch, because if you only have 150 wishes right now, and you want to get Columbina or an Effa, then you should not be wishing on the weapon banner, and you should save your wishes for the characters next patch, right? That's like the sequence of decisions that I think has to go into like making a weapon banner make sense. But they can make sense over time. I can definitely tell you on my main account, I have wished far more in the weapon banner than I need to. But having wished a bunch in the weapon banner now, the fact that I've already wished in the weapon banner as much as I have significantly reduces the value of wishing on future weapon banners, because I've already gained the primary value I can gain from a lot of weapon banners by gaining paths, by gaining a lot of generic stat-stick weapons that I just like have inherently less value to wish on a weapon banner on my main account. Whereas an account like this technically gains more value from wishing on a weapon banner, because I have nothing right now. But anyways, I threw away the 5-star weapons on principle as a fuck you to the weapon banner. That's why. In hindsight, I wish I kept the standard banner weapons, because the standard banner weapons, like Lost Prayers right now, would be nice. Anyways. That's the app. Why isn't Effa still there? Does she not? I don't know. I don't want to know when she leaves. Anyways, we should go into people's worlds. Thank you, Mob, for guarding me. Let's go. Why didn't you craft the crystals? Good lord. That was a hacking yap. We need to craft 9 of those. Let's see if we can craft the big ones too. Shadow Death? Sure. You put your UID first, we'll go into Shadow Death's world. Weapon banner gains less value over time as you get more and more weapons. Yes. It's a weird ass structure. It is a weird structure, and I'm kind of surprised they don't change it. But, oh well. There is definitely never ever a universal context in which it makes sense to recommend wishing on a weapon banner. Oh boy, I do not have many of these crystals. Okay. And unfortunately, want to know a pain in the ass situation on a casual account? Like, you might be like, oh, just use Dust of Azoth. My fucking Stardust is valuable, right? Like, using Dust of Azoth here is minus wishes. I actually freaking hate. The casual account experience here has made me even more hate Ascension crystals. Far more than it pisses me off on my main account. It makes me like almost I'm dead inside at this point to the issue, so I can't actually get that angry. But it makes me just straight up really angry on a casual account level. Like, I just have to farm the boss more. I either don't do the final ascension or I have to farm bosses more. I have to purposely spend resin on this account if I don't want to spend wishes. I have to purposely spend resources that could go into other things to uplift the account, other characters that could be built, talent levels, whatever, more artifacts. I have to purposely spend resin trying to farm these if I don't want to use currency that gives me wishes. Like, bruh. R5 shovel good enough on planes? Yeah, it's fine. It's a pretty good weapon for him. He's definitely a character that not all characters have good access to compelling whatever. So, anyways, I bet casual count could clear D5 with Varesa. Probably. I could probably theoretically clear D5. I'm gonna try. No, not. Sorry, I shouldn't say D5 as a whole, because I don't think I can deal with the Baptist. I don't have shit to deal with the Baptist. Alikino's not good enough to deal with the Baptist, I don't think. The bat could be cheesed. If I had a Scofier for Skirk, I'd say yeah, I should be able to deal with Baptist, but I don't. So I don't think I can Baptist. I don't. Maybe. Well, I don't know. Has someone cleared Baptist with Mona, with a C0 Mona Sucrose? Pyro Traveler? Maybe Mona can, or that's Mona. Mona Sucrose Mulani can. Maybe. Skirk can Baptist without a Scofier, without a Scofier and Farina? At D5? Anyways. That's impressive if so. No Farina. Yeah. I don't have Farina. With Farina I could believe it for sure. How good is the Skirk build? It's decent. It's not incredible though. It has definitely a lot of wasted stats because energy recharge loves me. But like you know, that's a 5 crit roll piece. This is cracked as hell. This is good. This is something. And then this is pretty good. Gives her some crit stats. So she's high in crit stats, not much else. And then she's on Eshu. So, and I definitely should. I just got this goblet yesterday. That's why it's not leveled up. I should definitely level this up. But yeah. Yeah, still plays it unless I had a yap about it a little bit ago. We might do some Zenless after we're done with Varesa. And so we're definitely not final ascending today. Anyways, claim, which means I guess I only need to go to one more person's world. So we will go to Shadow Death since I said I was going to go to your world. You are the guard. Keep me alive, Shadow Death. Co-op. What? Oh, yeah. Okay. Return to the single player. Fearless so easy. I wouldn't say Fearless is easy. Not having C6 shivers. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how low investment you can push Varesa. For Fearless. I'm not gonna try it because I don't care enough. But it is theoretically doable. For sure. Not the whole difficulty again, just the plunge boss alone at least. Shivers is C2. Unfortunately. I don't have a wish. I was gonna say I'd consider doing a wish for like a random one more Shivers copy, but yeah. Anyways. Oh, there's 2 people. 2 guards. Hello. I need one of you to ideally switch to... Well, it's probably not that important, actually. I can probably remember where they are. Yoink, yoink. Maybe? Is there one up here? I don't know. It would be nice if someone switched to a character that located these for me. Actually, no. It doesn't even work if someone else plays them. Never mind. It doesn't matter, does it? It has to be me, right? I don't remember. Nope. Not up here. Okay. Alright. Yeah, you had to be. Yeah. Oh well. Gotta take a drink of water. Throat's dying. Okay. Attack goblet. Why not cryo? I have a cryo goblet currently. Did you misread that? I said I should level the attack goblet, but I haven't because I got it literally yesterday. There's more up there that I missed. Oopsies, my bad. Yoink. Alright. Like, is attack goblet worthwhile when we don't have Farina? Probably not, realistically. That's my suspicion. But this artifact set gives 60% damage bonus. We have... I play with Seat Lolly. So that is 40% damage bonus. That's 100%. Right? And then I'm playing with Eshu, which is another 40%. I have 140% damage bonus. Like, Attack Goblet can absolutely be competitive, I'm pretty sure, with Cryo Goblet. For me. Farina would probably make it 100% better. But for a second I thought I was doing 100k, but no, that was definitely there for us. Where the hell? Definitely would have been preferable to have 2-player here, but oh well, it's fine. Did you get to have more fun with randoms? People, or not randoms, with viewers here. I'm gonna go here quick. So yeah, anyways, the Skirk build could be improved, but not to a degree that matters meaningfully in this account. The only thing that would matter for Skirk on this account is playing better for her, and maybe getting a better Cryo Goblet, but like, The value of a better cryo goblet is mostly just in having some crit rate substats, so that it could give me more flexibility to not have to use Ashu, I think. But it's a no-brainer to use Sea Lolly for her if I ever want her to do the most damage on this account right now, so like... Yoink. Alright, there we go. Now for this Ascension, Bap. She is probably just going to sit at level 80 forever. Realistically, I don't know if I can motivate myself properly. Like, I want... man, the stupid Ascension Crystal problem. Like, I don't want to spend Dust of Aedzal for her, but... like, what the hell am I supposed to do? I think the smart answer is just don't full Ascender. I think that's what makes sense. As I thought. It's a little. Oh, yeah, Varesa wanting to. Well, I can ignore her skill, mostly. I should have enough to get to 8/8 on her skill and burst right away. I'll probably level up her. Or sorry, skill, normal attack and burst. I can probably level up her skill to 6 at least. But we'll prioritize the other two. 60 resin to clear additional weeklies. Yeah, like... whatever. Wait, what? You can get those? Okay. Farm for Official. Official is built. Is there an electro character built? Well, no. We'd need those materials for the for the other character. Like, we just have to waste resin. Like, I don't know. It's pain trying. I'm glad I've had this account going. Like, trying to simulate this, casual experience of a non-regular login player. But like, yeah, the options you have as someone. This game is entirely fully ass balanced around people logging in daily, and it wants you to feel very fucking punished for not logging in regularly. And it's terrible. It's really ass. If you especially if you're like, to be clear, one thing that would somewhat work around it is buying the battle pass, right? And I don't play regularly enough on this account to feel like that's worthwhile. I feel like a lot of players that if they played like I do on this account right now, if this was their main account, they would probably just, buy the battle pass to help fix some of these issues. And I think that's fine. Like, giving some money on them to occasion, right? Just spend reasonably, right? I do not feel the same as Zajev does. Like, don't spend money on this game, but I do think you should spend reasonably. And in the case of this account, like, spending money in the right way would clearly fix one of the main issues. Not fix, but help. It would help. But yeah. No, I think the solution is stupid, and it's farming bosses that only drop electro crystals. Yeah. Which is so damn dumb. The fact that they didn't increase the crystal drop rate with world level 9 blows my mind. I do not understand. They legitimately made the problem worse for world level 9. Oh well. And Varesa's boss doesn't drop it at all, right? Yeah, it only drops freaking pyro crystals. Brilliant. My level 95 Diluc is too weak. Sad. Were you fighting a squirrel? I assume you're fighting a squirrel mob. Or it's just because he doesn't have any supports and Diluc needs supports. Alright. Where's the other? Oh, right there. There we go. Okay. How many more? 6 more. We can handle that. We can handle that. There's 6 here? 3. Wait, don't tell me there's not enough in this world. Don't tell me there's not enough in this world. No, ain't no way I have to go to one more person's world for 2 of them. For 2 of them. Is the sub area? Oh yeah, this account probably has the sub area unlocked. That's true. That's true. All right. I forgot we can do that in other people's worlds. TW was TW. We'll talk. The character centered process is so nice compared to Genshin. Yeah. I don't know what TW stands for, but I know what your words mean. Yep. I don't disagree though that the baseline ascension is better. To be clear, Wuwa has their own convoluted bullshit that I think is way too time intensive, but it doesn't. I do not think Wuwa in particular has any structures in the same way that like the Ascension Crystal does, as far as punishing an account like this one for more casual play. I think Wuwa is very likely much more friendly to casual players, which actually might be a
The flame burns.
Would that be interesting? I've been trying to think of like. To be clear, I think the thing that would get the most views is just like a Genshin veteran plays Wuwa video, or a Genshin veteran returns to Wuwa. But like that video is gonna be boring as a conclusion, in my opinion. It's just gonna be like, I don't really want to continue playing this game because it's another gacha game. I don't dislike Wuwa, but I don't like it. I don't know why everyone chose to die against a way out, by the way, but impressive. Like, I feel like if I just do a generic, I return to try Wuba again, I'd be like, yeah, wow, it has a lot of new content. The game is still as enjoyable as it was before for, like, its baseline exploration and whatever experience thing. But then I don't want to continue playing this game because it's still a fucking gacha game, and I can't tolerate playing 17 gacha games. I don't play 17 gacha games, but you get the point, right? I can barely tolerate playing 2, as it is. And no offense, but I don't like Wuwa enough to, like... I don't like Wuwa enough to be like, yeah, I'm going to switch my entire channel over to this, right? And take the risk of, oh, I'm going to completely abandon the thing that currently makes, because I make money. Like, Genshin is my job, I acknowledge, right? I make money from Genshin. Genshin is my job, is what I've been successful with. I'm not just going to go blind and take the risk of jumping into Wuwa because, like, oh, whatever. I don't, is Genshin perfect? No. Is Wuwa perfect? No. What I'm successful at has been Genshin. It is what I think I will enjoy more. But like, unless I so strongly enjoy Wuwa so fucking much that I'm like, yeah, fuck Genshin, I'm not gonna play Wuwa, right? Because it's a gacha game. That's his biggest problem. It is a gacha game. And it has the same grindy structures that other games do. So, but on a casual level, that'd be a more interesting thing to work with. And that would be a good way to also integrate, because like, I've been trying to think of how I make a video talking about some of the things on this account, like since I have turned into, like originally I was thinking of making a video at some point being like, I've secretly ran an experiment, secretly ran a Genshin account for 2 years, and then the thumbnail would be like, playing as a casual is shit, and it'd be like censored. But also it's still completely fine, right? Like, you can still enjoy the vast majority of Genshin's combat as long as you don't give a fuck about the like hardest difficulty endgame combat, right? And like the combat itself can still be completely fun as a casual player that logs in less than 50% of the time, right? Like, even as these problems exist, as I'm discussing, as I think Wuwa might be more casual friendly, it's still fine, and that would be the point of the video. It feels shit at the same time, because like, you can never max out your characters, you can never whatever, but also like maxing out your characters isn't necessary. It's not like Varesa is a completely different character on a baseline enjoyment level for most content that most normal players play through. That is actually that problematic, right? So anyways, like, it's fine, but also it just feels bad. It feels shitty. It feels ass. That I can't fully ascend Varesa without spending a week logging and farming fucking ascension crystals, right? So I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, I'll probably try to return to Wuwa at some point and see what it's like, and maybe the things that have been added will convince me. I don't know. I could be wrong on my prediction. Maybe it is so incredibly amazing that Genshin is just dog water to me from then on. I suspect not, because I know the things that turned me away from Wuwa. I know what they were, and I have seen some of the changes. I keep an eye on like people talking about WUA and new updates in my Discord. I do not think they have fundamentally addressed any of the things that are my problem with it, and it's not a surprise because those things are mostly fundamentally it is a gacha game, and it's gacha game structures, right? But on a more specific analysis level of like, is it better from a casual player? Might be a more interesting video to me personally, but it also might perform worse. So I don't know. I'll jot it down as a note, is my point. I think it's an interesting context to compare to. So the video would be, is WUA better for a casual player than Genshin? I feel like the only risk of that is making a video that's specifically formatted around the context of directly comparing WUA and Genshin is a that's a scary adventure. I don't even know if I want to adventure into that field, right? It has the least predatory gacha out of the main ones. All gacha's predatory. It's fucking I fucking hate the community rhetoric of this gacha's better than the other gacha. It's all fucking gacha. It's all gambling. It's all fucking gambling. It's all trying to trick your monkey brain into being like, I want to spend $100 for dopamine. It's all fucking gambling. It's all the same shit. It doesn't matter that, oh, it takes me 10 fewer wishes to get the weapon banner. The weapon is guaranteed. It doesn't matter. It's all gambling. Sorry, you made me have to crash out, Alfie. I don't think you were rage betting. You just made me have to crash out. It's all gambling. God, I'm sorry. I hate the rhetoric of like, this gacha is less predatory. It's better than the other gacha game. Because almost always when people are doing these comparisons to comparing the gambling system, they're not factoring in all the nuance of things, of how the different systems works between different gacha games being the real, like if you're actually making a valid objective comparison to different gacha games for like trying to evaluate for realsies how predatory one is, and like how this gambling system is more like predatory being probably defined as like a system that is pushing like the state of the game, and the system is made in a way to push you more towards spending more money than one other game. But like that's what I think you probably define predatory as, most likely. And then like, what are the structures in the gambling system specifically? Well, you have to analyze the amount of pulls you get that a free-to-player gets for free. You have to analyze the amount of pulls then required to get characters. You have to analyze the relative number of characters released per patch. That completely changes the nuance of how you compare the gambling system in WUWA to the gambling system in Genshin. You need to potentially analyze the difference that signature weapons make in order to analyze what the relevance of signature weapons being free is. You need to analyze things that are more loosey-goosey, that aren't math-based. You need to analyze like, oh, my voice just died there, by the way, a little bit because of garbage, but in my throat. You need to analyze like weird psychological factors, like the reason people desire weapons in the first place is largely because they just want the thing that is the thing meant for their character to be equipped with, right? That's the reason most people want weapons. It's not actually because like, oh, it's damage increase, but you could math-wise do a comparison of like, WUWA weapons are more necessary than Genshin weapons because they are X% damage increase, where Genshin weapons on average are not X% damage increase relative to other weapons that are available more accessibly for more players. But like, it's actually fucking complicated. That's like, I think maybe half of the factors you need to do like a real actual proper comparison on how predatory one gacha game is to another. But ultimately, they're both fucking gambling systems. They're both a hell of a lot more predatory than if they didn't have gambling systems. Okay, that's my take. And like, so like, why am I writing a master's thesis on which is WUWA or Genshin more predatory when they both are predatory? They're both gacha games. I would like a system like Warframe. You can grind, trade your characters. Yeah, I would have liked Duet Night Abyss, which basically is Warframe. It's basically gacha game, but Warframe, but not gacha, because they took Warframe system. But then they have a bunch of additional bullshit on top of it. Like, oh man, Duet Night Abyss is fine. It's perfectly fine. It's not a good enough game to me. It just gave me vibes of I'd rather play Warframe, unfortunately, and that's fine. Expedition 33 is Star Rail without gacha, and if Star Rail had enjoyable combat. Sorry, I'm joking. Look, the enjoyable Star Rail has enjoyable combat. The thing that is enjoyable about it is pressing autoplay and getting the dopamine from the fact that you farmed 10 years for your characters, such that you press autoplay and it deletes everything. Okay, I haven't played Currency Wars, but that's the satisfaction of Star Rail's combat, is because it's just visual. It's Yushenguang gameplay, but remove all input, remove all player input. It's just visuals. It's just visuals of animations that is enjoyable in my opinion. It's the insane dopamine you get after speed tuning. Yes, that's what I mean. that's what I mean. It's like you can get satisfaction technically from the farming and the payoff from it. But for me, it just made me go insane over time. I initially got some satisfaction from the grind in Star Rail, but then it made me go insane over time from speed tuning and whatever. And then you cry when autoplay wasted all on one enemy, yes. But like that's engaging. That's what's engaging about Star Rail's combat. Is you pay attention to what autoplay is doing wrong. You still use autoplay because you can't be asked to actually input the things yourself, because the combat isn't satisfying enough to actually be worth thinking about most of the time in Star Rail. So most of the time you just use autoplay. Sorry, don't clip this out of context. I'm purposely rolling with this tangent because I think it's funny to make fun of Star Rail combat. Okay, I don't actually think Star Rail combat is this. To be clear, I enjoyed Star Rail combat for a while, but I'm trying to like mapping out and reflecting on some of my experience, where a lot of times I would use autoplay, get mad at autoplay for like, oh, autoplay, you just like used the stupid wrong time. Why would you do that autoplay? It's so stupid. But then I continue using autoplay anyways. Because it's more engaging to get mad at autoplay than it is to actually play the game myself. That's Star Rail combat in a nutshell. Use autoplay, know enough to know what autoplay does wrong a lot. Like autoplay just plays a lot worse. That's like really bad. But then you still use autoplay because it's more satisfying to get mad at autoplaying than it is to actually play yourself. That's my hot take for Star Rail combat. I hope people agree with that. But I say that as someone who stopped playing Star Rail because it broke me. They broke me. But yeah. Imagine, God. Oh, it's gonna happen. Wait, I just realized there's no way it's not gonna happen. Hoyoverse is probably already doing it. They're probably making Star Rail 2, and it's fucking Expedition 33 mechanics. That'd be really good. Holy. I'm in a toxic relationship with Star Rail. I mean, that is what it felt like for a while, yes. I'm no longer in a toxic relationship with Star Rail because I broke up. I cut that relationship off, yo.
There's a lot that goes into
Most fun I've had with Star Rail was zero cycling current stuff with Firefly. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I think you know, doing zero, there is satisfying things you can do in combat with low cycle stuff. Like Star Rail actually has, for how simple the baseline system is, it's a well-designed turn-based game, right? I don't think it's super innovative, but on like a game design idea level, compared to like Expedition 33, which is a turn-based game that does the simplest thing. Like, it's insane to me that no one else really did what Expedition 33 does, where they're just like, what if we add action gameplay into the turn-based system? Oh. Yeah. like it's a realization that so many people are like stuck in their own heads that like, oh no, action games, you know, parrying, that's not a turn-based mechanic. That's a live action game combat mechanic. You can't have a turn-based game of parries or dodging. No, you can. That's the only realization that Expedition 33, and then they made it good, to be clear. Like, making a good dodging and parrying system is all hard. But like that baseline realization, the fact that like basically nobody did that is crazy. Anyways, there's definitely going to be a gacha game. I wouldn't even be surprised if like after Expedition 33's success, Hoyoverse is Hoyoverse has had meetings, yo. Hoyoverse is probably like, all right, we gotta get a team together. We gotta fucking make Expedition 33 gacha game, cause like turn-based, character-based, RPG, with like parrying with skill expression. That's a gacha formula at a baseline there, yo. Expedition 43, but 43. that's going to be what's called, Expedition 43. No, Expedition 33, but gacha will fucking if it makes makes it well, will work well. Paper Mario had this too. Oh yeah, I've heard people say that, which does explain to me why a lot of people like Paper Mario. So yeah, it's not surprising to me that Expedition 33 isn't it's not the first game. I know it's like saying it's the first game is wrong because there's too many games that exist. All like no idea is new, generally speaking. But doing it right in the right balance is new. And the thing that Expedition 33 obviously did it in a modern format, with like newer game engine, newer visuals, with a really good story along with it, and just overall really satisfying playing everything. So yeah. Would I try a gacha game? Would I try a Honkai Expedition 32? I haven't finished Expedition. No spoilers. I will absolutely fucking smite you. I will permaban you if you dare goddamn. I normally am very much not a banny person, okay? I will absolutely smite anyone who dares spoil Expedition 33 for me, by the way. I will smite you off of my community. Do not do it. Anyways, the game ends. Sylvia, you're treading waters. No, I'm joking. What was I saying? So like, would I play Honkai Expedition 32? The sequel to Expedition 33 because the expedition fails. Yes, I would definitely try it. Would I play it long term? I don't know. What weapon are you using? Oh, you're using the Kazo weapon. Nice. I would definitely try it. Expedition 3rd. Yeah. Anyways, because like one thing I 100% expect will happen after I finish Expedition 33 is it's going to be one of those games that like leaves this void of like, fuck, I want more of this. And that's like absolutely opportunity for another company, especially a company that like could do it in a live service model. And like it's so obvious that it can work in the gacha game format. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep. There you go. The real question, you know what I want to see? We don't need Hoyoverse to take over the market. I want Kuro Games to make this, okay? Hey Kuro, I know you're not watching, but Kuro Games. Wua is definitely good enough. Wua is good enough that I think you guys can be the one that makes Expedition 33 Gacha edition. Although actually, okay. Supposedly the newer story is better. I think I don't know if they have the story writing chops to do it. And there might be performance problems. but at a baseline, I think you have the ability. I think Kuro Games theoretically has the ability to make Expedition 33 gacha right. I think the two gacha devs that could make that right now is Hoyoverse and Kuro. And I think for the health of competition being good, I want Kuro Games to do that before Hoyo do it. So anyways. Wuthering Rails. Oh yeah, what is it? Wait, let's have the perfect thing. No, this would actually be horrible. Never mind. But the joke I was gonna make was, yeah, what if we have a harem ending for the Expedition 33 gacha is made by Kuro Games and Hoyoverse together? What would that even be? Like Hoyoverse, it's Hoyoverse doing like the baseline like systems for the game, because Hoyoverse can make a more performance optimized game. And then Hoyoverse does the story maybe. I mean, supposedly Wuwa's story got better, but I don't know. Hoyoverse can do really fucking good story, but Hoyoverse is also hit or miss, so I don't know, whatever. We'll say Hoyoverse does story and Hoyoverse does like baseline like performance, keeps the game running actually like a good game. And And then Kuro handles like combat of like parrying, whatever, dodging mechanics, and character design. There you go. And they split the revenue 50-50. Because that's how gacha games work. Everything is a 50-50. So they split their revenue 50-50 too. Hoyo does music, true. Hoyo does music. Exactly. So Hoyoverse handles music, code, and but no. This would be terrible because you don't want two competitors working together, because then they're just monopolizing. That's just asking for them to monopolize. That's basically just asking for Kuro Games and Hoyoverse to merge. That's not what we want. We don't want that, right? We don't want Hoyoverse to buy Kuro Games. That's bad. That's bad. Okay, that is bad. And that's basically what we're actually saying. It's funny to make a joke on a symbolic level that it'd be funny to see them make a collab, but they're not an individual person. They don't collab. They are competitors, and it's better. I think it's better for everyone if they're competitors technically. So, anyways. Some of woo-woo music brought me to tears. That's good. I haven't heard it, but yeah. Toxic You Were a Game Dev Edition. Anyways, this is... Oh, I just bonked my desk. Sorry, kitten. I woke him up. We should probably go get 2 more flowers and finish Varesa, essentially.
No matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high.
Genshin eats surprisingly little mobile data. Like, you're talking about like active data on the network. I hadn't even considered that as a potential problem for mobile game optimization. But that does make sense. It's something to optimize around. Does Wuthering Waves send a lot of data to Kuro Game servers? Okay, I really need to fucking get a mouse pad. The tracking is not working properly on this. Like, if you saw skipping there when I was panning, that's because like the tracking got fucked. It's because there's a cat here? No, it's just because the tracking is not working properly. I need to get a mouse pad for this little table tray. Alright, I gave up on Woo because my 3080 can't keep its table 60 FPS in the game. That's brutal, yeah. Yoink, yoink. Yeah, we're done. Wow. 83 crit rate, completely acceptable. Bap. Bap. Level 80. And the mouse is causing all kinds of problems with me clicking on things. Oh, fucking goddamn it. Okay.
You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Really? I don't... Okay. Whatever. I will level up this. Why not? It does some damage, technically, so, yeah. Alright, let's go... doesn't matter. Inazuma for funsies. What is CPU intensive? Really? Why? Lord of Mysteries game. I watched some of the anime. It seems to be not a very good adaptation. I've heard a lot of people say really good things about the source material. It's a webtoon, right? So like my inclination was like, this is something I should read rather than watch. As far as the game goes, I didn't know there was a game of it. I don't know, maybe. Is it a game that's based on like the story itself? Because it had interesting stuff going on, but it has to be told in a better way than the anime did. That's for sure. I need to select press. What am I doing? Okay. Also, level 1 Yahoder. I didn't even realize I had a level 1 Yahoder. More free standard wishes. While we're here. Please. Okay. Send. Well, yeah, I know why I have level 1 Yoda, because I wished on the damn banner. She releases patch. Duh. I don't have gears. I didn't do her trial. Okay, well, remind me, we'll go collect 3 damn gears. Okay. Let's see. So we can send all these now. Layla, double, one, but what? Layla. Okay, Layla. Okay, Layla. Okay, Layla. We have 10. We need at least 10 more. And you didn't even make up my Layla. Fuck you, Layla. Alright. Sing Joe it is. Layla has lost my respect for the rest of the stream. Okay, yeah, I have enough for 8, 6, 8 if I want. Just a question of does it actually make sense to level her skill to 6? Probably not, but I don't know. Anyways, craft all of these. Sucrose. Sucrose is my goat. She doubles. Yeah, see, she doubles at the rate you expect her to. Good job, Sucrose. Thank you. How many of these do I have? Not many. Uh-oh. Bap. 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 Should I save like the materials from like leveling this to 6 in order to like level 9? If I can ever final ascend her. Because like this is that is 6 golds, right? It is halfway to 1 level 9. Or I could just level this up more. Honestly, I'll level it to 4 at least. Cheap enough. Okay. And then at least I have an 8-4. I don't have okay. Well, that's annoying. Okay. I need 20 of these. I can't even. Oh my god, I don't have enough of these. Oh. Great. Okay. Okay. Fine. 6/6 is aesthetic. Yeah, but I would like my talent levels to be higher. Well, while we're in co-op here, let's go do this. Oh, they have to invite me. We're in co-op with someone else. Join the Varesa club. I mean, I already had Varesa on my main account, but yes, now casual account has Varesa. She is interesting to have here, for sure. Why is my clicks not registering properly? Maybe there's something else going on with my mouse. The clicks doesn't make sense. But then as soon as I put it in a different mousing surface, it works fine. Alright, I will not play Varesa. You can play your Varesa. I can play...
You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Yun's. No, Yun's doesn't work here. You not having electro resonance is going to be bad, though. I'll just play Bennett, I guess. Whatever. This will work. Yeah, you'll get stuff from Weakers. This will work. Okay. I mean that probably is fine too, but I don't have C6 Bennett FYI, so don't expect infusion. Weak is probably better. Yep. Character you pulling for next in this account? Maybe a Scofier. I'll probably do a temple and an Effa banner. That's kind of how I've been going. Lately, is just do a temple and then oh wait, now I'm close to pity. Should I wish on this character? That's how Durin worked. I was like, I got to pity by just lined up that way and then went to pity. Didn't get him. Oh well. And then wished for Varesa, or didn't wish for Varesa. Wished for mostly 4 stars on Varesa banner. Ow, don't get me. Wished for 4 stars on Varesa's banner. I can't see my HP bar by the way because of King DD blocking it again. And ended up getting Varesa. So, you know, that's fine. And I don't know which characters would be relevant on this account though. I think Inefa would be interesting. I think Varka could be kind of interesting to go for. We'll see what his kid ends up looking like. If I don't end up, okay then. If wow, If the freaking Yoldi LOL, here you go, casual account gets the perfect artifacts. What the fuck? Okay, anyways, and we got a big crystal, but it's not electro, but we did get one of the types of things we need, which is nice. Okay. What was I saying? People stigmatize it. It's not even building pity, it's I wanted 4 stars. People's, like, for some reason people call them, it's not building pity. I'm wishing for the fucking 4 stars. It is worth it to get Shevers copies over time. Shevers is an extraordinarily impactful character. It would be really nice to have at C6 on this account. She's very important to have at a baseline, but you know, getting C6 would be really nice. And the main way you can get C6 on a casual account level is by occasionally wishing for a few 4 stars, as long as you're also fine with getting the 5 star, which is exactly what my case was, right? Like wishing for 4 stars, building pity, whatever you want to call it, is fine as long as you're not affecting your ability to acquire other things you want in the future. In this case, I didn't have enough of a specific plan that it was fine, right? So it didn't matter. Anyways, how many dream solvents do I have? For other things. What am I doing? Yeah, if you don't need or want anything, yes, it's absolutely just gambling addiction. It is wish with intent. That is all. As long as you wish with intent and you understand the risks and whatever, it's all good. 10. I have 10 dream supplements. Okay. That's not many, but that's enough to 8 talents today. If I have a million suns. Okay. Well, I can do that then. Do we spend the rest of our resin on artifacts? I say sure. Let's go farm artifacts and co-op. Because I want to level up some other pieces anyways. And I am not in the mood to freaking farm for boss drops when I need 5 quadrillion ascension crystals anyways right now. So we'll go do this. Then we'll do... we'll go get the Yehoda material, I guess. Where's Benny Boy? There he is. Oh, I guess sure I can use my Varesa's leveled up enough. She should do damage, right? Theoretically. Theoretically. What was it saying? Oh, okay. So Yehoda Ascension, a little bit of monster materials for Varesa, and then we can go test a little bit. We don't have to do anything crazy. Just test our damage a little bit, and then we can check to see if we care about crafting the craftable weapon for her. And that's basically the plan. Fun plushie, it's an artifact domain. I don't think you have to stress out that much. You can play whatever you please. So Luna isn't carrying here. I think you're underestimating or overestimating the difficulty maybe. And or underestimating my Varesa. I'm not saying she's gonna be incredible, but like it's Varesa, and if we're playing Durin Chevres, like it'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. Also, it's a C3 Durin. Yeah, it'll be fine. All right. Shunyun, I think. I don't remember if Shunyun works in co-op. I have to double check. Oh no, guys, this seems like not enough damage. Clearly, we can't artifact farm with this amount of damage. Miserable. Clearly miserable. Wham. Wham. Oops, don't hit leave. Oh wait, we have to hit leave if the person... Oh my god. Oh, Genshin co-op bullshit. How have they not fixed things? Like, Hoyoverse, like, this game actually has a lot of potential for co-op, but then they just make absolutely bonkers decisions. Hello, Neva. Where, like, crap like you can't farm in a domain unless with continuous runs, unless people... Oh, you are claiming. Oh, okay. So we can just wait for you. Never mind. So don't leave the domain. Like, And then the crap like how acid is in Stygian that you have to like if you need to redo a boss because you need to like pre-select all 3 teams in co-op, and if you find out that one person of 4 people out of 12 total characters that end up being selected for Stygian co-op, which happens like always, ends up like being like, oh, turns out this character didn't make sense to use. We should use other character instead. You have to redo the other bosses. Why? Like stupid decisions like that make co-op in Genshin just like kind of a miserable experience in practice, right? Like there's so much potential Genshin co-op actually has, in my opinion, that just makes people not want to do it very often. It kind of makes me sad, but oh well. That's honestly, it's yet another thing Melee Astra could actually address. Melee Astra maybe could make like multiplayer modes good. Maybe, of course, maybe. I say of course because that doesn't really make the question of whether or not I reroll the current piece easier. I guess I should definitely level up that piece over rerolling the current piece first, because if that gets like that could have 3 crit rolls and 1 ER roll and be better than my current piece, right? Because I have 1 EM roll in my current piece, so that could be better. A double crit ER or double crit attack percent feather is the feathers that are worth leveling up right now, or 4 landers technically. Electro bonus. If only that was the other set, to be honest, but oh well. Alright, do I have any more resin? I didn't pay attention to my resin. I think this is the last one maybe, but just hanging out in Overworld can be very fun. Yes, that is like in many ways where Genshin's combat is, or just Genshin in co-op is at its most fun. But then it has like annoying problems in that level too, where like if people aren't glued to each other because of how much because of the fact that you it's a team-based game, and if your character is solo, let's say you're trying to play Flynn's in co-op. If you're trying to play Flynn's in co-op, yeah, this is my last one. Okay, I'm not gonna spend resin here or fragiles here. If it was a 4-line, I would have, but I already have a 30 CB with attack percent. Like doing stuff in Overworld and co-op is fun. I agree, but let's say you're playing Flynn's in co-op and you go off in your own direction. Like you're all exploring the same area together, but you happen to go left because there's an enemy you see shiny over here, and then your 3 co-op or 1 other co-op teammate, whatever, sees shinies over to the right. And then you go a different direction. Now you're fighting something with Flynn's without any hydro around. Oh, oopsie doopsies. Suddenly it's not a satisfying experience, right? So like the fact that co-op players have to like be glued to each other is kind of dumb, in my opinion. Sure, let's see if we can do this. Why not? And hey, crap. I cannot see my health again, by the way. Okay, we are certainly doing... Oh, I'm dead. Rip. Yep, I kind of figured that would happen. And I don't know, the simple solution to that, I think, is just like, why can't I, like, click on you guys in co-op and immediately teleport to you? Like, if I'm over here, I should be able to teleport straight ass to you, in my opinion. I think that's a simple thing. But yeah, yeah, you have to cooperate in co-op, which is fine. But like it's an open world game, so it's kind of hard to like naturally cooperate because people just do normal things in an open world game where they run around, right? They go somewhere else for a second, and that can cause annoyances if you need to cooperate to clear an enemy, like a whatever. And this is a little bit of an exception because it's a boss near a teleport point. I'm not saying this point, this enemy specifically. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Oh, rip other Varesa. All Varesas dying. All right, 3 Varesa deaths. Oh god. But yeah, like unironically, an optional proximity chat would indeed probably be a pretty good feature. Like, that could help things. Like, hey, I'm going over here, guys. Is that fine? And a teleport system on top of that. 3 Varesa deaths. Or 4 counting the other Varesa. But one person's still alive. The fight's not over. Oh, hello. He's over here. He's coming to us. I'm dead again. God damn it.
Bruce, can't stand losing.
I don't know. Co-op. What? Okay. Co-op has a lot of missed potential in Genshin, to say the least.
My strength is fun.
Did it reset? Oh my god, are you serious? It's the one that came over here and it reset. Oh my god. Okay. Well, add that to the list of things that could be fixed with Genshin's co-op experience. Oh god. Anyways, this game has a lot of co-op potential that is just not touched on, I maintain. Anyways. Okay. Let's go while we're in co-op here. Here, let me go. First of all, let me go to Nogcry real quick. To get like 2 gears. I was wondering why Nefa was AFK. Man, that Nefa player really is not trying. I picked the worst spot. Where are the gears here? Here they are. Yoink. Okay. There we go. That done. Send. And claim. Alright. And use the standard wishes. Am I at 4-star pity even? No. Oh yeah, I got a razor. Yep. And I know I'm nowhere near 4-star or 5-star pity, so maybe we'll get a lucky 5-star. Who knows? Imagine a Skyward, not Skyward. Did I just jinx it? No, I did not. Good. Lost Prayers. Building Yehoda? No. She gives a free wish. So, yeah. Anyways, not that having the ability to do Yehoda plus Ino combos is irrelevant on this account, considering the ideal team for an Abyss cycle may very well be Yehoda plus Ino plus whatever. Might be Yehoda, Ino, Varesa, Eonzon may be a lot better than any other option if I'm fighting Sigurd, right? So, anyways. Millie Astra for free 6 standard pulls. True, I could do that. Oh boy. Anyways, okay. Let's go fight a little bit of monsters so I can at least get a few materials so I can level 8 these talents. That's all. That's my plan. Get her to 848, and then I'm happy with that. And then we'll go do a quick check-in single player on my damage, what my damage would look like with and without Widzith. I certainly would lose a lot of crit damage, and the build looks a lot more sad without Widzith, to be honest, but it's regardless, it might be worse, so we'll check. We will check. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh yeah, I need to target Saurians. We need to go murder innocent creatures, such as life.
My parents always said.
Go back a bit on the generosity stuff. People don't realize pulls literally work the same way real money does and inflation exists. The more pulls you get, the more is expected you spend, and everything else will be balanced around higher norms. Yeah, for sure. Right. It's why when I made my WUA video, I had my rant about, particularly because the WUA devs themselves were talking about themselves being like generous. Like, watching the WUA 1.0 stream was the most I went insane almost ever during any gacha live stream, because of how much the devs were just trying to convince you that, oh, they're so much better than other gacha games. Our gambling is better than other gambling, right? And like, inherently it's like, a gacha dev calling themselves generous is not cool. Not counting Lanya, it's my favorite 4-star. Oh boy. Ask again in a second. But yeah, it's why I made my silly metaphor. I made my silly metaphor in my WUA video where I was like, please stop calling this game more generous, because there is more nuance to how you compare these systems and like saying that it's making simple comparisons. The comparison that I drew, right, if I recall, was imagine you apply for a job. You're a teenager, whatever. I don't care, or you're not a teenager because you just need money, and you can actually make good money in retail. You apply for a job at Walmart and you apply for a job at Target. Target, two different retail chains. If you don't know what Target or Walmart is, whatever. You apply for two different retail chains, but this is an alternate reality where instead of the retail chains giving you like a government currency, fiat currency, right? That is like government recognized currency. We live in the alternate corporate reality where they don't give you currency that is government recognized. Instead, this is you get, if you work for Walmart, you accept a job at Walmart, you get Walmart dollars. And if you work at Target, you get Target dollars. And that's fine because Target and Walmart sells everything you need to live, right? The job working there sells you everything you could possibly need to live. Not want, but live. Oh, we don't have something in store physically? You can buy it online. Walmart dollars or Target coin, yeah. Great. And you're like, okay, sweet. You apply to both, and you are a good enough candidate. You did good enough in your interview that both of them offer you a job. Both of them offer you a job. Wonderful. Okay. One of them, Target offers you 100 Target coins per hour. And then Walmart offers you 70 Walmart dollars per offer per hour. 100 Target coins versus 70 Walmart dollars. And then you go on Twitter and you're like, Walmart is ass because Walmart is offering me 70 Target dollars per hour, but Target is offering me 100 Target coins per hour. That's exactly what you're doing if you say that a gacha game is more generous than another gacha game, without like trying to do any actual real complicated like analysis that requires analyzing a lot of factors, right? Is you're basically saying that these two companies offering you currency that only works for them is the same thing, because that's what you're getting. You're getting currency that only works within the platform of the one video game, right? It's the same idea as if you got hired for a job and they only paid you in currency that is only usable in their own store, and they control all the fucking prices in their own damn store. They control everything in their store, everything. And ultimately, if Walmart dollars, like, oh, they offer, if Walmart offers you 70 Walmart dollars per hour, and then Target offers you 100 Target coins per hour, but then buying a loaf of bread is 10 Target coins at Target, but then at Walmart buying the same loaf of bread is 2 Walmart dollars, then Walmart is functionally paying you much more. Now, both of these are ass situations because it's both of it is a corporate dystopia. Both of them are a corporate dystopia, to be clear, right? We don't want either of these situations, but corporate dystopia is basically what gacha games are, because they provide you all of the currency that you need to acquire the things you want to acquire, right? And that's the point of this comparison, right? They bad mouthing you co-op. I think they're just confused. More stars over here. And so anyways, if Target is offering you 100 Target coins per hour, but then a loaf of bread at Target is 10 Target coins, and then Walmart is offering you 70 or even 50 in this case. Walmart is offering you 50. Oh, frick. We're fine. Okay. Walmart is offering you 50. They're offering you half. Walmart pays half as much as Target in a different currency. But then they price their same products at 1/5. Then Walmart is paying you functionally much more than Target, right? But then you go on Twitter and say, oh, Walmart is paying half as much as Target. Like, no, it matters like what your buying power is, right? Is the point of this comparison. Anyways, Clearly that metaphor is too complicated. To me, that's a simple metaphor, because, I don't know, I understand numbers more than the average person, because no one in the Woowa video understood what I was saying, or refused to listen to my words, or compute at all what I was saying, which is a problem on the internet. People, I mean, it's not a problem on the internet, it's a problem with humans. People will listen to the thing they want to hear, or and ignore the things they don't want to hear, and interpret things their own way, and then just assume you said something you didn't, or meant something you didn't. And sometimes there's a miscommunication and something was communicating improperly, to be clear. It's a two-way street. I'm not blaming entirely the receivers if you don't understand the metaphor or whatever. That's why I said I think it might have been a bad metaphor. That's an L on my part. But I still like that metaphor. I still like that metaphor because that is basically what gacha games are. They control the entirety of the currency that you receive. Why did this thing disappear? And that they control the products, the pricing of the products that you want to get to, and how much of it you get for free. So like they control all factors, and therefore you need to compare. If you're comparing two gacha games to each other, you need to compare them properly to each other. But both of them are an ass situation regardless, because they're both gacha games. They're both gambling systems. You don't want to be paid in Walmart dollars or Target coins. They're both ass. You don't accept the job from either. You want a job that pays you in government dollars that is universally recognized and you can use at other places. That you can use to pay rent. You don't want to have to live in Walmart town. Right. Explain it as gacha games convert your playtime in their unique currency. You can't look at hourly rate. You have to look at how much you buy per hour. Yeah, that might have been a simpler way of saying it. Yeah. But that's an oversimplification too. That's why I'm a stupid person who dislikes oversimplification, even though simplifying things down to be more understandable is very valuable. But like, whenever I see oversimplification, I'm like, yes, but but what about this factor and this factor, right? Yeah, I don't deny that, you know, Zenless Star Rail might feel better because of the fact that they give you more gacha currency, but fundamentally those games give you more gacha currency because they release more characters. They want you to feel more gambling dopamine. They want you to feel like you get more. Although I can tell you, Zenless feels like it, relative to the things I want to acquire, Zenless feels like it gives me less than Genshin, by the way. But I get a lot more, like I can do a lot more 10 pulls in Zenless than I can in Genshin per unit of time. Right, per 6 months of time, how many free-to-play pulls can I get from Zenless versus Genshin? A lot more. I can get more number of total pulls in Zenless, but they go less far than I would say they do in Genshin, generally speaking, because I end up wanting to acquire more things in Zenless because they release more things. I am dead. I was electrocuted to death. I like the idea of Target. You like the idea of Target coins where like you live in Target town and you only shop at Target.com and Target physical retail locations, and you only can pay rent. You pay rent to Target themselves because you live in Target town. You're a fan of, because that's what it means. That's usually what it implies. That this is literally an idea, by the way, that companies in the U.S. toyed with before it was like made illegal, and it's an idea we're returning to realistically. Like Walmart literally was planning to do like Walmart Town. Ford made Ford Town, by the way, in other countries. Ford made Ford Town. Like, companies have done this shit. Anyways, and gacha games are the same thing, just entirely digitized around the desire for character acquisition. And it's fine because it's a video game. Like, I think to be clear, I do not think it needs to be made. I'm not saying gacha games need to be made illegal. Like, obviously, things like companies only paying in currency that is valid at their store should be illegal, in my opinion. I don't think any government should properly allow that. That would be a failure of a government if they allow that shit. Gacha games are fine. It's a fucking video game. But not that there's no, that there isn't reason to have regulation for gacha games, to be clear. So, you want to know what I think the simplest regulation would be? Because that's the problem with regulation. How do you have regulation that actually like allows for like you don't want regulation that stymies the ability for companies to like properly, because Genshin has had a lot of money put into it, right? Like to some degree, Genshin and gacha games in general have enough money put into them to create them that they need to make enough money to justify their creation, right? They're not cheap things to create. This product is expensive to create, and therefore it needs to be sold in a way that gets money back. Like as a reminder, as far as I'm aware, Genshin is still the most expensive video game ever made. Like from a development cost perspective, that's insane. And like regulation can stymie game developers, people's abilities to take risks in being able to make something like Genshin, right? If you have regulation, you can have regulation that absolutely prevents people from even being able to make something like Genshin being possible. But at the same time, I think there is reason to have really simple regulation. For example, you could have regulation that makes it literally impossible to do more than, say, regulation that makes it impossible to buy more than $200 in top-ups per month. Like, how about that? Like, how would that change gacha games? I think that would change them in a positive way, in my opinion. If gacha games had to be balanced around it being literally impossible to spend more than $200 a month in them, I think that'd be something that's a simple regulation that's fine, right? And then they had to be the gambling systems had to be designed in a different way to be less predatory off of, like, no offense, Sylvia, I didn't say you cry, but like less predatory off of certain people who would like have tendencies to like spend, because there's a lot of people that might spend a lot of like most of their spare money that they make on their paycheck on gacha games. There's one more Saurian over there. That would kill the whole go whaling aspect. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what the right line is. Like maybe $200 is too low. Maybe it's $1,000, right? Because at a baseline, I do think there should be regulation, for example, that would prevent, that would make it so that there's no method possible. Like, yes, while parents have responsibility to prevent this, I acknowledge, but I think game devs can do better too. And there can be regulation that could enforce it, essentially. But let's say put the limit much fucking higher, right? Would any reasonable person actually think it'd be a problem if gacha games per month did not let you do more than $1,000, 10? Like per month you couldn't do more than fucking 10 of these. Would anyone actually think that's a fucking problem? Right? I think I think that's too high of a number personally. But it's so high a number that I think no one would have a problem with it, generally speaking. Make resin weekly. Yeah, I actually think there should be regulation on that. I actually think the design of this shit is predatory. The main thing I think that should be illegal though is I think it's fine that it does daily login, but it should be illegal that you lose. Like when you're buying this, you should be guaranteed. If you pay $5 for this shit, you should get the 3,000 primogems. 100%. There should be no fucking bullshit where if you don't log in for a day, you lose a portion of the thing you fucking paid for. That's bullshit. It says you get 3,000, you should fucking get 3,000. Because that's how these are designed. These are designed as a fuck you log in every day mechanic. And then you're like, oh, if I'm logging in anyways, I'll do my dailies and whatever. It gets you like to make it a daily habit in your game. And as soon as it is by far one of the most insidious fucking things about gacha games. As soon as you buy this shit and you get in the habit of doing this, it latches in your monkey brain where you get it. It makes it far more likely that it integrates into your life as a daily habit thing. And as soon as something becomes a daily habit in your life, it becomes like a normal part of your life. And then it feels much more normal for a thing that's a normal part of your life that feels like a daily component of your life. Why is it? It's not unreasonable to spend $100 on occasion in a thing that feels like it's a meaningful part of your life. That's the point of it. That's why it's designed like that. And so I strongly fucking feel that there should be, that it should be fucking illegal for these things to be, yeah, you log in over 30 days, not consecutively. That's all it has to be. That's literally all it has to be. Is you do have to log in consecutively to get them, but if you skip a day, it just means you skip a day, and you still get the full 3,000, but you get it after, right? 100%. Should be no, you just lose it if you skip a day. That's insane to me. So, anyways, and I somewhat feel weird about gifting Welkins, by the way, on occasion, because of that. But I think it's mostly fine still, to be clear. The reason, like, because it's much better to give Welkins in my mind at a baseline, just because like they're so much better. Like I can give far more per dollar. I can give far more like primogems to people for free, for like a giveaway by giving Welkins rather than doing top ups, right? So is this underground? No, it's not underground. Okay. Anyways, you buy the daily pack in Musume, you get all that you paid for if you don't log in consistently. That's good. I didn't know that about the Musume pack. So, anyways, but yeah, back to like the $1,000 per month thing. I feel like no one would actually have a real problem with that. Can you attack when you're in this war? I don't think you can. You can just like no damage, right? No, I don't know. Anyways, dude. What? Okay, farming Saurians is the most awful thing in the game for the auto-navigating, by the way. Why would it auto-navigate to these creatures? Like, come on. I can't, like... Anyways. Yoink. We probably have enough, by the way, already, but we'll continue farming. Yeah, I think there should be some kind of a inbuilt regulation enforced spending limit. For where developers would be required to implement something where you cannot get more than like $1,000 worth of shit per month kind of thing. And that at minimum, what that does at minimum is it fixes problems like a fucking 7-year-old child that plays Genshin and their parent didn't set up like parental controls because, I don't know, they're a normal human being who makes mistakes. And didn't realize they had to set up parental controls because their kid is playing something that they just thought was an innocent video game. Like it's oftentimes not a parent's fault for being uninformed about something they had no idea of, right? Wouldn't third parties be used to enforce the limit? It could be implemented on Hoyoverse's end, right? And whatever third party things that can give you Genesis crystals would just have to be able to interface with a system that says no, you don't. Sorry, error. This, like, it would just say like let's say I already did for some reason I did $1,000 in fucking top ups. I did 10 6480 top ups already on my account, and then I did try to do another one through LD Shop. It would probably give me an error saying couldn't process because exceeded whatever limit. Like that's not a problem. This would be it's just something enforced on Genshin's end, and like the system, their server would say nope, can't give Genesis crystals because there's a limit. So like I think that at minimum should be something that should exist, right? Because there are stories that I think are true. They're relatively rare. Like I don't think it's that common, to be clear. But there are stories of some kid like spending $10,000 in a gacha game. That's just fucking nonsense, right? Kids shouldn't be on this game. I mean, I don't disagree there. I agree that like the fact that this has gambling mechanism at all means like, I don't know, what is the age limit? Is this an 18+ game? Should Genshin be a fucking 18+ game? I feel like that might be excessive, but at the same time, you can't go into a casino and start gambling in a casino if you're not 18 in the US, I think. I don't actually know for sure. Anyways, yeah, thank you for joining co-op. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, plushie. I think, are we done here? Is there any more Saurians to murder? I think we're good. Okay. Let's go back here. Isn't this game 15 or 16 of age? Is it? It wouldn't surprise me if it is. If it is, then I guess it should be 18 years of age or older. My bank already calls me in the second honor top up if it's back to back. That's good. You have a good bank then. Wait, actually, question: is it a real human or is it just like an automated system call? Because there's a difference. There's a pretty big difference. So, gambling and co-op capabilities, yeah. Like a gambling system, gambling monetization system, loot box monetization system, whatever you want to call it, in conjunction with social mechanics. The spooky music as soon as I said social mechanics, my god. And that, by social mechanics, I mean any interaction with, like, community, right? Then that starts to earworm into your brain much more as, like, you start to see someone else have the thing that you want, and then you want the thing, and that's how you end up having someone that spends a bunch of money that maybe they shouldn't have spent, right? So, Genshin's written for, it's for 12-year-olds, and yet it has gambling. Yeah, I absolutely agree that they're, like, definitely, is that Lonnie on birthday? Come play with me in the mountains. Sorry, we'll read that in a second. I absolutely agree that Genshin, trying to say that, like, gacha games don't try to target children is actually insane. Like, they clearly do on some level. It's a question of how direct they are with targeting children. Most of them are smart with it, and they indirectly target, and that's why I think there should probably be reckoned. And, like, you know, it's fine. There's going to be some amount of, like, yeah, children are going to get access, even if it's an 18+ game. Children will find access to it, and that's why you should have something like, you know, can't spend certain amount of months of money kind of thing. And I think it would be reasonable. $200 is probably too low for some people and how they enjoy the game. I personally think it's not too low, but I can see why a lot of people would feel like it is too low. Of, like, what is the monthly spending limit that should be enforced in game? Like, you literally can't do more than this amount of top-ups. Watcher got 18+. Yeah, exactly. Because it uses poker cards. Ooh. Yeah, but the stuff with Bellatra being flagged as, like, 18+ or, like, being gambling, and, like, someone, like, there's people that, like, were randomly banned on Twitch because of some dumbass automated system flagged it as gambling because it was poker. Oh my god, I love humanity. Meanwhile, I don't get banned apparently for playing Genshin Impact, which I'm glad for, I guess, because I do think there is a right for gacha games to exist. I think there is value in them, but it needs to be done in the right moderation. I think they do go. I think generally speaking, gacha games go a bit too far in their systems to try to get people to spend money that they don't need to spend. But on some level, they need to have those systems, to be clear, because it is a thing that they do need to make money to make the product. So, you've never met a 12-year-old who's hamster? Oh yeah, I doubt a 12-year-old. Bro, yeah, you have no idea the amount of time I spent in fucking Pokemon. The 12-year-old me, 100% could spend more time in Genshin than I spend in Genshin as a full-time job right now. I make money from Genshin. I make money from Genshin. I'm pretty sure 12-year-old me, not like every day of the week, to be clear, but like I'm pretty sure 12-year-old me being the child I was, where like I did all my schoolwork at school. That was how I went through school. I did everything I needed to do for school at school. And then I would like play fucking Pokemon or whatever the hell. Like, I 100% could have spent a fuck ton of time in Genshin. Genshin would have been a potential problem for me if it existed as a kid. And I played it and I enjoyed it, whatever. I'd like to think I would have been a smart kid who would have been like, maybe as a 12-year-old I'd yap about the same things I'd yap about now, but with Mika's voice. I don't know. So, worst thing about gachas is how hyper-focused they are on the product as opposed to making a good game. Oh yeah, for sure. That's the main problem I have with most gachas. They're not a good enough game to justify the gacha monetization system. I think gacha games can be good, right? But you have to make a really fucking good game to justify your predatory monetization system. Genshin I do think is good enough to justify it. I think Zenless is good enough to justify it. I think Star Rail for some people is good enough to justify it. It's not for me. I think Woola is a good enough game for a lot of people to justify it. Right? Like, But there's really not many, in my opinion, that are. And of course, there's more nuance here. There's plenty of other live service models that are predatory in other ways, to be clear, right? So, grateful that I'm not a Pokemon fan. How are the new games being? Every time I consider playing the new Pokemon games, I'm like, wow, I should go play the old Pokemon games again. Come do the Saurian local legends. Do I need them? Let me check. Well, we can probably. That's my opinion of the new Pokemon games. I want to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon again. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I spent so much time in that as a kid. I feel like if I play it again, I'll be like, wow, this game is not as hard as I remember it being. Or maybe it will be. I don't know. Legend ZA gave us Jacinth. I would die 3,000 times for her. Who is Jacinth? Cat is on my keyboard. Oops, that is not browser. Why? Oh my god, seriously? Sorry. I'm having this stupid OBS issue again where it doesn't switch because I... Why? I hate this freaking problem in OBS. Why does this happen? Like, so what's happened is it like the Chrome window I have selected, or that I have open, that I want to select in OBS, is grayed out because it says a character showcase for someone's Enka profile that I closed. I can try to reopen closed tabs until I open it. But like, I don't know when the hell that was open. It was from yesterday, I think. Okay. Fuck God, this is by far the most annoying problem I have with OBS. And you might be like, oh, it's because you don't have the window match priority set. Because there's a setting in OBS where it says window title must match or match title otherwise find window of same executable. I have that set. And it doesn't fucking work. It doesn't fucking work. There we go. Usually I have to go and like reset or add a new source to fix it. Anyways. It's such an annoying ass issue. I should submit it to the OBS, to be clear. OBS is an open source project. If I submit that as a problem, maybe it'll get fixed. Okay. Wait, how's... No, ew. Click the AI mode button. Hyacinth. Okay. Zasanth. Whatever. Okay. Yeah, I like her design. Yeah, being designed after those flowers. Those are great flowers, so I understand. Also, though, I don't care. Sorry. Blame childhood nostalgia. I don't care. Every time I dare consider playing the new Pokemon games, I'm just like, well, I could spend that time playing the old Pokemon games or other video games instead. Anyways, map. No, I didn't switch to the whatever. We have enough. Okay. Local legend. Where are you? Oh, I know where you are. Yeah. Okay. I just can't see a kid sitting through all that talking. I mean, can you also not see a kid reading? Or watching a movie? I don't know, right? Like, I read books a lot as a kid. I watched shows as a, I don't know, like The Peak. But don't, okay, whatever. Oh my god, how much HP does this thing have? I don't remember. Not that I'm doing that much damage, but... And a primo gem from it. Look at all those drops. Thank you. Alright, thank you Shadow, thank you Mob, and thank you, who was it that was here before? Bun Plushie. Let's go into single player. Oh, I need to read the Lanya thing. Oh, good stretch kitten, good stretch kitten. He stretched just so he could lay back down. I thought he was gonna leave, but nope. He stretched because he needed to turn around. Drink water? Yeah, thank you. Lanya is a yapper, good lord. Is this like one of the longer ones we got in a while? Like, they're all pretty long, generally speaking, but usually you don't have to scroll that much. Okay, Ganya's is a big ol' yap. Alright, no, it's not that long. Okay, never mind. I've been wanting to liven things up this year, so I decided to invite my friends to come and visit Chenyuvale. As soon as Xiangling stepped foot in the mountains, her eyes lit up as she dragged me all over the place to look for cooking ingredients. I plucked some melon vines along the way, but then she stared at the vines in my hand and asked, "Don't you think these vines would make a refreshing cold dish if they were thinly sliced?" Quite taken aback, I had to quickly sidetrack her with some wild mushrooms I spotted nearby, and now she's unleashing her skills in the kitchen, saying she'll prepare an all-mushroom feast, since Chungyun and Gamin can't handle spicy food. Most of these dishes will be on the milder side. However, Xiangling still prepared a slightly spicy mushroom stir-fry just for me. Want to try it with me? Xiangling has promised it won't be too spicy. Oh right, I also made something yummy too, and I promise it's not spicy either. Which one did she make? Probably... Wait, okay, wait, Xiangling made the mushroom stir-fry, yeah, okay. So, wait, none of these are mushroom stir-fry. I assume Lanya made this. Alright, I have to make sure I never use this. I normally don't care about saving food, gifts, things, but yeah. Cat cam redeem, oh boy. Okay, 1 second. Claim. Okay, hold please, we'll do cat cam. Level. And we convert 2 materials over. Wait, is that the right one? Yeah, sure, doesn't matter. Oops, need 1 more. I like the VAs will sometimes read their birthday letter for Flynn's. I want... Is the Lanyon VA on active anywhere? I want the Lanyon VA to read that one. I can already hear her say it. Okay, what was I doing? Varesa talents, please. Oh, the mouse just does not work properly on the surface. I think it's because it's like this plastic has like a weird texture on it, so it like makes the sensor like the sensor is sensing all the bumps on the surface. It's like relatively smooth to my touch or whatever, but like you can definitely see that it's like textured, right? So I think I need a mouse pad is my point. Something about this surface is making the mouse goofy to use. Anyways, okay. I never use stamina food. I sometimes use stamina food, so I'd have to make sure I like don't accidentally use Lanyons though. I can probably do it by starring it maybe. Okay, we'll do cat cam in a second.
Thank you for completing today's commissions.
Wow.
Here is your reward.
Look at the kitten.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurous
And the
Guild.
finger. Where's Ashru? Ashru is either in the side room or laying on the blanket that he always lays on. Mandatory pets. Let's see if he predicts a boop again. Okay, that time I actually did boop him. I did boop. Cats and gamers go well together. I mean, he makes it notably harder to play games right now if I want to use my mouse, to be honest. But you know, on a gameplay optimization level, he doesn't go very well. But on a nice companion level, he does. Yes. He's adorable, and he's a menace. Alright. Okay. Now. 1792 attack. 83, 174. 130 ER. Overall, it's a healthy build. I definitely would like a little bit more crit, particularly if I end up using the non-crit weapon on her. So this has to roll basically perfectly. Like, no death rolls for sure to be better. Well, I mean, thank you for answering my question quickly of whether or not we cared. So I should check these 4-liners for sure. Okay. I feel like I don't even bother. Like, I know it's a 4-liner, but like when I have the perfect piece to reroll and it immediately does a shit roll, I don't know. Like okay. You know what? Level 8, max roll, or you're going in the trash can. Max crit roll specifically. No. No. I said max roll. Go fuck yourself. Okay. That's a low roll, but it's a crit roll. Okay. Okay. I can't even get it to 16. See, I hate... Yay for artifacts. Yay. Yay for artifacts. Yay. Yay. Okay, well, that was something, I guess. We learned nothing from that. Alright, let's do You'll Lead the Reader chest, as I always do. I just realized, by the way, the YouTube chat has not been updating, and I thought it was just people not chatting, because that happens sometimes. How long do you plan to stream? I don't know. It's 5 p.m. and I might record long on video. I've been streaming for 3 hours somehow. Incredible efficiency on my part. That's fine. It's been a yappy day. Want energy, please. Okay. Don't really need energy on you. Okay. This has been my Varesa artifact experience. Long Night's Oath hates my guts. Yeah. I wouldn't bother with it on her, to be clear, on this account. If I didn't already have good artifacts and had farm for script, whatever. Thought you're just focused on Twitch? Nope. That was the browser not refreshing properly. Zabai plans? I didn't plan on that. It was a consideration. I didn't give Varesa purposely, Osorio. I planned on nothing. I simply said I was fine with getting Varesa, and I thought it was worthwhile because I had a 10 pull after doing Abyss yesterday. I thought it was sensible and fine to do a 10 pull to try to progress towards C6 Shevers, because C6 Shevers is pretty damn impactful. Needed? No, but really nice to have? Yes, and would be nice to try to get Shevers cons over time. And the only way you get Shevers cons over time is by actually fucking wishing for Shevers. I'm not going to assume I get Shevers on off-rate ups. That's dumb as shit, right? Like, the only way is actually by wishing on a banner she actually has. And I was fine with getting Varesa, which is exactly the context. I was fine with getting Varesa, and I didn't really care that much strongly about getting any future characters. And Zabai would be kind of interesting, but no more or less interesting than having Varesa is on this account to me. And I think I would like Varesa more, personally. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Please. Okay. I just realized having burst on Shivers in this team would be kind of nice. I didn't snapshot that, whatever. We're testing Varesa damage, I don't care. 90 Ks. Okay. 50 Ks. Alright. I'm pretty happy with that. It feels pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, so, yeah. Casual mindset. If I want to acquire the things, I wish for the things. But I don't have that many wishes. And like, could I have gotten Jibai? Yeah, sure, but like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I would have liked her less, but I could be wrong. I don't know. So that was perfectly fine. Does anyone know what buff I got there? I forgot to pay attention. I totally forgot. Is that the correct rotation? I don't really give a shit. I'm checking Varesa's damage. I'm not optimizing my rotation, yo. Why did you think I was testing rotation? Okay, Wizard buff 2. That is the attack buff. Yeah. One or two. Wait, no. Wait, is it? Yeah. Let me check. No. EM buff. Or sorry, that's damage bonus. So damage bonus is the best one usually. Attack is second best, and then EM basically useless. Okay. Not useless in this team because technically Xiangling should be overtaken with Pyro most of the time. Probably. Yeah, let's wait a second, see what our damage is. We might have had no wizard buff when we did that. We might have had a wizard buff, I don't know. Jabai is probably the best non-cry DPS to go for casuals. Yeah, probably. I don't disagree necessarily. Although saying that with how easy Flynn's is to play is. But also you could argue Flynn's is extremely, again, Flynn's is the most replaceable unit and Flynn's is best team. And Flynn's is a lot harder to be comfortable to play if you don't have an Eva, and therefore, you know. So yeah. Check the Varka stuff. I saw it. I mean, it's just more information that seems to be he is an on-fielder that will probably be dual element. Or maybe not dual element. Maybe he just requires dual element on his team to get big multipliers. It's one of the two. We don't actually have real confirmation that he is dual element, to be clear. Yeah, I don't agree that on a team building level, Jibai should be the most friendly one, most likely. Look at my Varesa. You know what? Sure, we're doing a Varesa stream. Why not? Why not? Go back. There we go. 90-90, lost prayers. You are indeed lacking crit damage rolls. Wow. Ooh. Sorry with the on. No way. Yep, you're lacking crit damage rolls. I have no commentary on your build other than that, to be honest. You got a good little bit of attack percent in that piece. Is this a 1, 2, 3, 4? No, it's a 3-liner, so I wouldn't really stress re-rolling it. My
parents always say,
yep, you're lacking crit damage rolls. This goblet's kind of cracked.
What I like to do is stack my plate up high.
But yep, you're lacking crit damage rolls. Crown the normal attacks? Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, you should. Why is your skill? Your skill is higher than your burst. The skill can be like level 1 as far as like a resource priority goes. Like, to be clear, it does some damage. It's worth leveling a little bit if you're maining Varesa. But like, you know, like this should stay at level 6 until your normal attack and burst are level 10. Is what the skill is. The fact that your skill is a higher level than your burst is bad. Why me? Yes. Think she's casual friendly just for the fact that you button spam? Yeah, I don't disagree. So yeah, anyways. I would recommend
there's a lot that goes into managing an orchard.
That over. I would recommend burst and normal attack talent levels over stressing that much on your crit damage right now. It's not the end of the world.
Keep the fruit in a good mood.
But obviously, you are in a situation though where it would be, I think it would make sense, even if it like is a lower crit value overall, trading some crit rate rolls for crit damage rolls could result in an overall improvement, right? But if you want 100% crit rate, then maybe not, I guess. Alright, yeah. We got EM buff. Okay, we got 90k with, so we either had EM buff before, or we didn't have any wizards buff before. Okay. So, yeah, there you go. That should be the correct rotation, normally. And then after the first rotation, don't have to worry about Xiangling snapshot. But in Stygian, I would just probably not snapshot. What would I do? No, I think in Stygian, I do have to do, like, Globa first to do, like, get energy for shivers, whatever, but anyways. Let's see if we can do a rotation where we have... Wait, we have to waste a wizard buff, that's fine. Let's see if we can using this as a timer, have a rotation where we get a good wizard buff. I just want to see. We're talking about 90k, 91k's without wizard buff. Ping is so high. Yeah, it's EU. I live in NA, so. Yeah, let's look at your Varesa while we wait out the wizard cooldown real quick. Two Varesas. Varesa day. Wizard Varesa. That is a very good Wizard Varesa build. My Varesa build is not very far from this. That's like my artifacts at a baseline are good. They just roll kind of sad. Yep. Their goblet is definitely better than mine though. It's a cracked as hell goblet. My circlet has the potential to be better than yours.
My parents always say, no matter how
So,
busy
yeah.
life gets,
So
you
is my
should
feather.
always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry.
Yeah, and
What
my
I
flower is
like
really
to
similar.
do
Yeah. This is
stack my
basically
plate high
my build, but
and
rolled better
squash it
and has a
all
better
down.
goblet. Very good.
Take a deep breath and wolf it down in one go.
My bad, Varesa.
That
Okay,
way I
I
get to
will.
eat my fill without wasting too much time.
No, we'll do one more. I'll do one more between attempts of testing with Varesa. All right. Right.
You asked for it. Control breathing. Nice and slick. It's justice o'clock.
Okay, I definitely got a good buff. I don't know which one.
Heads up. Justice o'clock.
'Cause obviously now we're getting 110k. I'm gonna guess that was the attack percent buff. Because I think the damage bonus buff would have been more noticeable. But I don't know. It's also an R1 wizard. And I don't have an intuitive right. Normally it's pretty easy to notice which wizard buff is I get for me. But in a team like this one, I should notice the damage bonus buff a lot more. But it's an R1 versus an R5, so. The normal attack after Eon's on? No, with C2 Eon's on, you don't have the normal attack. You don't have to. Because when using Elemental Burst, she will also gain the precise movement effect from her talent. And blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. And because you gain that effect. So after swim, we're in time a little bit. Wait, where's the normal attack thing ever? I forgot where the normal attack requirement ever kit is. I can't remember why. Anyways, with C2, I don't remember. I can't remember the exact reason why. I should probably double check what the exact reason why is. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. The important thing is, when you have C2, you don't have the normal attack on her. You still can, like, and I do oftentimes, either out of habit or because it's nice to jump back towards the enemy. But yeah. Anyways, so I didn't have to use the redeem points. I mean, to be fair, if you didn't redeem points, I probably wasn't gonna review any more Varesas. I gave the review to the person at YouTube chat because I don't have a way for YouTube chatters to redeem anything, right? I should try to set up something. I still haven't like looked at how that extension works. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, we had an overload trigger before, so didn't matter. Okay, we have no buff. Damn it. Alright. Okay, well, whatever. Let's go. We should go into the damage calculator. Well, fine. We'll look at two Varesas quick, and then we'll go into a damage calculator. And that'll probably be it for the stream, because I think I want to potentially... Well, I don't know. I keep up... Whoa, that's a freaking C6 never. Level 100 C6 never. Oh yeah, you're the one with the... I forgot. I forgot that you're the one with the level 100 C6 never. Yep. Yep. I remembered I had a viewer that had that. I just forgot it was you. Yuri is better, Sanbina or Nefa? Sanbina. What was I saying? Anyways. Varesa. C3 cow. With 99, that's a Vivid Notions build. Yep. Optimal Vivid Notions build. There you go. It's the same, amusingly, as like the similar build as the with the build was, but with less crit damage, I think. Amusingly. Anyways, Llama's artifacts. I mean, it's a C6 llama. Does she need artifacts? Does she need artifacts? Does she need them? But anyways, Sylveon, do you want to refund Alquira? Since it seems like they feel bad about that. Yes. Her sig gives a whack ton of crit damage. It gives so much crit damage that you should significantly bias towards crit rate stats, generally speaking. Like, the functional crit damage on this Varesa is actually 68% higher than this. To be clear, more crit damage would be good. But, yeah. So, anyways, I'll do one more said. Because why not? And then this is all for the free Varesas. And there's already one in chat, so. Right. Should be refunded. There you go. Thank you. Varesa, Vivid Notions. Yep, another.
My parents always say,
are we looking at the same build?
you should always sit down
Okay,
and
wait.
enjoy a
So
proper
2345 attack, 99 160, which is better. That's the only meaningful commentary I have on this.
Then
Which is
school
better.
should
This is
all
127 ER. I didn't pay attention to the ER before. This has a good chunk of attack
Hold
percent.
it down in one go.
Okay. Also, it looks like 5-piece, but I think that's just a bug on Enka that happens sometimes. Also, you can't see it. My bad. Yeah, it's not actually 5-piece. It says it's 4-piece. I don't know what the off-piece is, but anyways. So 99 160, but 2345 127 ER. What about, what's the previous build? The Shadows build. Oops, I backed out twice. 94 163, so worse crit value
Managing an orchard, watering,
with about the same ER and less
cultivating the
attack.
soil, making sure the
These are
temperature is right.
these are almost the same build,
Importantly, you have
but
to keep the fruit in a good mood.
these are almost the same build, but on a spreadsheet level, I'm pretty sure the higher crit rate build is better. Just because of Vivid Notions. But in practice, they're basically the same thing. So, yep. That's it. Obviously this is a C3 for us though, so, you know. Anyways. Alright. Gia damage calculator. Let's go. World join request. You know what, there he is. Sure. But if you be too annoying, I will smite you. There you go. Okay. Let's just select Varesa. So we're, oh, God damn it. Varesa. We are checking, the reason we're checking this is because this is just one of the yieldy things of, an obvious thing to do to see if it's worthwhile. We'll leave her at level 9 talents for the default for now. Checking to see if it's worthwhile to craft the R5 of the Flowing Purity over R1 Widzith. With the artifacts I have, and I'm also gonna like input simulated better crit rolls a little bit on them as well, simply because I think that's fair to do, because I'm probably gonna do that anyways, right? And we're gonna get like 7 rerollers next patch. And I'm gonna check the exact team I have though. I'm not gonna assume C6 Shepherds because I don't have that. Where's Eon Song? And then we'll just throw in Shangling. I will... Actually, I'm going to put in the hypothetical of Dia here, because that would be my ideal in the future, and I'll throw in Tenacity. We can check with and without Tenacity, but... Alright. And then scroll buff there. Nothing else special. Okay. Okay. So... Let's shrink this down so it looks proper. Okay. And... the person in chat is not a viewer. Nope. This account was an experiment. I spent 1 year wishing only on weapon banner. I misspelled, whatever. Then threw them away.
Involved in regular patrol duties around Fontaine. The people we're after aren't exactly the type who just
With the lesson being that functionally nothing was lost. As far as the general experience playing the game goes. Far more was lost by wishing on weapon banner. But in rare occasions, it makes sense. There you go. What site is this? It's in the description. GI damage calculator. If you Google it, it'll probably pop up. It's literally GI damage calculator. But I can link it in the chat. 1 second. Bam. Darius is stun locked. He is. Should I link him the video? You want the video? Still a little sick, but I am much better now. Can you even link in? I don't even know if you can link properly in.
Just ignore him when he's mouthing off.
Let's see. YouTube.com. We can plug myself as a rando. Clearly. Very, very good. Selling myself. Let's see. Shorts. I think it's my most popular short. No, it's not. My most popular short. I have 86,000 views on that Sino Goblet short. I haven't looked at my shorts. No, I don't. I haven't looked at my short stats in a while. I didn't realize this one also. Oh, this one also performed pretty well. I should do more shorts. I actually think this was a good short. This is probably my favorite one I've made because it actually like was something that like was a simple format thing that made sense as a short, right? And it's a stupid thing of just I'm gonna make llamas E damage. It didn't need a dedicated video, but anyways, I threw away all my 5-star weapons. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I'm blind. Oh yeah, I made a fucking I forgot about this, by the way. I made a video talking I made a short talking about the problems with Dia's kit.
It's powerful and threatening. Sometimes the latter trait is useful.
Sorry, I make videos mostly on playing fun teams.
And the remainder for execution.
YouTube.com/@Solunera, or if you search Soluna. Weapon short was my first Soul video. Oh boy. Oh, it's right here. I'm a dumbass. Right.
Fab Lance is deserving.
Don't want to hear myself. That's, There we go. You know, link him the short. Bam. There you go. Okay. Anyways, when I make a Moika video, or when I make a Dia video, because I still haven't made a Dia video yet. She's the same as Lanyan, but even more complicated because Pyro is weird, and Dia is weird.
Loves being antagonistic.
Thank you as well. Hello, well. Like Dia. How noises? Dia is like. Ugh, what it's so hard for me to talk about. I have so much more total amount of time and different varieties of things I use and have used Dia for that it is harder for me to even make a video on her than Lanyan. But maybe a fun way of formatting it is basically like okay, so I've been maining Dia for however fucking long. I guess, I mean, I've made Dia since I like acquired her the patch after she released, because I lost a 50-50. Thank God I lost a 50-50 to her the patch after her release, and be like, you know, here, let's have a 3 years later react to the short that I made. Okay, actually, here, I'll give you a reaction to a short right now. Let's watch it. I'm gonna lower the volume. I don't remember what the fuck I put in this video. Let's see if it's probably not gonna be like anything inherently wrong, I assume, but I don't know. Let's watch this. Let's watch my Dia slander video.
Dia is a character who has some fun aspects about her kit on a fundamental level.
Huh?
She is designed to be an off-field pyro applicator who tanks some of your damage from your active character while providing a high amount of interruption resistance.
Yep.
All of which occurs through her skill. Her burst is made to be a short and flashy burst of
This is why I don't do scripted videos, by the way. It sounds so bad. Anyways,
damage with Dia
whatever.
throwing punches for a short time. All of that on an ideal level is really interesting. The problem comes in the specifics, wherein her skill uptime, energy generation, and rate of pyro hits are all so low that she's not as useful in teams and existing units, to the degree that you will probably have less fun playing with your teams just because you have Dia in them. But that's just her skill. She still has that flash.
Sir, I disagree. I disagree with you, sir.
No matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy
Everything before like the 20-second mark is
what I like
mostly fine.
to stack my plate up high.
But then I
Down,
the problem is like
take a deep breath.
I made a value judgment. And it's fine. I made a value judgment.
That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much.
I made a value judgment after like laying out some problems. Like these problems are real. Like, don't get me wrong. I think Dia is hard to make useful, particularly currently. But you know,
Ideal level is really interesting. The problem comes in the specifics, wherein her skill uptime, energy generation, and rate of pyro hits are all so low that she's not as useful in teams and existing units, to the degree that you will probably have less fun playing with your teams just because you have Dia in them.
disagree.
But that's just her skill. She still has that flashy burst to make up for it, right? Well, her burst doesn't work with normal attack triggering supports like Xingqiu, making bait.
Was this before Free? Oops. This was before Freena came out. To be fair, okay. That was before Freena came out.
Degree that you will probably it's just her skill. She still has that flashy burst. Well, her burst doesn't work with normal attack triggering.
Like, it was before Farina came out. Okay, don't think I would have said that before Farina or after Farina. Yeah. Anyways.
Supports like Xingqiu, making bait teams harder to do with her.
Yeah.
And the damage she gets from her burst is not that great to make up for anything. And let's not even talk about her energy issues. So should you pull for Dia? Well, don't let me stop you if you really like her.
Yeah. Okay. No, you know what? I guess here, just in case anyone's not aware,
Gotta use it or lose it.
Soluna disagrees with Soluna. Soluna strongly disagrees with Soluna. Meanwhile, hold please while I log into my main account. Meanwhile, like I wish I pulled her on original banner, but at the time when I made that video was like the time where like I had like that was in Sumeru, right? That was like the time where I like first started getting into Genshin's combat for realsies and started learning a lot of things about it, right? And it's not like I was fundamentally wrong in that, but back then I would definitely say that was a video where I mostly just I'd say I probably copied more of what Zajef was saying than I do nowadays. To be clear, to some degree, I get information from Zajef and multiple sources, and Zajef influences the kinds of thoughts I have, because that's how humans work. That's how information works. We share information with each other and we influence each other. But like, what I ignored fundamentally was that very shortly after that, I got Dia as a 50-50 loss, and I was interested in getting Dia. Right, I was interested in getting and playing Dia and making her work because I knew I would probably have fun trying to make her work. And I undervalued that as an aspect to why you might want to consider pulling for her. Because fundamentally, even if a character is bad, even if a character releases a standard banner character and they're bad, like if you really liked Mizuki and you wanted to make Mizuki work and you think it's fun to try to do that, you know, if you wanted Mizuki, you should have wished for her on her first banner, right? If I was going to make that short again today, if Dia released today, I would probably say a lot of the same things. Like, I don't recommend pulling for her, but also you should pull for her now if you want to get her now. If you think you will want to play Dia, getting the first copy of Dia is the one you're going to want to probably get while you have an opportunity to guarantee it, right? Because you're not going to be able to guarantee any copy after other than the standard banner selector. I mean, I guess the standard banner selector exists now too, but that even more so, the fact that the standard banner selector thing didn't exist before means I should not have said don't pull for her as strongly as I did, right? Yeah, I wasn't fun yet. Like Dia in many ways is probably the character that made me embrace the fun of, yeah, take a character that is, no, she is not as, like, remember back then when Dia was out, everyone compared her to Hu Tao, because Hu Tao was the premier pyro DPS. What the fuck is, wrong button. What the fuck? Like, tell me, let's be real, in the current context of Genshin, now 3 years later, 2026 Genshin, what the fuck is the difference between Hu Tao and Dia if you're playing either of them? Let's be real, right? If you're playing Hu Tao in the current state of Genshin versus you're playing Dia, it's because you like either of them. That's all. And that's fine. And that's the thing you should embrace, right? So like old me was fine. Like I wasn't fundamentally wrong. I still wouldn't like generically, I don't generically recommend anyone pull for any character. I think you should only pull for characters you like, and then pull for other characters that synergize with the characters you like in order to give you more options to enjoy playing the characters you like in different kinds of teams, in order to find the teams that you like, and in order to be able to also let the character you like adapt to different kinds of content, because different content, different enemy mechanics restrict you from like needing different elements in teams, and therefore characters that can have the ability to be adapted to different kinds of teams can be used more often, therefore you can enjoy playing the characters you like more often. Right? And anyways, I like Dia a lot now, to say the least. She is level 100. I purposely wished for her C6. I had C3 when she had her Sumeru rerun banner, and I got the standard banner selector thing, and I pulled 2 copies, and then I only had 2 Masterless Stella Fortuna to level her up, so I didn't have enough to level her to 100. But because I got lucky getting her 2 copies already, I greeded and I grinded for more pulls. I didn't spend any money. I spent no money for this Dia, well, other than like what Welkins contributed over time, but like because I buy Welkins anyways. I did no topples for this. This was 2 damn years of earning this character being as strong as she can possibly be to me, including being really dumb and after I already had C6 wishing for 1 more copy of her on the Sumeru banner. And this was also, I feel like, to make up for the fact that I didn't pull her on her original banner, okay? Like, I regret not wishing for it, but you know what? She rewarded my dedication at the end. I got 50-50 win, 50-50 win, 50-50 win. And I don't know, she's still one of the most fun characters in the game to play to me. There's a lot of reasons for that I'm not going to go into, but I don't know. I think it's worthwhile trying to turn what was an old short that was basically me slandering Dia functionally into, well, LOL, she's probably my 2nd favorite character in the game, like bar none to play. So, what about Lanyan? I mean, Lanyan's the only character that I have her right now, but Lanyan has recency bias because Lanyan got a glow up from during release. But anyways, yep, I like her a lot, and it's not that hard to actually make your favorite character work in the game. Do I have a lot of resources I put into her? Yeah. This is okay. She has a weird build right now because of Mona. Mona got buffed recently, and Mona buff was, I'd say, actually a meaningful glow up for Dia. There's some people that like, you know, non C6 Mona, or sorry, non like pre-buff Mona. People play with Dia, but I didn't like pre-buff Mona with Dia personally. So, anyways, 2nd phase. Who's my first? Right now, my primary favorite is Lanyan. But yeah. And my default for every single Abyss cycle is usually clearing with a Lanyan team and then clearing with a Dia team, and both sides, right? But Abyss cycles are so restrictive nowadays; it's not always possible to do that, and it's not even a DPS potential between the 2 teams problem. It is you need like fundamental certain elements and mechanics available. In a way that's just not satisfying. I don't know, should I do a... But I can do it right now, I don't know, frick it. What happened to Sethos? I like Sethos a lot. Sethos is like probably...
Enjoy it. Saves us the energy of running for shelter at least.
If I was gonna rank my personal favorites,
Can I hold your hand?
Sethos is probably like number
Furniture is made from strands that are
5?
smooth, thin, and strong like silk.
6?
Furniture like
7?
that is just as precious
I don't
as
know.
the silver
Like there's
family
the problem is Sethos, when we get into the tier of Sethos, Sethos is now competing with my enjoyment of actually there are some like meta characters I do enjoy playing. Like I really like playing Nefer. She's really fun to play to me. She's a good balance of simple but actively engaging to play. So anyways, what's this emote? Sure, why not? I don't know what. Wait, is this another change emote name? How about bi, B-A-I instead? I'm gonna do bi because I like saying bi with an I. I don't know where I picked that up, but just again, I'm trying to avoid too many emotes that replace actual words that are like normal words. So Z bi, yeah. There you go. Z bi. Added the emote. All right. Wind Kaching is your favorite? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, sure. Let's do a Lanyan run. This is not a relatable run, to be clear. This is a representation of what like if your two favorites are Dia and Lanyan, right? You know, we can what do we want to do on the second side? For a Dia team, we have options. First of all, we'll just do during whatever Lanyan. My normal default Lanyan team is this one, currently. And then we can do overlay. We do. Oh yeah, let's do Yi. Why not? Let's do the Yi team. And like this is 3 5-stars, right? This is 3 5-stars. And if like you were focused, and the point of this is like if you were focused on, yes, there's constellations. There's C2 which doesn't matter that much, but also some of the Yi constellations are freely acquirable now, right? And then the Duran Con, yeah, I do have Duran C2 here, which does matter, but like I do not think I would need Duran C2 to clear this abyss for sure, but this abyss is also kind of shilling Duran, so like, and the point is more that like this is a low enough amount of 5-stars that you could absolutely dedicate your attention to like these two teams and have this experience without having to spend money. It just takes time, right? C6 Farazan is basically a 5-star too. That's not wrong. You're not wrong. I think, you know what, funnily enough, C6 Farazan is the main one here. Well, no, I did technically spend money for C2 Duran for sure. I didn't really spend money for C1. I don't think. But I think C6 Farazan technically money was spent for. So you're not wrong. Anyways, I forgot about that. The only reason money had to be spent for C6 Farazan is because I didn't expect me and most people when they first reran Farazan didn't expect the Farazan rerun at the time they reran it. I was like, ah shit. If I knew she was going to be rerun, I would have saved my money. Or saved my money. I would have saved my primogems. Is C6 Farazan easier or oh crap, that was bad. Easier or harder to acquire than C2 Seat Lolly is the real question. Oh, that freaking targeting got bugged. That got borked by the assassins there. This is gonna be a slow clear, but oh well. Group them together again. First cast, okay. Nope, do this. Good, okay. Group. Did that burst target the Sissons? God damn it, I definitely wanted the burst to target the new enemy. I thought it was going to target them. But well. But yeah, this is a chamber where Lanyan is borked, by the way, because like, not borked, but like the Sisson spawns are bad. Should I redo and try to get a better clear? Or should I just let that be a bad clear? I can definitely clear that like 15 to 20 seconds faster. I'm gonna redo it once. Crazy compared to Arlecchino yesterday, yeah. Indeed.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Repeat its course. Dare to mess with me? Swift is the swallow. Flip and fly. Closing in. Too late for regret.
Yep.
Everybody stand back. Let's dare to mess with me. Have fun with
Yes.
this game.
Oh, that works. Okay, don't let any assistants spawn.
Too late for regret.
That is the main goal, is just don't let the assistants spawn and we're mostly fine.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Some assistants can spawn because Flower's can kill a lot of them. But fundamentally, don't want them. Alright.
Closing in.
Okay.
Everybody stand back.
Yeah, a little bit of a oh no, not the okay. So.
Dancing in the wind. Up and away.
I didn't have Farozon burst going. Whoopsies. Okay. If I had Farozon burst going and that had hit this enemy, it would be dead.
Dare to mess with me.
There you go. Yes, this is C6 Lanyon,
Right here. Emerge.
which is not a very important constellation for that chamber. I'm not going to try to footstool here, because I'm bad. That's fine. Let's do this.
Right here.
I think Dia can brute force this. I think it'll be, regardless, I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I think we got it. Fine, there we go. Okay.
Emerge. Quick as a flash. Start. Let's get it on.
There we go. Okay.
And meet.
Could have funneled better to avoid that issue. This thing is pirate resistant, of course, so it's a butthole. I forgot to refresh Dia, didn't I? Or Dia. I forgot to refresh. Yeah, I didn't. That is not ideal. That.
Control breathing. On my. I'm
This.
always watching. Right here. Emerge. Right here. Lots of.
Okay. This is by far the hardest chamber to clear, by the way. With pyro-resistant enemies and this shield mechanic.
Emerge.
In fact, we're gonna be a little close here. I might actually have to redo because I bungled too much on this side.
Quick as a flash.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Justice will right here. Right now.
I really need to optimize the energy a little bit, don't I? Oh, also, I just realized the build is wrong, isn't it? The build is wrong on Tia. She has like 67% crit rate, which is 77 with her C6, but that's not ideal. Yeah. Yoink this back. There we go. There we go. 90% crit rate. Much preferred. Much preferred. Okay. And then wait, did she have attack timepiece? Yes. Okay, good. That's fine. We can optimize that and fix that. Do you like the new traveler skins? I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, I think. By the way, what is a better? I mean, a Melt Dia team would work better here, simply because, I could use Seat Lolly to break the plunge enemies, and that would be good. Because that's actually the main problem here, is just the stall of the enemy mechanic. We're just not able to do damage most of the time. What am I doing? That is super bad. And here I am, by the way, taking what I intended to be a 5-minute thing looking at my short and turning it into not 5 minutes.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Truth keeps its course. Swift is the swallow. Closing in.
Not quite ideal, but
Bye.
oh well.
Closing in. We'll see about that.
During Quest still rip. I did part 1.
Dare to mess with me. Ears of the storm.
Oh boy.
It'll be fun.
Okay.
Everybody stand back. Too late for regrets. Have fun with this gift. Dancing in the wind. Let them fly. Dare to mess with me?
Okay.
Going in. Too late for regrets. Tears of the storm.
Oh no.
Swift as the
I
swan.
missed that skill. Oh, this was so good.
About that.
I needed that skill to... I cast my skill like right as it was dying. And that means I didn't get a sack franks reset, and I just don't have a skill available, and that just minus 10 seconds. God damn it. God damn it. That might could be a damage, to be honest. But let's see. Do this.
You asked for it. Control freely.
I hate having no fab triggers here. It sucks.
Right here.
Alright, hopefully better crit rate. Makes things better here. Yeah, I think it is. Alright. Should get through it more smoothly now. Yeah.
Emerge. Right here.
Get you and you. We do a funnel to you. Get your energy back properly this time. Good. Yeah, I got it. That was cleaner.
Right now. Emerge. Right here.
Hands where I can see 'em. Let's get it on.
Quick as a flash. On. Nothing
Alright.
lasts forever. Emerge. Right now.
You're dead meat.
Right here. Right now. Right here.
Control breathing.
Right now.
Really? There we go. Okay.
Ask for it.
Is that going to be enough? I don't know. God damn it.
Buckle up.
God damn it. All we needed was a better clear on the first side. Oopsies.
Here.
Alright. We got it though. Anyway, this is a freaking awful situation for this combination of teams, and I could just use Dia in a different team. But I'm stubborn.
Have fun with this gift. Ills be gone. Up and away.
Alright.
Closing in. Let them fly.
Kitten is blocking my field of view.
Story has only just begun. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Truth repeats its course. Dare to mess with me? Up and away. Dancing in the wind.
Okay, I wasn't sure whether or not to save the burst there for the new spawns or not.
Story has only just begun.
Alright, crap. The one alive there's kind of annoying. Here, do this. Do this, and then do that. That's gonna kill that, and then do this. Okay,
Swift as the
good.
swan.
Alright.
Let them fly.
This is why I like Farism so much. Like, being able to flexibly use Farism for this kind of thing is so satisfying.
See about that.
Alright, and optimize around her.
Up and away. Dancing in the wind. Dare to mess with me?
There you go. Told you if I actually sequenced things properly, I could clear faster. Alright. That certainly wasn't perfect. I'm pretty sure, I think my best attempt when I've used that team currently has been closer to like 855. Alright, do.
Right here.
You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Let's get it off.
Stronger.
I wish there was a way to take damage on Dia at the start of this, because we're not triggering the Vorakacha set at all, by the way, which is really not ideal. But we do, I guess, during this phase, now that I think about it, which is good. So Vorakacha should get triggered, never mind. I don't think it's that big an issue.
Right here. Right now.
Final warning.
I should have waited until I got up. Wait, did I get through the thing? I didn't. Oh shit. That, whatever. Does it matter that much? I don't know.
Gloves off.
Try it anyways. It's a little bit bad though. I didn't get a... I had to waste a bunch of time on various things. Okay.
Right here.
Do.
Stronger. Nothing lasts forever. Right now, emerge. You're dead meat.
This. Ew.
Right now. Hands right, see 'em. Look alive. Control breathing. Right here, right now. Final one.
Yeah, no, I think I bungled this. Whoopsies. My bad. Play mistakes.
Everybody stand back. Wait for regret. Truth repeats its course. Illusion time. Closing in. Open fly. We'll see about that.
Story has only just begun.
I'm going in. Too late for regret. Have fun with this gift.
Okay, try to do the same thing I did before.
Dancing.
Good.
We'll see about that. Everybody stand back. Too late for regret. Truth repeats its course. Swift is the swallow. Up and away. Open fly.
Alright. That's...
We'll see about that. Years of the storm.
Aw, god damn it.
Up and
Look
away.
at this.
Dancing in the wind. Dare to mess with me?
Not bad, but... also not great. Should I redo? I might need a better clear. Okay. Constellation Server, she's C6. I don't know. The C6 makes a difference there quite a bit. Like Dia really likes damage bonus.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it. We'll see about that. Truth repeats its course.
I probably should have just used Melt Dia, by the way, since my purpose was to just show that Dia can be completely competent. It probably just seems like Dia can't be competent here. It's like, no, it's just that Chamber's very anti that team. And also this chamber's ridiculous. Like, it's a wonder that I can clear this chamber as fast as I can.
Dancing in the wind. Closing in.
I probably should have done that. I didn't have Bennett up.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
In this chamber, Venti will be a lot better. In a generalized sense, Venti is not that much better than DPS Lanyon. I do think he's better on a simplistic level. I far prefer the gameplay of Lanyon, like slot for slot if you replace Lanyon with Venti here, right? I simply find it more fun. Ah, god damn it, one enemy left again.
Dancing in the wind.
Oh, what? The burst got cast on the... I was waiting for her to die from Lanyon's skill and then turned around to burst on the new enemy spawn. Okay, my Venti clears about 10 seconds slower, might be skill issue. I mean, yeah, like I can definitely tell you, like, I can clear with Venti faster in this chamber. But this chamber, like, so extraordinarily shills Venti. Venti Duran combo in particular. Like, his burst, as long as you're extending the duration on it properly. Super... like it pulls them all together, and all of his normal attacks end up getting functionally AoE damage too, because he has piercing normal attacks, right? So Venti scales in AoE much better than Lanyon does, fundamentally, right? but Venti does not have anywhere near the front-loaded damage potential that Lanyon does, so I think whether or not Venti versus DPS bars and get like actually better clear times is dependent on content. Oh, I should have used that. Wait. Well, actually, that's one mistake. A pretty big mistake I've been making here. I'm using the extra skill for the systems when I need to use the extra skill for the final enemy spawn. Right. If I had an extra skill here. Well, actually, I didn't need it. Never mind. But it could be relevant. Explain to me why I did not get a single Shivers and 90 pulls, because the 4-star RNG is pain. It's complete RNG. You have a 50. You have a guarantee system to guarantee getting the banner 4 stars in general, but not any specific one. That's slow activation. I'm dumb. All right, gotta trigger. Make sure we trigger a Fav funnel particle. I think we missed some fucking crits. Because, what the fuck? Are you actually serious? How the fuck? God damn it. Whatever. Yay for RNG on some level. Maybe the other goblet was better. I don't know. Oh, I didn't refresh the eye in my brain. Okay, see. I got overly angry and then I made a play mistake. Okay. Major play mistake. Did it on purpose. What the fuck? It targeted the dying enemy. Okay, cool. I wanted that to do damage to it before it got its shield up. Like, that's why I burst on that, but for some reason it just fucking targeted the dead enemy. Cool. Thanks, game. Alright, switch characters. That's weird. Alright, hit the wrong button. How the hell did I shoot that over there? I was aiming at the ground, no? Did anyone see that? Did you see where that that oh, what the fuck happened? Oh my god. Did you see where that Farazan shot went? Oh god, okay. Anyways, frick this chamber. This chamber isn't even really this bad with this team. It's really, oh my god. Alright. Save the additional Lanyon skills. Yep, wrap. Okay. We're getting not balanced spawns, unfortunately. It's just crit RNG, I think, the reason we're getting not balanced spawns sometimes. Alright, do this. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That was close to really good, but... Man. What are you doing on main? I don't remember how it happened, but I got distracted reacting to my... Dia short that I made a while ago. Where I basically slandered Dia. And I was like, you know what, let's react to this. And then I'm like, hey, how about we do a Lanyon and Dia clear? Because this is difficult to do because of the first chamber. The next chambers will be freaking trivial. I think I got a bunch of non-crits on that burst.
Too late for regrets.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I probably don't need to Bennett E here, I just realized. That's a minor time save.
Dare to mess with me? Too late for regrets. Have fun with this gift. Open fly. Closing in. Dancing in the wind. See about it.
Oh, we can try it.
Everybody stand
Wait, we're not even gonna get 30 seconds here. Never mind. Well, I don't know. Oh, fucking goddamn it.
open fly.
What? You know what? Fine. Whatever, try it. I need to practice this side more anyways.
Right now. Justice will prevail. Final
Can Shepherd's Burst stop missing when the enemy is doing this stupid shield transition?
Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Right now.
I am using that because I want the fucking damage to land. It's minor, but like, you know. Oh man. No, just barely. Oh, god damn it. Just barely not hitting that. It's annoying. Okay. There we go. Oh.
I'm always watching. Right
I didn't have. Oh, I forgot that happens with C60 sometimes. That doesn't happen with non-C60. I'm still used to this team with non-C60. Oh, I should have saved the burst then. It's because C60 lasts long enough that Yai's skill expires
Emerge.
by the time I.
Right now.
So you can't swap back as consistently and just Yai and burst.
Let emerge. Right here. Hands where I can see.
God damn it.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Too late for regret. Truth repeats its course. Swift is the swallow.
Let's try not bad at again, by the way. Hopefully, if I can remember. Oh, I forgot bars on me.
We'll
Whoopsies.
see about that. Turning point. I'm going in. Too late for regret. Ears of the storm.
Oh, yeah, it's okay.
Dancing in the wind. Up and away. Open fly. We'll see about that. Turning point in space. Teamwork is dreamwork. Dare to mess with me?
Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy. Grip him.
Swift is the swallow. Too late for regret.
Oh boy. Bad interruption. That was a bad interruption there. Rare, but bad.
Let's light it up. Dare to mess with me? Ears of the storm. Closing in. Dancing in the wind. Open fly.
There we go. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Okay, just don't fuck up this thing. Shouldn't be that hard.
Emerge. Right here. You asked for it. Final. Let's get it off. Stronger. Ha! Gloves off.
Okay. I didn't Yai burst. Whatever. That is a fuck up. Yeah, you can see the Yai burst expiring. Oh god damn it. Or Yai skill expiring, which is bad.
Right here. Drop your weapons. Look alive. Hi.
No, ain't no way. Oh my god. Okay, I got really punished for that Yai burst then. Oh no. Lost 200,000 damage. Or 300,000? I don't know exactly how much. A lot. Enough that it would be like dead at the end of this rotation. That mattered. Ah shit. God damn it. I keep on making so stupid mistakes. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Do this.
A sight to behold. Right here. Emerge. You asked for it.
Good god. Can I at least get through this shield? properly. Try and switch. I should have repressed the eye before I did that. I'm not gonna be able to get through it. Fuck me. Oh my god, I've done this so terribly. I've done this so terribly. Dia's faults or human errors. This is all human errors at this point, yeah. I should have cleared this by now. This is absolutely a skill issue. Fuck. God damn it. 100% human error. 1 quadrillion% human error. Fuck me. That was literally I am a dumbass and I didn't fucking do the thing I'd been doing for the past 10 minutes straight of bursting first before with Yai before using Dia on the shield. Oh my god. just threw away a good clear. What the hell? Did I get hit by them dying? Wasn't sure where I was. Okay. How bad is it to go over Flynn's if I already have a Varesa team? They have pretty different, as far as like their best teams go, they have pretty different best teams. Like you're not playing Flynn's and a Shepherd's team, for example. Flynn's is inflexible. But ultimately though, the main reason to go over Flynn's is you like Flynn's, right? That is the way that they have currently designed things. Flynn's is the most replaceable unit in his best team. This is very bad. Yeah. That's unfortunate. I don't know. It's bad, but we're gonna see if we can do it anyways, because I'm pretty sure a 30-second clear on the first side is still possible to do 130 on the second side. But it takes more things going well. Yes. Yeah.
Right now, right here. Drop your weapons. Look alive. Stronger. On my mark.
One of the things that needs to go well for the 130 clear is actually breaking the fucking shield. I can't believe I have the perfect fucking DPS and a shit-ass buff. Actually, wait, I just realized I have this buff. I can buff Dia. Maybe I should choose that. Well, the EM buff might be better. And, I don't know. We're gonna choose the HP buff to try it, just in case that makes a difference. Yeah, wee woo in the background. My cat is watching the stream. Do I feel the pressure? Yeah, we're doing it all for your cat. I'm feeling it now. It's the intense eyes of the feline on me. I should maybe let them die from fall damage there. I let it down a power zone, but whatever. I guess I didn't need to here, and since they're almost dead. Okay. Actually kept the spawns even, so that's pretty good. Okay. Yep. I didn't get an infusion on that. What the fuck? Why? Why did I not get the infusion? Can anyone answer me? Bruh. Lost 5 seconds because I didn't get the infusion. Did Bennett Burst run out? That Bennett Burst might have ran out and might not have had Pyro on it. Okay. He left, he got disappointed. That's fair. That's fair. There has been a lot of skill issue here. Alright, crit Yai. Okay. Okay, finally. Good. I didn't get a fab trigger. Bruh, this has 40. Okay, wow. Okay, fuck you again. Alright, we refresh Yai because of that terrible situation. Actually, that's fine. We do this. And then we can sequence this into the new enemy. Okay. Good. Good. I don't think we're gonna actually break this shield, by the way. I'm gonna try. So it might have actually been better to save. Maybe we should refresh the eye actually. Damn it, that was really close. If I had refreshed the eye before I did Dia.
Nothing lasts forever. Emerge right now, right here. You asked for it.
Alright, didn't matter. Yeah, we had 5 seconds to spare and we could have easily cleared the first chamber 5 seconds faster. Yeah, there you go. That took way too longer. Way too much longer. It turns out the pressure of your cat leaving it was intense and it made me succeed because I played well enough finally. Alright. It really was not that hard. That was terrible. God, I do have to group these not terribly. Because far as on burst activation can kill these on activation, so the small ones, so I don't want to ungroup them. Oh my god, okay. Am I kill them all? No, god fucking damn it. I could probably regroup them with far as on skill, but it's not preferable. Do this. Okay. There we go. That's exactly why I did it. Oh, I bent it up. That was dumb. Okay, I could have been done better. I cleared this in, I think. What's my record? I know with this team. Do I want to try to? Should I try to beat my record? I don't know. I think I had crit buffs though in my record. It was 37 seconds though. I did a sub 2 second a sub 2 rotation clear with this team. But I don't think I need to do that. We spent enough time in the first level. Yeah, we get vaporizes. Yay. Yeah. Okay.
Right here. Right now. You asked for it.
Oh, I can reach out. Good job. Jumping far away and so. And we are not going to waste the burst, save for the next rotation, or next chamber. Yeah, this is what I meant, where it's going to be literally trivial. It's just the first chamber is a nightmare scenario. But I don't know. I think it's important to show that that the Dia team, with how hard it is to actually brute force, like if you're gonna split things evenly, a minute and a half on each side, a minute and a half on each side, it is not hard to brute force. It's not hard. Sorry, it is not easy to brute force the fucking what's it called? So like, you know, Alright, ow. Up and we do one Lanyon skill. We'll just wait. Bye bye, have fun with your chores. I didn't time that well. I don't think I've been above applied. Okay. Damn. That's honestly a failure. Why? Because I didn't get sub 50 second. For what it's worth, with C1 Duran, I was able to get what did I get? I believe I got sub 1 minute with C1 Duran. Why did I do that? I was really good. You know, we're gonna redo that. We're gonna be smart with clearing the shield. We can clear the shield without plunging. We can bypass all mechanics here. Yep. Do this. I don't think I had to do that actually, but whatever. Yeah. Oh, double non-crit. That's a little sad. Okay. And we're gonna save the additional skill this time. Alright. Nice, we crit. Bam. Yeah, I didn't even need the extra skill. Okay. Alright, let's do this proper. Tap. Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Why did I do the burst again? I mean, my brain was like thinking overloads, but which yes, I did trigger, but whatever. And now we show the niceness of Dia being able to face tank everything. And we have interruption resistance right now, so we just casted a DI skill. I did not realize that was not up yet, my bad. And that. Really? Really? Okay, there we go. So, yeah, there we go. Anyways, first chamber is a pain in the ass because this is the first chamber of this abyss. Alright, oh yeah, we didn't even finish frickin', doing our damage calculation. Why did oh yeah, the person joined me in co-op and yeah, okay. Hold please. Oh boy. Oh boy, what a distracted stream this has been. That's why that happened though. Okay, all we need to do though is just input our buffs. So Shivers, Red Shred. We have this, we have that. Wait. Yes, no, that, oh wait, yeah, okay. Attack percent, Night Soul Burst, let's be at one, yeah, that'd be at 1 stat in this stack in this team, generally speaking. 40k, well, she's like 39.7, but close enough. No Constellation 6. Eon Son is level 10 burst. She has like, I don't know, in this team like fucking 3500 attack, I think. Way more than enough, and she'll be at max Night Soul. And okay, and precise movement from C2, no C6. We'll check widgets in a second. We will assume max stacks on Long Night's Oath, Electro bonus. And we will disable Tenacity for now. Okay. And crit rate circlet. Well, this one's easy. 7.8 crit damage. What about the rest? Oh, my sad, sad circlet. I'm not putting in the EM because I'm not doing an EM comparison. EM will be the same between the teams. Attack timepiece is 6.2, 21.8. I have EM subsets in every single piece. It's really funny to me. It looks like I kind of have an EM timepiece on her almost. 7.8 crit damage. And the flower is attack percent, right? Yeah, attack percent and flat attack. 33 flat attack, 4.1 attack percent. And 10.1 crit rate, 13.2 crit damage. Okay, crap. And so Kitten is stretching. Okay, so main thing we're looking at is Fiery Passion and plunge damage. We can also look at the normal plunges too, as well as the Volcano Kablam, whatever, her burst damage. So basically this is the 9 DKs that we were seeing in practice before, right? That matches what we would expect with no Widzed buff up. So if we enable a 20% attack buff, you can see we jump up a good little bit. So, you know, something like Noblesse Tenacity would definitely be worth it. It would be nice, particularly to do like a Noblesse Chivalrous, I would say. And then, you know, Tenacity via, actually I can simulate that, but I don't have the build for it right now to be able to do this, but if I did have a Noblesse Chivalrous with a Tenacity Dia, you can see we would get up to 103k. I'll leave them disabled though for now. And what we want to see though, so what this would be is 4/6 of the time we have we'll just say we have 94k, 93k, 80k. What do I want to average? I'm just gonna say we're gonna use the Fiery Passion high plunge damage for simplicity. All of them will scale equivalently different with different weapons. So 94,000 is 1/4 of the time, and then since it's an R1 Widzith, we'd be 1/6 of the time we'd have the attack buff. Okay, 109, 108k. So 109.7k, that's about what we got before. So that one time we must have had the attack buff. 109, say 1/4. I meant to say 4/6, 1/6 of the time. And then the damage bonus buff is the same. Okay, that's interesting. If we do R5 with it, do we see more of a difference, or is it the same still? 125, 130. Yeah, no, you see more of a difference. Okay, interesting. You definitely see more of the value of the damage bonus with a R5 Widzith. Wait, no, you don't. I'm a dumbass. No, it's the same. I looked at a different number. Okay, interesting. Okay, minorly unexpected. I would have expected more of a relative difference here, but my intuition was wrong there. That's fine. Okay, we do not have R5 Widzith though, so number I want to write down for the Aria buff for the damage bonus is the same, 109k. So basically 2/3 of the time we have 94,000 damage, and then 1/3 of the time we have 109,000. So the average for that is fairly simple. Let's see, is 94. It's going to be 94 plus 94 plus 109 divided by 3 is 99k. All right, so average is 99k. So that's what the craftable has to be. And craftable is gonna be 100% of the time uptime, or close enough to 100%, I should say. Okay, and so we're assuming R5 because I can craft R5. So right now without, okay, I think it's gonna beat it. We'll see though. R5 though without any of the passives up is because it gives a whole bunch of damage bonus, right? What does it give? It gives 24%. Am I gonna get 24%? I assume I will. Well, no, it says each 1,000 HP. I don't know. We'll see. Bet. It does not quite beat Widzith. Rip. Okay. No, with buffs. Oh, that's actually, wait. With buffs up, it's only like the same. Interesting. Okay. I thought it would have been better. All right. Well, there's no reason to craft it then. So hey, there you go. I guess R1 Widzith it is, because R1 Widzith crit value Gober is equivalent to the value of R5 that's craftable. So the real loss is just that we don't have Widzith refines. Oh well. That's fine. It makes my crit value look nicer at least. So then it's just a question of deciding if I care about like trying to farm for like Noblesse, Chevreuse, and Tenacity Dia kind of thing. Tenacity Dia wouldn't take that much farming, but there would be problems in it. It's more consistent than Widzith. No, we literally Widzith without any buffs was the same damage as Flowing Purity. Unless I missed something. Flowing Purity R5. Right. Flowing Purity. Activate both buffs. Oops, this is R1. R5. Fire Passion 94.1k. 93k Volcano Kablam. And Widzith R1, no buffs. 94k. It's very, very, very slightly less. Just the crit value. So we should, for what it's worth, check Blacklift actually. Because Blacklift is the same base stats for anyone who's not aware. But obviously, depending in Stygian, this would be worse than Widzith, right? But in Abyss, where you oftentimes not almost always, but a lot of times you can, at least during partial parts of it, you can have this triggered. I don't have Blacklift, but for reference, right? Blacklift with Blacklift R1 with one stack, 97k. But if it's max stacks, it's 103k. And then if we say R5 Blacklift, it's probably gonna be better than Widzith. Yeah, it's better than R1 Widzith. But that's usually not a context that would actually happen. But like a one stack can happen. Like this could definitely, if I had a Blacklift, I would probably use Blacklift. Lost Prayers. I mean, I'll show it, I guess, for comparison's sake. But I do not have a Lost Prayers. I used to. Threw that shit in the trash. What's the average stacks? You get 8% every 4 seconds. I don't know, we'll say 3. Why does it go up to 5? Whatever. We'll just say 3. Oh, no, we should say 2. 2 for Lost Prayers, and then we have to swap to a crit damage circlet, and we can pretend that this is we'll just delete it. You can see 106k, right? So Lost Prayers at a baseline is, a little bit worse than Widzith when you have Widzith buff up, with R1 Widzith. This is with pretty low assumptions for things. So yeah, and also this is going to scale the value of attack percent buffs better. But yeah, anyways, alright. It was worthwhile to do that though. So the focus now for Varesa on this account would be just trying to finish figuring out her artifact situation with mostly rerollers.
My parents always
Getting her final ascension. And that's it, Bozo. That's it. I am curious how fast Varesa could clear the Abyss Chamber in Chamber 2 in first half, but I don't really want to go in and clear the first chamber right now. Clearing the first chamber is a pain in the ass at all, like without dying. So I don't really want to. But yeah, I did a character view. Mweekers. Sure, let's look at them Mweekers. Bam. $62 $236. That's a very good Mweekers with an EM timepiece. Yeah, with Serpent Spine, that makes sense. And you can keep that if you get her Seg 2. This is a cracked as fuck timepiece. Alright, I mean, it is, to be fair, it is a, wait, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, it is a 4-liner, yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's a 4-liner without yeah, okay. A little bit of dead ER stats, which is relatable. So the feather is surprisingly relatable. Everything else is pretty damn good. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a probably a is this an elixir piece, or do you just get lucky farming this? This is a piece that, by the way, as an onset goblet, where I actually, my hot take with elixirs, sorry, not with elixirs, with rerollers, is that if you get a I like because the a lot of people just like generically say, oh, you should only use rerollers on 4-line pieces, and at a baseline I don't disagree, but I think there's a lot of nuance actually to how you use both the advanced reshape and then especially the decree reshape, right? And in your case, I think it absolutely 100% makes sense when you reach a decree reshape. So if you're close to it right now, maybe it's a consideration. And this could also be the same thing for advanced reshape, but obviously advanced is only going to guarantee 3 crit rolls. To use it on that goblet, right? Because I actually think the advanced because these guarantee things, the 3 stat guarantee and the 4 stat guarantee, as well as the baseline 2 stat guarantee, it will never increase your chance at giving you like a 5 crit roll piece, right? Not a single time. And like you are probably, and when it comes to goblets in particular, but also this I think applies with circlets that have like 3 or 4 good stats like your circlet. You're just not going to get a 4-line goblet. Let's be real, right? You're not going to get a 4-line goblet that is better. I mean, you might, to be clear. It's possible you could like, so you can continue using elixirs forever, continue farming forever. Like it just doesn't make sense though at this point to farm. Like at this point, I think the things you do to improve your build is you use a decree reshape or a advanced reshape to guarantee an additional crit value on the onset goblet, and in particular if you could guarantee 4 stats. The only reason like you maybe don't need to care that much about the decree reshape for the 4 stats guarantee is because it's possible the decree reshape won't even be better because it has low roll values. High roll values versus low roll values will actually determine the value more. But anyways, an advanced or decree reshape being used, I think, on this goblet does make sense. And to a similar degree, it could actually make sense on the circlet as well, potentially, to try to get rid of, because you have 1 stat value that could be gained from this bad roll into flat HP here. So even though this, wait, is this a 4-line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is a 4-liner actually. Never mind. So 4-liner, it's a no-brainer then actually to reroll this to potentially reclaim that 1 stat value. But you don't need crit rate though, is the weird thing. So if this was an elixir piece that you originally crafted with crit, you can't actually choose EM attack, because the ideal here would actually be choosing to reroll EM attack and then having like, actually maybe you just don't care about a reroll into crit rate at all. Even if it shows up worse on Akasha, being 58% crit rate is perfectly fine, right? And I'd say actually the ideal for your circlet is having all attack and EM rolls most likely. And then all the other pieces has all crit rolls. The awkward part for you, is definitely trying to get more crit damage rolls or attack rolls over getting any crit since you're overcapped technically. It also means that trying to get a feather that has crit damage attack percent is potentially viable. Because again, like losing 3.5 crit rate, going under 100% doesn't really matter that much. In reality, like Muika's gameplay is probably something you have to reset to play her well anyways, right? And although actually, to be clear, you do have to, if you're planning on getting your signature weapon, you probably want to plan on having more crit rate rolls. So now that I think about it, ignore that if you're planning to get your signature weapon. And actually that means it's even safer though to reroll, to be clear. Reroll with crit selected, because with 15% less crit rate from the sig weapon, you're going to want more crit rate rolls. So yeah, I would say you're safe to reroll the goblet, potentially safe to reroll the circlet too, but I'd say the goblet's a priority because using sorry. Okay, so if you are at an advanced reshape or decree reshape, I'd say use it on the goblet. If you're not at an advanced or decree reshape, use it on the circlet. And then you like re-roll the circlet until it gets like no flat HP rolls. This is hyper min-maxing things. It might take a while to do. This might take a lot of re-rollers. I'm not advising this is the default people should do. I think the most valuable thing you can do with re-rollers and elixirs is use them to help get builds to competent levels in the first place. Like fix problems in builds, like you're just missing a little bit of like one stat here. Like for example, I could very obviously gain meaningfully from re-rolling this kind of thing. That I think is a smarter use of feathers than min-maxing. But min-maxing is I think where a lot of people enjoy it. So anyways, and then the feather is just straight up, I think you try to get a replacement for it, but right now it definitely is your ideal. I would expect because of your being capped on crit rate and wanting crit damage stats over all else. And like the ideal would obviously be like a freaking 35 crit damage, 2 attack percent roll piece or something. So yeah. Anyways, Snout Kabosh, subscribe with Prime. Thank you, I appreciate it. I need to set up alerts like a real streamer. Okay. Anyways. How much ever do I actually want to put into improving Varesa past this point is my real question. I don't know. Like, for the casual account perspective, Varesa is now completely functional in this account, for what it's worth. You're welcome, Sarai. I don't know. Like, I'm kind of happy with where it's at. If I actually was trying to, you know, start to use things in Stygian and Abyss, I am sure I'd be like, okay, I want to get a Noblesse build on Chivalrous, and I want to get potentially Pyro Traveler Tenacity build going with Sack Sword, right? Is probably what I'd be inclined towards, I think, the most. Because that would require the least build changes and build investment, is my current thinking. But also Xiangling's pretty good here. You can snapshot Xiangling buff with the Yance on, it's pretty good, right? Oh, oops, I'm a dumbass, sorry. Don't worry about it, I was just killing the boss, because I could. So I don't know, the main thing I could maybe look at to end off the stream. I don't think I'm going to do Zenless, sorry. I think I would rather focus on trying to maybe record some stuff with Lanya tonight rather than getting lost in Zenless for 3 hours. Okay, I have this. That's pretty good. So I'm like equip that at a baseline. But it's not leveled yet. Okay, I have that with crit and HP. I have Fav on Shivers right now, so the goal would be a Fav build. But a Fav Noblesse build on Shivers that also hits 40k HP is hard. And she'd have to be ascended fully. And look, Ascension Crystal problem. We already talked about this earlier. I mean, I do have extra Pyro Crystals, but, you know. Ascension Crystal problem. Yeah. But I could maybe just... I mean, you don't need Fav in this team, do you, right? So maybe I just... Oh, I don't have the event weapon. Fuck. Casual count experience. Okay, I guess Black Tassel moment. But I do need... And that means I need more energy stats. Ugh. Oh man, I wish I had the I wish I had the event weapon. Frick. Okay. But well, let's see. Let's do like simple ass. Don't need to care about crit stats, just HP stats. This is already leveled, and that's why I'm. Well, wait, sorry. I want to keep Rosario equipped, don't I? Well, she already is not equipped, right? All right. Well, all right. Well, that's fine. That's fine, I guess. It's not fine, but it's fine. We have no HP substats, apparently, in my pieces properly. Okay. Well, this is the only piece. Okay. And then HP main stat there, HP main stat there. Well, I have 2 of them, which is nice. So that one, I guess. And then we have an HP main stat there with ER substats, so... I guess that is the way. Although this is kind of a nice piece already. Let's see. HP. 1 HP. It has flat HP, but no ER. Okay. What does that look like? 114 ER. That's. We'd need all the fucking. Oh god. I need all the goddamn ER rolls. I need like every fucking ER substat, and then maybe this build is good. I think this is the smarter play. And then HP percent ER. Yeah. I think this is the play. If I want Noblesse Shivers to work, 20 ER to baseline. Get, I don't know, 3 ER rolls there, 3 there. None there. 3 there, 3 there, and then we're golden. We're gonna shove on the relatable. Because theoretically, Fav is not needed in this team. Theoretically. Can you stop, like, almost tipping over everything, cat? Dude, you're being a little too cute with your speed zoom in. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing right now. I was lifting him in the air. Okay. So I don't know. Do I want to work on that? I probably will. I'll log in for videos and like farm artifacts, so I can at least level up some shite and see how things go. Can I? Cat, you're blocking the button. I guess I can use OBS. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. I have nothing. Okay. ER. I mean that's a Fab stat, I guess. I mean theoretically I could switch back to Fab, and that would be ideal. If I have enough HP stats to be able to switch her to Fab, I would love that. But we kind of are lacking in crit rate. We need like all the crit rate rolls here, and all the crit rate rolls here. So yeah. Anyways, easier said than done, and maybe that, I guess. If we were using Fab, maybe we could get away with this. Rightful reward? Yeah, but I'd have to craft it. I could. I think rightful reward at level 90 has a little bit less HP than this thing does, because for some reason it has a high base attack and HP substat, because Mihoyo's a dick. So, yeah. Do I have the rightful reward recipe? Used to have Chevy on dialogue, the desert stage, but Fab's probably better. Yeah, I had it on her forever, even on my main account. It took me a long time to actually switch to Fab on her, even having excess Fabs. Because she's a pain in the ass to build on a Fab build. Chevers is extremely low investment, easy to build on anything other than a Fab build. But it is ideal. Because energy good. But in this team, I don't think I need it. I really don't. Wait, why did I go here? Yeah, it would be really nice if I could have gotten cons on her. Do I have the damage? No, I closed the damage calculator. Rip. Okay. I was going to say we should have checked what C6 Chevers would do for the team. The answer is probably quite a bit. What? The wrong thing again. What the frick? Oh my god. Okay. Does energy refund? Yes. Yes. Nope, can't craft it. Okay. I mean, I can. I just have to go get the recipe again. But, yeah. Apparently should have bought that recipe instead of this. Oh well. Is what it is. Oh, debug. So, yep. Okay, yeah, was planning on potentially doing Zenless stuff, but I think I want to focus on Lanyon for the rest of the day. Playing my garbage here. Kitten is staring at the mouse. Oops. Claim that. And I need artifact XP right now, so claim that. Alright.
If you ever had
Rip. Yeah, sorry. Soon TM. I don't know. Maybe I'll do like a community night in the Discord server or something to do Zenless co-op. If I don't do a dedicated stream or whatever for it. What am I doing? They turned Hugo into a Bang Boo? Wait, what? Is that the Bang Boo releasing? Wait, what does that mean? Like, is the Bang Boo next patch just do that much damage? Ain't no way that the Bang Boo next patch can get like 40k deadly assault scores. Yeah, I know you can click on the house, but clicking on the house is annoying. Nope, I need more ore. But yeah. Yeah, this is high. Yeah, it is high base attack, low substats. I'm pretty sure it has 27% HP at max level, which is so stupid. I swear they did this on purpose. Like, I think they made this for Shivers, honestly. But no, did they make it for Shivers? Because it says when they wield her is heal. I don't know what the fuck they made this weapon for. It can work on Shivers, but it actually is quite a bit worse on her without C6. By the way, you can't trigger the energy refund. Without making sure, because remember her heal takes 2 seconds to actually heal, right? I might have full HP, but so you'd have to like make sure you like if you E and then Q, you will heal with a non-C6 Shivers on her and trigger the passive. But like nah, I ain't fucking around with that. So yeah, I'm gonna stick to Fab for now. And but I will level up no blast artifacts because I do think that is worthwhile. I have 2 options for HP timepieces. I will, I'll probably prioritize leveling up this piece. Crit roll me. Thank you. Crit roll me again? No. Okay. That's fine. And then yeah, level this. So I don't know. With that, I mean that's already a pretty good start for crit substats. And if need be, I could yoink this maybe if I don't need the ER. And yeah, so I don't know. This piece and this piece rolls well enough in the HP ER. Get up to 25% HP. Or 25%. I mean, I already at 22%. So I'm actually already like relatively okay with this amount of crit rate. Because it's a Noblesse Sugar build, right? You're bursting consistently. You'll usually pretty consistently trigger a fav. Even a low refined fav. So. Because she's really, really good at trigger fav. So you don't need a ton of crit rate substats, right? Weapon is OP AF. And you can call AI Hugo instead of a Bangbu to do his alt in New Hollow Zero. I see. Okay. Weird. So, yeah. I'll stick to Fab. Fab energy is good. And we'll see if I... how close I can get to 40k HP on Noblesse. With her at level 90, I think. I think I'm more fine with that. I don't have any Pyro character I'm planning to pull for anyways, so whatever. Something I can work on a little bit. Emote redeem. I missed it. Where was it? I don't see an emote redeem. The last emote redeem is buy. Where's your emote redeem? Wait, yours was the buy, Shadow. I added it. I added it. It's BII. Were you AFK or something? I changed it to BAI because I prefer defaulting to whatever. At the start of the stream, oh my god. I don't know if I can scroll back that long. No, I can't. Sorry. It doesn't go that far. You have to link it again. I didn't realize I missed one at the start of the stream though. I thought I added them all that were requested. Chev is C2. So, anyways, claim wing. Right. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much time I want to put in this account right now. Like getting Varesa is interesting, but she's already at competent levels. I don't know. I'll probably log in and try to claim whatever rewards next patch, obviously, and we'll claim the free feather and do Stygian next patch at minimum. And I'll reroll her. Actually, I don't know. Do I reroll the circlet or do I reroll? I don't know, because rerolling the circlet feels weird because if I choose crit damage EM with the advanced reshape, it could easily troll the shit out of me and do 3 rolls into EM. Can't you see it in my message history? Oh, maybe. Yes, I added that one. Did I not? Pondering, yeah. I could have sworn I added it. Did I not add it? I did not add it. Okay. I definitely thought I did. Whatever. Alright, there you go. Although you suggested another one that is like a normal word someone uses, so I might have to change that in the future, but it's a rare enough word, whatever, I'll let it. It's not a fairly common word, so I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Alright, bringing casual account back for Lunar Dog as well? What do you mean? I'm not bringing it back for that enemy. I'm bringing it back because there's a feather to get, and I would like to get Varesa to have a build that I'm happy with, because we can make an obvious improvement by doing something really simple with a very low time investment. Prefer Xiangling over Pyro MC and Varesa Overload? No, but I don't have C2 Pyro MC. So, I don't know. I don't know. We should check if is there actually a problem by using Saxword PMC?
There's still a long road ahead.
The thing is, like, Xiangling does damage. I don't know. I don't really want to equip her right now. I'll test it eventually. But I forgot what the uptime. I had to go down. Let's just actually we can end the stream with that. We can oh, you saw the manga I'm reading right now. It's a fun little short manga. Amber.top. I'm just going to Amber.top. What the fucking god damn it. Amber. Amazon abso-fucking-lutely. Amazon fucking pays Google. I maintain my agenda, my conspiracy theory that fucking Amazon pays Google, and as soon as someone goes to Amazon fucking at all in Chrome, it defaults to Amazon. I've not used Amazon much for shit. And it fucking defaults to Amazon now instead of Amber.top, where I go to all the fucking time. Anyways, it's insane to me that it's defaulting when I type in A. It's going to Amazon instead of Project Amber. I know it's gi.yada.moe, but type in ambr.top and it will go to the yada.moe because that's what the name was originally, and that's what it's still fucking called actually. It's called Project Amber, and that was the better URL. They just chose to change the URL because the dev made a dumb decision, in my opinion. Sorry. No, it's my hot take, but if the dev is watching, I apologize. It's fine that you made that decision. I do think it's dumb that you changed the name of it, though, because ambr.top was far, far better. Anyways. You're probably not wrong. The redirect, yes, is probably being found, but I don't care. I don't care, Mordoff, because I have spent far more total time in general in Chrome, even when it hasn't been redirecting. Before the redirect happened, I spent many times. I've typed in ambr.top when the URL was ambr.top way too often that it should not be fucking, like, there is hundreds and hundreds of ambr.top being entered in my URL browser as a URL rather than Amazon. I maintain my conspiracy. Anyways, fuck Amazon though. That's my real conspiracy. This is not a conspiracy. I mean, do you really think there's not dark patterns with tech companies? Especially tech companies paying each other to do shit. Like, to be clear, is there likely one? I don't give a fuck, honestly. I'm using it to complain. It's fine. It doesn't fucking matter. But, like, there's so many goddamn dark patterns on the internet that, like, the conspiracy of Amazon pays Google to make it more likely that when I type in A on Google, it shows Amazon is nowhere near as bad of a thing. If that actually does exist, which it could or could not, I don't care, is far less bad of a thing to exist than the things that they actually fucking do. And we know they 100% do. So, anyways. What was I looking at? Pirate Traveler. And it completely makes me want to blacklist Amazon, outside of the fact that I know the 2 times a year I use Amazon, it would annoy me. When I type A, it gives me Genshin daily sign-in bonus. How the hell does it give you Genshin daily sign-in bonus? Anyways, Constellation. 12 seconds, you gain 14 Night Soul, yes. And their skill duration is based on Night Soul, right? Oh, fuck, isn't it? Crap. How much Night Soul did they use? When travels over 20 Night Soul. Attack AoE is increased. 5 energy. That's active character. Okay, wait, do I even need... I forgot they had... Wait, why did I think they had a 20-second skill cooldown? They have an 18-second skill... What? Am I a dumbass? I think I am a dumbass. Okay. I thought they had a 20-second skill cooldown for some reason. Okay, maybe I should just try Power Traveler. Okay. But yeah, I do know, I think the... So, what I don't remember what the default amount of Night Soul you get is. From Pyro Traveler, you get 42 Night Soul, and then that's it. You just gain 42 Night Soul. How long does their skill last? Okay, let's go check. That's 12 seconds and maximum, yeah. Deployed. Yeah, it's super short. It has only 6 fucking seconds. It's only 6 seconds. Oh. Am I missing something? They gain Night Soul from anything other than C2? No, they gain from Burst, don't they? Yeah, they gain 7. Okay, so if I build them to burst consistently, the problem is having to build them to burst consistently is a pain in the ass. It would be preferable just to have C2, but I don't want to have to do all this shit to get their C2. I don't know. And like, I don't want to have to build them to burst every rotation. What do I have for tenacity though? This is casual count. I don't want to have to min-max my damn supports. No ER substat on circlets. Do I have a crit rate circlet? I do have a crit rate circlet, so I can use Fab at least. Genshin leaks so dead. Suggest service theory crafting fan-made kits. Oh, your fan-made kits. Nice. Very good for Muani too. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah. It's not the same build though at Muani. But it is, that is like a reason to try to get her C2. What wonderful goblet options I have. Yeah, my tenacity artifacts are definitely going to be, I equip level 0 tenacity artifacts to her. Oh no, okay, anyways, I don't know, I'll mess around with it. Dialin and Genshin. I've said before that I think like the closest allegory I could think of what Dialin would be in Genshin is as if Raiden, and I think this wouldn't even be something that would be that broken actually, in the current state of the game. I think Genshin can actually balance a character idea like Dialin better, because I think if you do this to Raiden's kit, Raiden actually just becomes a compelling character in the modern day without changing literally anything else about her. But when you cast Raiden's Burst, lean into like, remember, Raiden's whole gimmick is like, she can make it, she's an on-fielder that you do on-field things with her for a little bit of field time, and she makes it, she synergizes with other characters' bursts, right? That's the fundamental idea with Raiden's kit. That's the intended design. And we already know the game supports multiple things like multiple Shung Link bursts. I think what Raiden's kit should be, Dylan made me realize that this would be fun. Raiden's kit should duplicate, when you cast Raiden's burst, it should duplicate all your other characters' bursts, right? So yes, this includes duping Bennett bursts. Put a double Bennett burst in the field. So like you could, and they could even like do a ZZZ style animation where after you Raiden burst, the Bennett shows up on field and does his burst animation. Xiangling shows up on field, does her burst animation again. Right? That'd be super fun, no? And I actually don't think it'd be well, okay, would it be broken? There'd probably be something that would be broken as fuck eventually, but it'd be like a specific team that's really strong. And I think relative to how absurdly stupid teams are nowadays compared to like what Raiden has access to for C0, which is just basically like, yeah, she can technically be wheelchaired or whatever, but like right now, like her wheelchair teams I don't even think would be that much stronger. Like if you do Columbina and Neva Raiden, how much stronger does that become if Raiden dupes their burst? Not that much stronger. It just makes a Neva even stronger, actually. It's funny. So like, but it would make Raiden DPS stronger. It would make, you know, the relevancy of using her for older characters stronger. So I don't even think it would be that broken in the modern state of Genshin, because you just have to attach it to a character kit whose personal damage is balanced accordingly. So yeah, I think Dylan in Genshin is Raiden. It's literally just Raiden, but make Raiden duplicate your other character bursts. That's my theory. Anyways. What about Moeka? That would be maybe a problem, yes. Because maybe the ideal Moeka team is is Bennett, Seatlolly, Moeka, Raiden. and then Moeka gets 2 melts with a double burst cast, and then as soon as you are done Raiden burst, you activate Raiden burst and then switch to Moeka on field. But I hot take that'd be funny. I think that'd be fun. Okay, I think that'd be fun mechanically. I think that would play in a fun way, and it'd be interesting. And I don't think it would be that much better because you're taking extra field time that Moeka could have gotten, like Moeka's normal like melt combo, right? That gets whatever 150k DPS. You can't do that same combo. You would inherently miss some melts in favor of getting that second initial burst activation melted. It probably is stronger because of how much of Moeka's damage contribution is that like 1 million damage melt. But at a baseline, it's not gaining 1 million damage. It's gaining 1 million damage and like losing 300,000 from a melt kind of thing, right? So you're gaining 600,000 potentially. I don't actually think it would break anything, especially since they're clearly balancing things in a way where like they're letting new characters with C0 teams with craftable weapons, right, with like Nefer and whatever, and Flynn's reach 140k DPS, the same as Moeka DPS levels, but with like similar 5-star investment, but like less overall investment in gameplay required, right? So is what I would say. So functionally, I would say it's lower investment, and also it scales in a more easy way in some ways. There are a lot of bursts that just don't stack with each other. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be that strong, but I don't think it'd be game breaking at all. So I don't know. I actually think a concept like Dial-In, where you just get free extra ults, and it would have to be something that bypasses cooldowns, right? And that's why I'm saying with like Raiden, like duplicating bursts. So even something like a Raiden's kit literally duping every single other character's burst as soon as you cast her ult, I don't think would be broken. Sounds like it should be, but I actually don't think it would be. The only character that has the chance of making it broken is Moeka, and I think the only thing it would do is just like keep Moeka a little bit more relevant longer. That's probably a good thing, if anything. So that's my hot take, but that'll never happen, by the way, because the way the Genshin team works is they're not going to do something fun with Raiden's buff. They're going to buff Raiden by giving her free crit and forcing a team building requirement onto her that functionally makes her buff kit boring as fucking near useless. That's my hot take. Anyway, sorry, I'm a pessimist about the buffs for Raiden in particular, because I don't see a way they do anything other than like just their stupid faction thing, and they force you to play Raiden if you want her to use a buffed kit that just does more damage and fixes dumb problems in her kit. They're just going to force you to play with double Inazuma. And that's going to limit her team building, and that limits the #1 thing that's most fun about Raiden, which is her fucking versatility. If they force her to pair with Inazuma characters, it makes Raiden a not fun character. So, not that she won't have fun teams still, but I guarantee you I'll be like, ooh, I'd like to use Raiden's buff kit in this team. Oh, no, not double Inazuma. And putting double Inazuma would just like kind of fudge the team in a not satisfying way. So, but maybe there'd be fun side effects from it, but they'd have to do something really inventive, I don't know, to make it be a worthwhile change that I wouldn't be negative on. If they force a faction requirement for Raiden's buffs. So yeah. We had that with Tupa and nothing was broken. The most interesting thing with the shot, I don't know what Tupa is, but reset cooldowns, max energy, yeah. Legit can't use Albedo anywhere without Duran, yeah. It's why I'm just straight up not gonna make any video on the buffs. I don't think. Too many of the buffs feel tied to basically being designed in a way to push you to want to have Duran. It feels like they basically designed the buffs around pulled a new character, and I like Duran a lot. And Duran was at least well made in that Duran does not feel like he needs a double Hexarai, but a lot of the Hexarai buffs feel like they need Duran to get true value from. Tulpa Stygian. Oh yeah. That is true. If they buff Sara well enough, it might not be a huge deal. I don't care. I don't really care. It doesn't matter who they buff in conjunction with Raiden. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if Toma becomes fucking C82 Bennett power level with a buff, and then you just always play Toma Raiden together for some reason. It does not matter to me. The point is it annoys me that like Raiden's kit mechanics for how her like application works off field, for her whole kit gimmick of like refunding energy to other characters, I couldn't just use her buffed kit with the team idea that I have with the characters I want to play. Because no, one of these characters is not a Ninazuma character. It doesn't matter. So, but again, like I think that like it's not that it would be a net negative change. It's just I can't help but feel negatively about it when so much of the fun value for how I get enjoyment out of Genshin is when characters are versatile, and I enjoy finding all the random weird variations of teams that play in slightly different ways or have other random nuances that are fun. So, yeah. Anyways. And it's why like I feel like if there is a faction requirement for Raiden's buffs, I will just end up disliking it. So, I don't know. I will use the buffs in my videos when there is something that seems fun from it, right? Like I wouldn't be against the idea of making a video about Raiden that is using a team that involves a buff. Like, I don't know. Something fun like Chiori's an Inazuma character. Maybe Chiori gets buffed with Inazuma and with Raiden, and Chiori enables Raiden's kit. And then Raiden does synergize on some level with Chiori, and then you can do Chiori plus, I don't know, whatever the fuck, right? But a really big problem though with these buffs and the faction requirement I want to maintain is the fact that there's not much interfacing between them, right? Like something that works, like comparing to Zenless having faction buffs. One, it doesn't have them very often in a way that matters, and two, it's always an or condition. It's always or. Like if the faction buffs were, if you pair Durin, or if you pair Albedo with a Hexarai character or a Geo character, a million times better. If you pair Albedo with a Hexarai character or a sword character, that'd be weird. A million times better. That's what Zenless does, right? It's so much better. I was going to accidentally get Varesa, because I was wishing for it. It wasn't accidental, like in the sense that like I knew it was a thing that could happen, but I wasn't purposely trying to get her. I wasn't going to be. When you purposely get characters, when you say I want this character and you wish on the banner, and you get the character. That's when you purposely get characters. When you are wishing on a banner because you want a different character in the banner, but you are fine with getting the 5-star, that is how you accidentally get a 5-star. Yeah. Anyways. So, yeah. That's why I said accidentally. Because my intent was to get Chever's copies, and I was fine with getting Varesa, because I don't need to save my pulse. So I accidentally got Varesa on this account, and that's fine. She's fun. So yeah, they've only ever used element matches for restrictions up to now. Yeah, now they're doing the same stuff they've always done to some extent, but now they're being more restrictive with element matches, where like you need to have elements with certain characters, or they just are fucking dysfunctional. And they're even doing sneaky things, like the way that Nefer's mechanics functionally works is that you need to have double Dendro with Nefer, otherwise her kit functionally also doesn't work. Nefer functionally says she needs to have a Dendro unit, a Hydra unit, and Nefer functionally says you need to have a Dendro unit, basically an off-field Dendro, which is not a lot of options for. You basically need to have an off-field Hydra unit, which not a crazy amount of options for that. And then also you need to have a not-cry unit. Now, we have off-field Hydros and off-field Dendros, Lama, and then Aino or Columbina, that are not-cry units, so it doesn't feel as bad as it is. But like, she actually has fucking 3 requirements. It's as if it's endless passives said and. It said faction and you have to, like, lighter, to be able to make lighter's kit work, you have to have a Sons of Caledon character and a fire character and an attack character with him. That's what Genshin character kits feel like currently. Yeah, this is the count that used to be weapons only, right? That's what fucking Genshin character design feels like currently, and that's what it feels like when they're adding these faction buffs to characters too. To be clear, I think the faction buffs right now aren't as bad as that, particularly because old characters don't have the same baseline of like need to be paired with certain elements. So like, I don't think a faction addition to Raiden's kit is as bad as like Nefer or Flynn's kit, right? And it's very likely that a faction buff could make me just... I already like Raiden's kit more than I like Flynn's kit at a baseline. But the only problem Raiden has is like damage potential and then quality problems that are related to like her being an older character. So anyways, Yisheng Wangbei was pulling it or doesn't work. Yeah, I mean at least that one's easy to like... And it's Bang Boo. I think the Bang Boo system is fine, but it is funny, yes. And at least they just point out, straight out say it. Instead, they don't say if a character is a like it would be really annoying to me if they made the Yisheng Wang Bang Boo say what is her special element? Honed Edge. If her Bang Boo said if there's a honed edge character in the team, that would piss me off a little bit. Like it's the same difference, right? But like if they're trying to skirt around the fact that they basically only let this thing work with Yisheng Wang. But yeah, or if it said you need physical and a Void Hunter. Or it needs to be a physical attacker with the dial-in of the team. I don't know, with the physical attacker whatever with two of whatever faction at the same time. Then it'd be awful. That's what Genshin is. Anyways, so I don't know. Would it be better if they stopped at Hex and made no more factions? Yes. Like right now, I think it's fine. I like what they did with the Hexerite buffs. I like how they're balanced. They're overall good. They're not all equal, obviously. And I think the biggest owl they made with the Hexerite buffs, that is a simple change that I'd make. It's why the fuck is there no Dendro unit? Like no Dendro unit. Like realize I've had multiple ideas already that are like, oh wait. This team doesn't... I want to do Dendro with these Hexerai buffs. And then, oh wait, there's no Dendro Hexerai, and having to force double Hexerai kind of breaks the balance of the team for like the amount of element of application you have going on, and therefore it just doesn't work. Like... So... They added a tab for factions, says they won't stop. What do you mean? Like, for Bang Boo? I don't really care about Bang Boo that much. Sorry, you mean Genshin. Yeah. No, I agree. They're not going to stop in Genshin. I'd be fucking surprised. Next year is going to be Snezhnaya faction. And then they're gonna buff. It wouldn't surprise me if they buffed more characters like this year, to be clear. Like, particularly with Varka's release. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they do a Knights of Vilnius faction with Varka. But right now, that's kind of up in the air, because it seems like Varka's going to be a Hexerite character, which is kind of weird, but I don't know. So maybe they'll do a Knights of Vilnius faction 2 years from now, and then they'll make Varka a Knights of Vilnius character 2 years after his release. That'd be funny, and a thematic fail, but whatever. So yeah, stop with sex. They'll continue to add more. I don't know. I hope they stop with the Hex and Circle characters at least for this year. If they do like another faction buff this year, then it's doomed. Then 2 years from now, every goddamn character in the game is gonna have, not everyone, there's gonna be like most characters in the game will have a faction thing, and team building just becomes this nightmare of, oh, I have this idea. Oh wait, nope, that important component of how I thought about this character is actually a fucking faction buff. And the team idea is completely cooked if you don't have a character kit. And then the only reason it doesn't work is just because I don't arbitrarily have a character that is... And again, it's a problem of like Genshin went from not having this design level. It's like it's them trying to shift Genshin into getting people to only play the teams they want to play. And that is not how I got enjoyment out of Genshin before, on how it was satisfying to me to think about team building and think about the game's combat. It's literally them actively designing things in a completely opposing way to what I enjoyed about Genshin. And that's why I don't like them.
So I don't know. I dislike it so fundamentally that I don't even want to give it any attention. Basically, it's kind of my vibe. Other than yapping about it in live streams or whatever. Who's in Knights of Avonius? Kaya, Noelle, Jean, Amber, D, Luke. You might say why. He's related. I think it's also implied that he was part of the Knights of Avonius in the past, but I feel like D, Luke would definitely be Knights of Avonius. Eula for sure. Yeah. Yeah, like if they don't add a Knights of Avonius faction, or they don't buff those characters without adding a faction at all, then they've just chosen to arbitrarily buff characters like Fischl while saying fuck you to Eula. Right? Like what? Mika, yeah. Albedo and Sucrose are also in the Knights, so that's fine. They should get buffed. They don't need buffs, but they should count as the faction. One thing that could help the faction buffs is if some characters count as multiple factions. They don't need multiple buffs, they just need to count as multiple factions, because that means like you could do double hex. You could solve the team building requirement by putting Albedo in a team, because he'd count as a Knights of Avonius and a Hexerai. Yes, if Razor has Hexerai, anyone can be anything. So, anyways. I dislike it fundamentally. They should just buff the characters without these requirements, that's my opinion. I understand that they may intend for it on a baseline of just a balancing level, but I don't think any of the buffs they made, if there wasn't a Hexerai requirement, I don't think there's any balance problem that'd be caused because they've just been power creeping with new character releases so much, right? Like if this was the past, if this was 2 years ago, I would say doing buffs for older characters in a way that without any restriction would be problematic on a balance level, because it would just power creep the DPS ceiling. But it's not power creeping the DPS ceiling because they're power creeping by new character releases so much that like I don't think Fischl having 45% attack and 180 EM remember it already has the like reaction condition, right? You have to have overload trigger to get the attack buff and have to have electric charge trigger to get the EM buff. I don't think Fischl being freed from the Hexerai requirement for that would have caused any problem, right? I don't think it would cause any problem for Razor to have his kit without the Hexerai requirement. I don't think it would have caused any problem for Albedo to have that without the Hexerai requirement. Right? I don't, and Mona especially. I so like Mona, the only arguable problem, I guess Mona might be the only example of like you could argue it shouldn't on a balance level. It's good that she's restricted, is that it would have buffed Skirk a bunch. Like Mona would have been the best last slot by far, I'm pretty sure, in Skirk's teams, if her buff was allowed. Because it means her buff would have applied the whole duration of basically her damage output for the most part, I think. Actually, I don't know. Would it have been better? Because like the setup problems. Actually, you know what? No, I feel like having to do normal attacks on Mona would have been enough of a downside that it wouldn't have been that powerful. Plus of well, this doesn't matter in Stigi anymore. But I was gonna say, plus new enemies spawning makes it Mona buff useless. Yeah. You contrast that with the Zenless buffs. There's no fucking restrictions to it. If anything, I think there's a couple characters they've added more flexibility for team building for. Yeah, we don't have a cryo hexen circle either. Yeah, but there's obvious problems in like we don't even have team building ideas that can work properly because we lack options for things. And it's like, oh, we had problems in the past where it's like, oh, we didn't, like now we have like now post Columbine especially. Hey, we got quite a few options for like hydro application without doing normal attacks. That's great, right? That's great. Except now with faction requirements, it's going to be like, hey, great, we can use hydro, except do we have the hydro unit that interfaces with the character kit and enables fucking faction requirements at the same time? We're not going to, because they're just going to arbitrarily be like, nope, this faction doesn't get hydro units, or only gets one particular hydro unit, and if that hydro unit doesn't synergize with what you wanted to do, well, fuck yourself, that's all. Right? I don't know, it just feels anti to what made Genshin's like fundamental design enjoyable to me.
And the only win for it, the only win I see from doing buffs the faction way is it's fun on a lower level. It is fun and thematic on a lower level to incentivize people to play characters that are related to other characters together. And if Genshin started with this on a fundamental level, I think it'd be fine. But it didn't start with that. Like, they're just making team building more restrictive. So I don't know. So much of like Genshin's fundamental like enjoyment to me comes from like the enjoyment I get from team building and the freedom of that. So restricting freedom of team building, but not only with designing new units the way they are, but also by making old units have new restrictions is so cringe to me. Nicole's going to be Hexen Circle Escoffier. Nicole the Pyro unit is going to be Hexen Circle Escoffier. Channeling and Adeptus. Yeah, I mean, her skill is, or was maybe, I don't know. Sucro's robbing Flynn's field time and is better. It'd be similar to that for Skirk. Yeah, potentially. Which I don't know. Would have been an interesting nuance to be clear, because it wouldn't have always been worthwhile. I don't think. So I don't know. You know, I actually think, and again, especially because of fucking power creep, right? Skirk at a baseline for her C0 team is not reaching the DPS potential without really good gameplay that like Nefer and Flynn's can. So like I actually, you know, no, I maintain it wouldn't have caused a balance problem. Even if it would have uplifted Skirk DPS by 20k, whoop-de-fuckity do. That would have just mean it's up to the level of what Flynn's and Nefer are with Columbina, right? And it probably only would have been the case with the fucking C4 Mona too. Like, so I don't know. I actually can't. I don't know. Yeah. So if Skirk is the closest we can get, I still can't feel like, I don't think I could be convinced that that'd be a problem on a balance level, unless someone shows me a spreadsheet that like C0 Skirk, C0 Scofius, C0 Farina with the good combo, and C4 Mona is like 200k DPS. And I would be like, okay, that's a problem. But I'm pretty sure it would only end up being, with the normal attack requirement, I'm pretty sure it would only end up being like towards what Flynn's and Nefer are going to be with Columbina anyways, and what Moika does. So like, what the fuck do you do? I don't mean Escoffier, but a member of the Hexen Circle. I mean Escoffier, but instead of cryo requirement, she has a Hexer requirement. Oh, okay. So like, do you think she's just going to be a buffing focus unit that only buffs based on like number of Hexerai characters in the team? Oh shit, you might be fucking right. Oh god. Oh fuck me. Okay, I'm glad I reserved the right, because again, like, I will C6 her if custom combat is actually real, but if custom combat is gimped in some way, I reserve the right. Because custom combat that is hyper gimped where we can't actually do anything interesting with it is not real custom combat to me. So I reserve the right to not C6 Nicole if it's fucking fake custom combat. But if they ever like change it, to be clear, if it's fake custom combat at launch and then we actually get real custom combat down the line, like a year from now, I will re-addendum that I will C6 Nicole when it actually fucking happens. But if they fucking make her, if they make her like a character kit where her character kit is mostly irrelevant outside of like if you do a full ass Hexerai team, god, you might be right though. You might be right, because like Varka's best team really might be like Nicole, Venti, Durin, Varka, and they all count as Hexerai characters. And then she does either shielding or healing and then buffing in some form, right? And so she's 5-star Bennett, but you must use 4 Hexerai characters. Oh fuck me. Because I was inclined to think that she's going to be 5-star Bennett but has a Hexerai requirement, but I was originally thinking that would just double Hexerai. But if she's 5-star Bennett with a 4 Hexerai requirement, oh my god, that'd be so cringe. If she does have a fucking 4 Hexerai requirement in her kit, and it's like if she's a 4 Hexerai requirement in her kit, and her kit is basically pointless without 4 Hexerai, I hope the community fucking protests this shit. I hope the Chinese side of the community like fucking burns down Hoyle. Sorry, I'm being an asshole. I don't want to encourage violence. Sorry, but like, You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck, if that's actually the case. Surely they don't do that. Surely they don't make her so fucking restricted that you need 4 fucking Hexerais, right? But I'd have my pitchforks ready, metaphorically. I would make an angry video. Burn down Hoyle and Miliastra Wonderland. Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna finish that sentence with burn down the virtual Hoyoverse headquarters in Miliastra Wonderland. Exactly. Because they also didn't give real custom combat. Surely they don't do that, but that's I hadn't had that consideration before, that they could absolutely fucking do a character kit where instead of just being paired with 1 Hexerai, it's paired with 3 other Hexerais. Ugh, surely not. Surely they don't fucking do that. Oh god, they might do that. I hate how right you might be. The thing is, I think you might be right, but it's gonna be like, without doing a full Hexerai team, she's just like a side grade kind of thing. Like maybe she's 5-star Bennett side grade without full Hexerai, and then she's overpowered as fuck. What is happening with full Hexerai? How did I fall in this? That's impressive. See, how dare anyone call Varesa fat? She's like a cat. She can fit into anything. Like, just like you wouldn't dare call my kitten fat. He is appropriately rotund. Varesa is liquid, just like kitten. X% of her attack is buff, and for every Hexerai character is buff by an additional X% when you have 4. The buff is team-wide. Yeah, exactly. It'd be something like that, right? Or like, her kit will probably do something that is useful. Can I free myself from this? Am I just stuck here forever? I like how she can slowly move. Like there's like, it's like she's like walking through molasses. Oh, there we go. Okay. Someone called kitten fat last night. Someone did in chat like 2 days ago. Clicked on stream and got cat. This is peak. Yeah, welcome. I give cat cams all the time. Because I have a desk cat who is here also all the time. Here, I'll let you pet the cat. Whoop. There you go. Chat pets the cat. Anyways, almost 3 a.m. I can't laugh out loud. So yeah, I don't know. I hope. I don't know. I hope the faction bullshit stops. That's all. Please, more awful kits like Escoffier and less awful kits like faction Escoffier. Please, no faction Escoffier. Please, I want to, yeah, like, I want to be like Ure. I want to go back to being like enthused about, what is Nicole's kit? Is she Pyro Bennett? Is she gonna be a catalyst in a tea kettle? What's her off-field application gonna look like? Is she gonna be a defensive focus unit? What value could that be? Instead, now it's like constant concerns of, oh no, how awful are her team building restrictions going to be to make her actually be a useful character to have at all? Was it Jeff's thoughts on faction buffs? I think he's also negative on them, but less negative than me. I'm pretty sure. From what I recall, his overall thoughts were like, he likes the buffs, but he's not sure how the future of Genshin Sea building is going to go, which is a concern I share. But I'm more actively negative on them. Because I think they fundamentally ruin what I gain value for in Genshin team building. Especially because I value playing teams that aren't just like the most damage possible, right? Whereas he primarily values playing teams that are the most damage possible. So, yeah. What if off-field Durin was balanced around Nicole? What do you mean? Like, it might be, to be clear. But I think Durin was balanced around being paired with most Hexarite characters, and I think he was balanced around not being a best in slot character, except for newer 5-star characters that are going to be coming out after Call of Venus release. Like, he's already really good, and he's balanced exactly to be really good already, but being definitely best in slot with newer characters. Like, yes, he's going to be balanced around whatever Nicole does. The question is Nicole going to be so restrictive that you basically need to have Durin for her? That's the bigger question. Because Durin, we know, doesn't need Nicole. But Nicole might need Durin to be relevant. Or other Hexarite characters. And I surely hope it doesn't have to be a full Hexarite team. I can't express how sad I would be if she has like a Hexarite requirement. And like, I can't do like Nicole, Durin, Farazan, Lanyan. Or whatever, or Farazan and play Bennett, or Nicole instead of Farazan. So Nicole, Bennett, Durin, Lanyan maybe too. I don't know, right? Because as it currently stands, double Hexarai is a tolerable requirement for me. Off-field Durin is a DPS, just kind of worse than on-field. That's just because of Bennett. So if Nicole is Bennett, but team-wide. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, if she's like doing team-wide attack buffing, then off-field Durin becomes a lot better. Yeah. And then on-field Durin for his damage mode. The one on the far right, not the invisible one, is most likely Linnea, who's shown in the I Know event. Pink hair with wings on her head. I'll look her up. I don't remember seeing her. Linnea. I remember what the silhouette looks like though. It's a plant. It's a Swedish name meaning linden tree. Hen? Genshin. I didn't want fan art, but the fan art is cute. I wanted the in-game event thing. Linnea, Genshin, I Know event. Okay. Is it this? Was it this like banner art? God damn it, what the fuck is this article? I don't see anyone else here. I scrolled past it, did I? This? Oh my god, really? Why did that take me to a leaks link when I clicked on a Hoyo Lab link? What the fuck? Okay. This one. Okay, okay. I see. Oh, because that one was on the leak subreddit for some reason. I see. Alright. Yeah. Oh, alright. Pink hair character. That means I like her. Mostly joking. But, you know. I do have a pink bias, I think. Haven't received a good 4-star since Eon's on. I mean, I maintain that I Know is a good 4-star. But no, Zajeff said she's bad, and Zajeff is unwilling to play any character that, I don't know, like, I don't get how you simultaneously have takes like, oh, whatever. I maintain that the mentality of people like Zajeff is a big part of why we have the power creep we have. I know this might be a little bit asshole take. I don't want to blame the community too much, but I do think to some degree a big part of the reason power creep is inevitable is because of player psychology. Like, Oh my god, we got a balanced Hydro off-fielder for free. Oh shit. Balanced character? Ass shit. Like, that's literally the people's attitude for her. And then like, Zajef apparently acts like a balanced character. And the not balanced version of I know fucking breaks the theory crafting scene, apparently. And makes all the theory crafters like Zajef and whoever very unhappy with the state of the game. I'm talking about Columbina, of course, right? So it's like, oh, okay. So you don't like Aino as a balanced character, and they released unbalanced Aino. And you don't like that either. Okay. Cool. Like, I don't know. It really does feel like a lot of people just complain, like, about getting anything other than broken characters. Yeah, problematic or dog shit. Yeah, that does seem to be Zajef in a nutshell. Character is either dog shit or problematic from his perspective, and it pisses me off. Like, bro, there's more nuance to things. So anyways, this is why, like, I'm friendly with Zajef, but I don't know if I can be friends with Zajef. So I understand where he's coming from with most of his takes, but, like, you know, I don't know. I like Aino. Aino is the best design character since 6.0, so. Aino's application is terrible. Yep, I don't disagree, but it doesn't have to be. Like, I don't disagree that the ascendant gleam requirement is the main thing that makes her kit less useful. But as soon as you have Aino and Effa is a pretty damn compelling combo. That's it. As soon as you have Aino, as soon as you have an Effa, and also, people have undervalued, I think, her constellation value, and how much that fixes minor problems with her kit. But I don't know. She's the best feeling free character they released ever, in my opinion. But yeah. Anyways, Aino and Effa combo is Columbina and Effa, but balanced, crazy. Aino isn't real until C2. Yeah. And for what it's worth, C2 Aino, by the way, works without Ascendant Gleam. There's no Ascendant Gleam requirement for this. So this is 3 extra instances of Hydro application that, you know, can be enough in some teams. Like, don't get me wrong, I would have loved if she applied more Hydro without Ascendant Gleam. Whatever. But, like, actually also arguably, like, Yehoda's clunky as fuck, to be clear. But, like, Aino plus Yehoda combo is actually a very healthy amount of Hydro application with 2 C0 characters. This is pretty damn good. Yeah, you get VV, you get healthy Hydro, and it's very easy to consistently get Hydro on Yehoda. It's the most annoying thing about her if you're trying to DPS her, but if you're trying to use her as, like, I think what she was intended for, just applying extra Hydro with Yehoda is good. I think that's what Yehoda's meant to do. She's meant to be an extra Hydro player. Especially like C1. Actually, I don't know. What's the total application potential on average of C? So you get Hydro every 2.5 seconds from Aino. Let's do like a C2 Aino plus C6 Yehoda. So Aino applies Hydro with Ascending Gleam, so with Yehoda, right? Every 2.5 seconds. And then with C2, that's an extra 3 instances of application. I believe it's 13.5 second burst duration. So 13.5 divided by, it should be 7, right? No, do you get 6 or 7? No, you get 6. Yeah, you get 6. So, wait, do you? No, you get 4. Sorry, 5, not 4. You get 5 instances of Hydro, plus 3 from C2. Plus skill is plus 1 instance of Hydro. So that's 9 instances of Hydro application from Aino. And then Yehoder's, I mean, she kind of just poops Hydro constantly as soon as you charge it up once. Did I say 6, 7? No, the police are coming at me for saying 6, 7. Are using with Hu Tao and Farina because of C1 and C2 increasing EM and it's almost enough Hydro. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, yeah. And, like, having an additional free Hydro unit in the game Like, I think it really, really helps on like a casual player level. And being that like C1 gives her 80 EM and 80 EM for free, man, that's pretty good. And like, she's a perfect fucking instructor unit. She has 40 energy costs. She has 100% uptime. Like, I really like Ino's kit. Oh yeah, I forgot Yehoda's burst has an application too. Yehoda's definitely gonna apply more Hydro than Ino here. But the point of this is like to illustrate that the combo applies a lot of Hydro. And the timings of it would be weird. The timings, ideally, you want Yehoda to apply Hydro in between Ino's Hydro, potentially. But I'm willing to bet you could probably do, like, Yehoda-Ino combo for Hu Tao, right? Like, I'm curious if Yehoda-Ino with Hu Tao on the Nod Cry... No, wait, sorry. The Nod Cry DPS, that doesn't fucking work if you don't have fucking... Every time, I think I've thought of this multiple times. I have to stop myself multiple times. Stupid, because again, it's not just like faction bullshit. It's faction bullshit in conjunction with other bullshit requirements. And the artifact set is included in this, where the on-field fucking artifact set only gives free crit if you have the Nod Cry, if you have lunar reactions happening, and lunar reactions only happen from the fucking 5 stars. So if you do Ino Yehoda combo, even though it enables Ascended Gleam, it does not fucking enable the Nod Cry artifact set on field, and that pisses me off. It enables the support set, but not the on field set. Ugh. Anyways, you put Ino on the support set, Nod Cry support set. Put Yehoda on. Wait, do you do Yehoda on VV for Hu Tao? I don't know. Anyways, I'd be curious what the DPS gets with like C0 Yehoda, C0 Ino. This is probably enough Hydra if you time it well, right? So, Yehoda crash out intensifies. This isn't even a Yehoda crash out. It's just Nod Cry design crash out. Modern Genshin kit design having not just one requirement, but requirements upon requirements upon requirements to ensure that they annihilate the number one fun thing about Genshin into making sure that you can only play characters in the teams they really want you to play and not play anything that's actually fun about Genshin, which is the freedom and creativity of team building. Anyways, sorry. So let's return to actually interesting things. So 9 applications from Ino C2. Yehoda is going to doing at a baseline doing Hydra every 2 seconds. I'm not going to assume 10 instances. I mean, you would get 10 instances of Hydro, but I want to like expect like instances of Hydra application that are valuable for enabling you to trigger reactions. So like the last 2 because she has like 20-second uptime on her treasure flask, right? But the charge up time is such that like I'm gonna count her skill as like 6 relevant instances of Hydra application, even though it technically does more. Some of those instances of Hydro aren't actually going to be important for enabling reactions, right? And then I'll count, I don't know, how many does her burst do? We'll count, I don't know, I would be pessimistic to say 2 from her burst. No, we're gonna, should I count 2 from her burst? I don't know. She was, I know, at least in my account, she's just a downgrade to other Hydra units I have. I mean, yeah, it's a fucking free unit, it's fine. I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, I think it's fine that that a free character didn't power creep Varena. Like, I don't know, man. I think I didn't go into Ino expecting her to be an upgrade over like a bunch of existing teams I had. I just wanted teams to be like functional, and I could clear Abyss with Ino, Dia, and Eva. And anyways, whatever. And like teams can work with Ino without much problem. The problems in her kit are relatively minor. Like, oh, she has circle impact. Okay. So does 90% of characters in the game, technically. Anyways, 20 seconds. So I'll count three instances of application from her burst. I don't know exactly what the burst timing is for the infusion of the burst, but let's assume 3. So an additional 9 hydros, I think, at a baseline from C0 Yoda. And then if you have C1, there's a good chance a lot of people have C1, just because if you have C0 Yehoda, it's because you wish in the banner, and there's also a much higher chance you have There's more people that probably have C1 Yoda than a C1 I know, potentially. Because C1 I know, C0 I know is for free, and you'd have to have wished for C1 I know, but not everyone wished. If you already have Yehoda, there's a much higher chance you have C1 Yehoda, versus if you already have I know, there's a less high chance that you have I know. I think a lot of people have C0 I know, right? Lunar Traveler make for I know Yehoda shenanigans. If I'm pretty sure they're not doing it. We probably would have gotten confirmation of it for now. I think all we're getting for Traveler this year is the buffs for Traveler that are like the cumulative buffs, and those are cool, and it's a positive change. But like, if they made all travelers count as a Nodcry unit, that would help a lot. Yeah. Stopped playing Genshin recently after 4 years of daily gameplay. Yeah, I feel you. Restrictive team building of recent characters is why. No, I'll try to keep that in mind. You know, as far as how I give feedback to Hoyo, be like, yep, people have come to my streams and said they stopped playing Genshin because of your character designs of restrictive stuff. To some levels, some restrictiveness, to be clear, was inevitable. But I don't think they have to do as much restrictiveness as they have. Also, if you can't read the Yehoda C1, in case you don't know what it does. By the way, I streamed far longer than I meant to, but whatever. Just been yapping. I'm in a yappy mood today. When her skill hits, there's a 50% chance that it hits again. So, if I'm assuming she hits 8 times, oh no, she'll hit more than 8 times, but she hits every 2 seconds. So, well, I'm gonna assume 4. We're gonna be pessimistic and assume 4 extra hits. This does apply an element. It's RNG, but it is extra element application. This is not something like if you're playing in a Hu Tao team, you would rely on to get all your vapes. Like if this is the difference maker to you getting your vapes, you probably don't want to play the team. But in like a Hyperbloom team, this matters a lot potentially, right? So you can definitely viably potentially try to do. And I'm not saying this is a 100k DPS meta team, but like you don't fucking do Hyperbloom on a meta level anyways. Now if you didn't go get Lauma, if you want meta Hyperbloom as get Lauma or go fuck yourself. That's the current design of things, right? So I'm not operating that level. I'm operating on is it like a good enough team that most players could use it to clear content comfortably, right? And Yehoda C1 plus like an Ainu C2, or if we even do C0, this would work too. To be clear, just a little bit of extra hydro. You get 3 extra hydro from Ainu. Anyways, so plus an additional, like, we'll say 4, and then plus the 9 from Ainu is 22 instances of hydro application, right? 22 instances of hydro application from a C1 Ainu and a C2 Ainu and a C1 Yehoda. Sorry. We'll just simplify things and be even more pessimistic with like C1 or this is basically assuming, this is getting towards assuming a fucking C0 combo, but like 20 instances of hydro application. That's 20 Hyperblooms. 20 Hyperblooms. Let's say you're doing Yehoda. Actually 20 instances of hydro application. You probably don't even have a Dendro unit that's keeping up, or do you? Unless you have Nahida. But whatever. Let's assume like Kuki Nahida, 1 5-star. Kuki Nahida, Aino, what's her bracket? Yehoda. Right? And 20 instances of hydro application. Nahida should be enough Dendro application to get a bloom from every single one of those. DMC should be able to. Yeah, they might be able to. Oh, if you get Electra, yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah. That is an option. But whatever. DMC or Nahida, if you get Hyperblooms from every one of those, that's 20 Hyperblooms, or we can say 22, since I was assuming the C2, C1 Yehoda combo. Times, you can get up to like 37k. We'll just say 35k. From Yehoda. Sorry, from Yehoda. From Kuki. Now Kuki is doing 800,000, if assuming we're getting those 22 Hyperblooms semi-consistently. And by the way, in this team, this is probably a very pessimistic assumption, because if you're having, like, particularly with Nahida, if you have constant, actually Nahida might cause issues with Yehoda, now I think about it, because Yehoda is clunky as kid. So maybe DMC would be preferable. Anyways, point is, like, DMC, freely accessible, relatively accessible team, right? Yehoda would have to be acquired through gacha or whatever, right? And same thing with Kuki. But Yehoda, Kuki, Aino, DMC. You have a now a free Hydra unit available, where before one of the limiters of like Hyper Bloom teams being accessible to people was like, hey, do you have St. Joe? Do you have C6 St. Joe? Right? Now you can potentially do I know Yahoda combo instead, and bam, suddenly now just fully Kuki. You have like you can do a little bit under 1 million damage in a rotation team. Right? Okay. Is that bad? Like, for the kind of players that like would need to play that kind of team? No, that's fucking amazing. Yeah, and with Ascendant Gleam, that's true. So it fulfills new mechanics too. And we assume 20-second rotations to be clear. The Hyper Bloom damage alone is 40k DPS. Right? Isn't incredible? But at a baseline, that actually is enough to clear Abyss still, generally speaking, if you have a strong team on the other side. I'm not going to recommend people use that for floor 12. But like, it could clear in theory. So, I ain't planning to go to do a 4-star only team or anything in Abyss right now, because of how hyper restrictive Abyss is. But like, actually, I don't know. What's the DPS requirement in the next Abyss? Should I try it? Should I jot this down as something to try next Abyss? As further proof of fuck you, I know is a good character. Tom DG Cat, rest in peace. I mean the site, not the owner. Let's go Abyss. God, it's gonna be sad not having Abyss stuff ahead of time. Okay, 6.3a. So yeah, Perpetual Mechanical Array. So second half is Wild Hunt, by the way, but it's a lesser charge requirement. Well, I don't know. You could technically bring a... No, I don't think you bring a Bloom team to the second half because Knuckle Duckle's ass. So I'm gonna assume the first side. Screw it. Well, actually, I don't know. The way-ups are kind of a problem. Yeah, I don't know, man. Enemy mechanics screw anything. Like, realistically, the kind of player playing this is not doing Abyss, right? That's my point. But, like, in theory, let's just look at the first chamber for simplicity. We could look at either side. Both for... Because Sigurd on the second side with 2 Wild Hunt enemies, and then Perpetual Mechanical Array. So, Mechanical Array is 272,520 divided by 90 is a 30,000 DPS check. Realistically, because of its stall mechanics, it's more like, it's more towards 40,000. So like, this low-ass investment Hyper Bloom team passes the DPS check for 1.5 minutes clear on Mechanical Array, right? With the Hyper Bloom damage alone, not factoring the fact that other damage is happening. No? What do you mean, no? HomDigiCat is alive. The site will still exist, but they're not going to be updated for data mine beta information, like for updated for like new Abysses and Stygians anymore. So anyways, and then second side, we got Sigurd. We meet the Ascendant Gleam requirement. So the enemies are not extra tanky. So it is 2 enemies. I'm not sure how it should scale in AoE perfectly well, because as long as the enemies are group fine. So I'll say 400,000 plus it should not scale in AoE, not exactly, but it will scale with 2 enemies without a problem. It won't scale like in the current chamber with a massive AoE situation. Plus 3.2 million from Sigurd, so Sigurd's quite a bit more tanky, even with Ascending Gleam. Especially because like Hyper Bloom doesn't have the ability to do a bunch of front-loaded damage, right? Oh, I didn't show the thing. Hyper Bloom doesn't have the ability to do a bunch of front-loader damage to take advantage of like how the Wild Hunt things work. So I'm just gonna assume consistent, solid throughput. No abuse of functionally reducing its HP by abusing front-loader damage potential. So it would be about 3.6 million HP divided by 90 would be about 40,000, right? So I'm not going to talk about like whatever, because these are more complicated to analyze because of enemy mechanics and whatever. But like, the point is that like that's enough to like clear floor 12, right? You might be like, oh, but that's not going to clear Stygian. Yes, I mean, first of all, it could clear Stygian. Actually, wait, difficulty 3 of the next Stygian. Is there difficulty 3 stats? I don't know if there is on HomGCat. Because realistically, normal players care about that. And this is what I like. I don't really like that so many. There is difficulty 3 stats. Yeah, it can clear difficulty 3. To be clear, the shield here would be a little bit annoying, but you could clear the shield with electrocharge happening with Kuki and Hydra application. And then, oh, you don't have lunar reaction damage happening. Actually, okay. I don't know how this would be a difficulty 3. This might be a little bit of a pain in the ass. And this I'm pretty sure could be cleared. I haven't actually tested the crab to be clear with Yehoda, like if Yehoda's Hydro can hit it, and you ask him, actually you might have, I don't know if Aino's application can hit it, so it might be annoying, but like you can clear difficulty 3, right? And like that's the things most players care about, man, on like a team building level half the time, and like that's what I factor in when I hear people like saying Aino is a shit character, because players that frankly it doesn't actually matter. A lot of players who it doesn't actually matter that, you know, Aino doesn't enable a 150k DPS team. You know, the players not playing Stygian Onslaught at fearless difficulty, the players who just want to, you know, have good feeling teams that consistently perform pretty well, and can be used in a lot of forms of content to get the baseline rewards, but they don't want to stress out to get the max rewards possible. They're not going to stress out to clear floor 12 of Abyss even, right? Those kinds of players do end up hearing, you know, the meta players, the Jeffs of the world, whatever, and I'm a meta player too, I would say, say something like, Aino's a shit character, and then they just don't use Aino. They never even consider using her like for realsies at all. And no one fucking talks about how like you can do Aino Yehoda combo, and that can be pretty good for a lot of players. So I don't know, man. Anyways, I need to, I guess the end conclusion of this yap is I need to fucking return to making account fixing videos, because having Aino and Yehoda available and being able to show people how Aino and Yehoda can be compelling is worthwhile. I'm a pseudo meta player. I'm a meta player who cares about, I have an idea and I want to see how much I can push the limits of this idea. And the pushing the limits part is a meta engagement aspect. So, yes, calling me pseudo meta is fair, but like, I'm not meta in that I only play the best teams possible that I have available. That's boring as fuck. And I argue, and my argument is most players that would consider themselves meta players that do tend towards playing the strongest teams possible aren't even that meta players, because they oftentimes still default to playing their preferred characters, their comfort characters, whatever, and it's not the ideal teams for them to choose. So, which is not a very meta thing to do. The meta is always playing the best things possible. So Lost Prayer is good for Varesa. Yeah, it's her second best weapon. You should probably just use it on her if you have it, unless you have her Sig. Meta player who cares about versatility, yeah. So, anyways, I need to return to making account fixing videos and whatever, and focus on that kind of thing. Making the videos themselves is a slog, but again, if I end up getting an editor, then that removes a very, very big part of the slog, and then I'm much more fine like just being my part in the role of the creation process, being more focused on, like, I'd still have to give an outline, like, and whatever to the editor, but being more focused on just doing the thing on the account and having my recording, having my yap. So, but yeah, expect it when because I've been leaning towards it more and more, but I expect when I return to account fixing videos, there's gonna be Aino glazing, because I think Aino will be an extremely relevant character for whatever random account I go onto that has, like, you know, low investment and just needs team options. Just needs team options that feel good to play in general. Right. So I don't know. and I'm probably, you know, as far as another dedicated Ino glazing video, what is the most clicky thing that would piss people off? No, sorry. Sometimes I have that mindset just because no matter what I do, if I glaze Ino, people are gonna be upset. The Jeff says his character bad, and therefore, you know, if people say this character is bad, if the popular community sentiment is this character is bad, me saying this character is good is just gonna get a bunch of people that don't give a shit about what I say or don't try anything themselves, whatever. But yeah, if I know reruns like with Columbina, which I actually strongly think they should do, but they might put her on Zibai banner. There's a higher chance I think maybe of her being with Zibai than Columbina, but I actually strongly feel and strongly hope that they put her on the other banner.
Fertilizing the soil, making sure
Oh,
the
I forgot. I suppressed YouTube chat. Anyways, meta players, any players who informed at all. Yeah, I think that is a simpler definition of a meta player. Quite frankly, is anyone who is relatively informed about they if you have the ability to make the proper decisions, but in order to adapt to content in game without having to rely on outside resources, I think you are a true meta player. In that sense, I am definitely a true meta player. So. Anyways, because so one of the things that I said in the original I know video is that I try to emphasize that, remember, I know right now a lot of her value is tied to if you had Inefa or not, and then she gains some value if you had her with Lauma, technically on a lower investment level, right? Because you could do Lauma, I know, with Hyperbloom teams, whatever, right? But now that Yehoda exists, now that other non-cry characters exist, now that Columbina exists, and like one thing, like Columbina has shitty Hydra application, guys. Columbina has slightly better than Ino application. She has worse Hydra application than Yehoda has.
My parents
So,
say, no matter
like
how busy
like
life gets,
there
you should
is
always sit
context
down and enjoy a proper
where
meal when
you
get
will
hungry.
want to
What I
pair,
like to do is stack my plate up high,
and by the way, again, for
squish it all
clarification,
down,
that me knowing that about Columbina is
wolf it
solely
down
based
in one
on
go.
information that I
That
have
way I
received
can
from
eat my fill
sources
without wasting too much time.
from other people, like Zajef, and I have no way of verifying that myself until she's released. Anyways, so Columbina I know combo will potentially be relevant to people for just more Hydra application. If there's actually cases where you, to be clear, on like most not cry teams, you just need Hydra present happening every couple seconds, and that's enough. You don't need a high amount of Hydra application. A lot of teams nowadays don't really need high application. You just need it existing. That's how a lot of big characters have been designed lately. Is this about to be over the stream? Yeah, probably. The stream has been about to be over for 2 hours, and I've just been yapping and yapping. So, anyways, I know Columbina will be a relevant combo for some players to do, in whatever cases, because Columbina plus any Hydra unit will be relevant to do in some cases, because Columbina's Hydra alone is not going to be necessarily enough. Columbina plus Yehoda will be relevant for the same reason, because you get VV, and then you also get more Hydra application from Yehoda, right? So anyways, maybe the video I make is just like, because one of the takes I had is that, remember, Ino is at her worst right now because we don't have many Nod-Cry units released. And post Columbina, we have enough Nod-Cry units released that maybe I can just make the statement that, like, yeah, I was right about Ino. But maybe
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or lose
maybe I should make something more. Maybe instead of I was right about Ino, it was maybe it can be you are still underestimating Ino. Maybe something like that. Inefa. Yeah. Inefa Ino combo is the lower accurate combo. But I don't know. I don't love titling things saying like you are wrong, because inevitably it's just gonna get people like, no, I use Dino all the time. I like Dino. It's like, yeah, I know I wasn't talking to you, but you know, you don't need Columbina. Oh, Oh, you gave me the funny idea, Osorio. I was planning on making 2 Columbina videos. Maybe one of them will be a you don't need Columbina video. And then yeah, is your Ino built in the thumbnail? Yeah.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil.
You don't need Columbina. Wait, I have something better for the thumbnail.
Importantly, you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
And then you got her for free. Oh, that would be clickbaity though. That would be a little clickbaity. Like I know it's not Columbina, to be clear. But I'll jot that down as a note. I don't know. No promises I'm gonna make that video. I have a lot of things planned on the docket. It might be a low priority video, but it's also a pretty simple one to make. Yeah, it's more rage bait than it is clickbait. I think it's more rage bait than it is clickbait. You don't need Columbina. You got her for free. And the argument there would be that for the average player, I know is good enough. The problem is though, like I know needs other Nog tries to be good enough, realistically. So like, at a minimum, you know, like a Yehoda, and if you didn't pull Yehoda, this kind of thing. So I don't know. Anyways, Farina Columbina would be good for Llama DPS. I mean, Llama DPS is just you maximize her holy damage, basically. So. And Farina doesn't do anything for Llama's holy damage. It's just buff lunar damage bonus and EM as much as possible for Llama. So Columbina for Llama DPS, yes. Theoretically, what is the best way possible now with Columbina? It's probably the same thing I did with my Columbina, with my Llama short, but replace Ino with Columbina. That's it. But yeah, you'll be able to do Llama Columbina and min-max the team around, or min-max. You can definitely min-max Llama's build to get more holy damage on her for sure. So I know buffs more than Columbina does C6 versus C0. You want that to be the title, or you want me to demonstrate that I know can buff more than Columbina can? Because I can definitely do that. That would be part of the argument, to be clear. Because I know, most people are just gonna because Columbina is a damage dealer, and because Columbina is a damage dealer, you want to focus on her damage a little bit. I know it doesn't do damage, therefore you focus her full ass in buffing. So like Columbina teams, for example, generally speaking, don't put instructors in the team. So that's less buffing total. And you have C1 Ino, if you have C1 Ino, and I'm going to assume that. So if we assume, and I think it's fair to compare C6 Ino to a C0 Columbina. So you get 15% lunar damage bonus, which is just equivalent to EM for lunar characters, but it's only the on-fielder for C6 Ino. And then you get, so like the thing I would compare to is like, I would do like a, here, look at this damage number from Nefer. And I'd show like Columbina on a damage build, and then Ino on her full ass buffing build, and like Ino would get a bigger damage number for Nefer than Columbina would. To be clear, there's more nuance to it because of course Columbina gives the extra verdant dues, and that obviously ends up functionally resulting in extra DPS for the team as a whole. But like for the damage for Nefer itself, Nefer's damage is not that much higher with Columbina, right? So, yeah. Anyways. Nefer, Columbina, Llama. Wait, what's the 4th slot? I don't even remember what I did, but Sucrose is funnily not an option. But thanks for joining the stream, Rudy. I'll actually be ending the stream soon. Sorry. I've been yapping for like 2 hours straight about random bullshit.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard.
Yeah, and like, yeah, actually, yeah, you are, I know might be Columbina at home, but Columbina at home is still good enough. You know, your iPad at home can still watch YouTube videos. And let's be real, that's what you're doing 99% of the time on your iPad. 99% of the time, your Hydro applier for your Nod Cry teams just needs to apply Hydro and buff a little bit. And, you know, the extra qualities Columbina adds are unnecessary. And Aino's actually a fucking good character for the vast majority of players. Anyways. But I don't want it to be, like, too focused. The problem is the focusing that. I don't want to be, like, I don't hate... I don't want to be the focus of, like, shitting on Columbina's kit too much. That's not the point. The point is to, like, say Aino is good, not to say Columbina is not worth it. Because Columbina is plenty worth it if you just want her. So, yeah. Anyways, what team did I use? I don't even remember what I used. What team did I use? I used Lauma. I don't remember what I used in my short. I don't even remember. Anyways. You already have Columbina at home. Yeah. Maybe that's what I put in the thumbnail instead. You already have her at home. So. Anyways, she's the Nogcry Archon. I know? Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I'm being silly. Anyways, she is the Nogcry Archon. Yeah, except for as far as like an Archon kit goes, like she's like a bundle character on top of a already pre-existing bundle. And that's what Columbina seems to be. Yeah, I was fine with getting Varesa and going for Shepard's Constellations, because I think it was worthwhile on my casual account to go for 4-star Constellations on Shivers, and I didn't have any particular plans to get any character, so I continue wishing the banner. I wasn't at pity, but I wasn't gonna purposely go to pity. If I had enough wishes to go to pity, there's a good chance I would have decided to go to pity anyways for Varesa, because I think she's interesting on the account. So she was not someone I was going out of my way to try to get, is my point though. And therefore, is it an accidental get because she showed up early, and that's cool. So yeah, and she performs pretty decently. She might be the strongest team on the account, really. This team might be the best team on the account. Might. Temple to try to get Eons on Varesa 10 pity, nice. Free 5 stars are best 5 stars. I love 10 pity 5 stars. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Columbina is, I think, has in many ways the weirdest kit in the game. Because, yeah, how it's like, let's make a support for a support. Except for it's not a support, she's mostly a DPS. But she's a DPS made and balanced in a very specific way around other off-field supports / off-field DPSs. Right. You tried the co-op? What co-op? They won't give us a good Nightcry healer? I mean, that is the biggest... You know what the biggest difference is from Aino and Columbina? Columbina is a Catalyst user, therefore she's a healer. That's unironically, that, you know what, I'm not gonna lie. Unironically, I think that is the #1 value add to the average player. I'm gonna jot that down as a note too. In my IMO, the #1 value add of Bina over Aino is she can be a healer. I know that's not what you meant, but that's what my opinion is. No, not. I haven't, Zenless. The fact that Bina can hold Proto Amber is a pretty big value add over Aino. So yeah, if you want Aino but healing, or you want Nightcry healer, Proto Amber. And guess what? I have news for you. You can even put a healing bonus circlet on Columbina. You can go even further. You could even put 4-piece maidens on Columbina, and pretty much any of the teams people recommend people playing with Columbina will still function pretty damn well with 4-piece maidens on Columbina. I hate Proto Amber with all my soul. Fine, you need me to go show you Proto Amber? The stream never ends apparently. It's just rage bait. How is it rage bait? Columbina's damage doesn't matter so much. You can build damage on her on 4-piece maidens with a healing circlet, and Columbina can still do decent damage. I'm not rage baiting. I'm saying if you're like, oh no, I need more healing, well, you can build Columbina for more healing. You can do it. I don't think I would have to, because I am, generally speaking, comfortable with Columbina's healing with... I don't know, what character should we use? Yeah, let's use Varesa, why not, for the lulz. Boop. She's also easy to switch back to her artifacts. Okay, so... Wait, what does my Lost Prayers build look like on Varesa? What the... Oops. Yeah, pretty good. Alright, Proto Amber R5, Bap, and then we 4-piece maidens it up. Alright, so it's because the only way to increase your healing from Prototype Amber is with healing bonus. And here, you know what, I'm gonna to accentuate my point. Let's put her with a bunch of tanky ass characters. So we'll throw in a Farina.
I have high hopes for
We'll
this
throw in
journey.
a... This is an HP scaler. Nyelon.
It's time to pull the trigger.
And we'll throw in a Dia.
I got you, boss.
And we gotta go let them take damage, but... look at maidens, let's see. So, hey, I have an Electro Goblet on set with... Let's go. We're gonna give her a healing bonus circlet, because we're maximizing healing. And don't have an attack timepiece, sad, but I also don't have, well, I do have an HP timepiece. And a relatable ER timepiece. So anyways, point is to demonstrate healing, not damage for Varesa. But you could absolutely build over damage, right? Anyways, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the artifacts to do it. Oh well. Maybe I should do it. Maybe I should do a 4-piece maidens building Columbina. I'll jot that down too. In a video. 4-piece maidens Columbina. Alright. So. Oopsies. Just accidentally full screened OBS. Alright, there we go. Okay. So. Let's go damage our characters. Actually, we can just do this in Abyss. Why not? Never happening for me. Well, then you actually don't value healing enough. If you're saying you need healing, but if you're not willing to sacrifice damage for healing, then you didn't actually need healing. Then you can just play better and use Prototype Emperor alone, because Proto Emperor alone basically is just Columbina's best weapon, unless you get her Sig, essentially. So like Proto Amber healing alone at a baseline is already a healing. So if you want healing at all, well, Proto Amber is healing, right? And if you're saying, no, I hate that weapon, I need more healing, then you can be willing to sacrifice damage. You don't get to have everything. Sorry. Yehoda exists if you want a healer, yes. If you need a Nod Cry healer. Anyways, oh, I need to... Where's it? Oh yeah, it's preset technically because... Yep. Alright, and... Whatever on the... Oops, the use Dia. There we go. Alright. Still main, yeah. Alright. Take a bunch of damage. Oh wait, we can do Farina to take a damage. Perfect. Boop-a-doo. And we're not gonna burst on Farina, but I will probably burst on Farina to like show you what that does. Alright, 50% HP. Burst. Well, not quite 50%, but one burst. No healing bonus for Farina. This is all just maidens and Proto Amber healing. Oh fuck, I still have the drain going on. Whoops. I need to redo. I did forget to turn off the drain. We should have about like 35% of our total HP, I believe, healed. So we should go to like here in our HP bar. And on all characters, remember, right? So functionally, Prototype Amber, and the point of showing high HP characters, Prototype Amber functionally heals more with higher HP characters. Like, it heals a shit ton, technically. Anyways, okay, turn off. Turn off, please. Go, stop. Okay, good. It's done. All right. Burst. Yep. That's a lot of fucking healing every rotation. Yo. This is Colomina's max healing potential per rotation. You can have that every what is a burst cooldown? 17 seconds? So every 20 seconds. Like, that's a lot of healing. Compared to Chevrolet's Caesar healing, I mean, it depends on team context. And by the way, here we will we'll do one burst again. We're not gonna do two bursts because I can technically do two bursts on Varesa, but we're gonna be 50% HP. But then I'm actually going to burst this time. I'm gonna keep the drain happening too. Because we get more healing bonus from Frina. Yeah, so we still got the same amount. But we had drain going out at the same time. So, anyways. And this is like Proto Amber 4-piece Maidens on a Catalyst unit. On like Mona, especially like buff Mona. Maybe I should make a video about buff Mona with Frina actually. But on a buff Mona, 4-piece Maidens build on Proto Amber with Frina is enough to be your only healer and get a good amount of damage bonus from Frina. So healing is overrated unless you're playing someone like Nefer that has to get really close and relies on cancels. Nefer does dodges when you cancel her though. So like if you're playing Nefer well, you should be able to time your cancels relative to the enemy's attacks. Not like every enemy contest. Some enemies are going to be aggressive enough that's not super easy to live sustainless. But living with one Prototype Amber alone is very doable. I don't know. Anyways. I'm just saying, if you need more healing, there's access to it. That's all I'm really saying. I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm saying there's access to it. And like, you can the damage bonus you get from a 4-piece artifact set. Like, for example, Nefer, the current best team, or best artifact combo on like a spreadsheet level for maxing your Nefer's team DPS is Serenade on Columbina, which by the way is already sacrificing damage on Columbina. For what it's worth. So Serenade on Columbina. And Nefer, of course, on the DPS set. Deepwood on some unit, of course, because Dendro, right? Duh. And then Lauma is on 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM. Because giving Lauma a little bit more EM in order to make her burst buff even more and do a little bit more personal damage herself seems to be best. Right? How difficult is it to make her burst consistently? I mean, in a Nefer team, it's pretty bad. In a Nefer team with Proto Amber, you're going to need like 180, if I recall. 190. And, you know, therefore, you might want to build a little bit extra because she has RNG particle generation. But anyways. So at a baseline there, you have Deepwood Serenade, right? You want Deepwood Serenade. All you sacrifice by doing Columbina on healer build is like, instead of doing 2-piece EM, 2-piece EM on Lauma, and Lauma has ER needs too, right? You can put Lauma on Serenade and then put, still have Deepwood on whoever, right? So Lauma on Serenade instead of Columbina on Serenade, and then you lose a little bit of EM. You lose a little bit of damage from Lauma's buff. But like the functional damage difference for Columbina herself on 4-piece Serenade versus 4-piece Maidens is not any different, because the 4-piece bonus doesn't buff Columbina in particular any meaningful way other than giving her a little bit of ER that helps her meet ER needs a little bit. So it's like minorly better because of that for her damage. But other than that, for her own personal damage, as long as someone else is on Serenade on the team, there's no difference for Columbina's damage on a 4-piece Maiden's build versus a 4-piece Serenade build. It's just a little bit worse for overall team damage because you're making Lauma's buff a little bit worse, right? So you can absolutely build, like, for crit substats and whatever ER she needs, for Columbina with a 4-piece Maiden's build, and get the amount of healing you saw here with Columbina as your only healer if you feel like you need more healing. That's a lot of healing. I don't know. Is it 100% keep you immortal healing? No, but no healing is 100% keep you immortal healing for a lot of characters because there's enemies that can one-shot you when you have like non-tanky characters at least, right? There's enemies that do 15,000 damage in a hit. So, anyways, I digress. And again, that's team-wide healing versus on-field healing. Anyways, we can, oh yeah. Do we want to see what Varesa can heal? Yeah. I'm letting it drain a little bit more before I start doing anything. Alright, we'll do one more rotation. Alright, let's see what Varesa can heal if I actually use multiple bursts. We don't need to let, that's fine, whatever. Ramp. Alright. Mercer 1. And the Burst of 2. I made a video on Prototype Amber Varesa as well. Proto Amber Varesa is so funny. I'm going crazy now. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, unless you're planning on getting Columbina's Sig weapon, you should be using Proto Amber on Columbina in most cases anyways, in my opinion. Not in every case. It's something I plan on covering, to be clear. Like, unfortunately, Columbina is a character that is just not going to have a universal build. Fab will make more sense on her in some contexts. Stygian, like, in some Stygian contexts, right? If you don't need the healing. For example, like, Flynn's with an Eva. Well, you have an F as a shielder. Just more energy is going to be better, right? And just enough of Columbina combos in general, right? Because you already have defensive utility. You don't need the defensive utility, and Fab might be better for the overall team performance, right? Because you need the energy. So even if it's a little bit worse for Columbina's own damage versus Proto Ember, but Proto Ember is just really good for Columbina's own damage, right? And gives her a shit ton of energy and gives you healing. So I don't know. It's just like the default recommendation. Everyone should use Prototype Amber on Columbina. That it is her Sig weapon, unless you get her 5-star weapon. And then you lose healing. And energy. And HP. But you gain crit. That's what her Sig weapon is. Her Sig weapon is Prototype Amber. If Prototype Amber gave less HP, and no healing, and less energy. But it gave a bunch of crit damage if your character's name was Columbina. That's basically what it is. But yeah, Proto Amber's great. It's always been great. It's just people finally being forced to understand that it's always been great. Oh boy. Anyways, I should fix your build. As funny as it is, I don't think it's what I will default to. But no, the docket for a Proto Amber video, I think I'll stick to the. I don't need to make multiple Prototype Amber videos in like a relatively short time frame. But I have on my list for a potential video for the next patch to be oops all Prototype Ambers. Every single character on the team on Prototype Amber. That's another option, by the way. One of Nefer's best teams is Nefer Lauma Nahida Prototype Amber. Nefer, I mean, Columbina may as well just be the weapon. That's all I care about. No. One of Nefer's best teams is going to be Nefer, Lauma, Nahida, Columbina. Those are all Catalyst characters. One Prototype Amber. a 2 prototype member, a 3 prototype member, a 4, and you shouldn't do this, to be clear. You shouldn't. There's not like a real reason to actually do that. There is minor reasons to have multiple prototype members on the team if you need it. Like, for example, for a Nefer team, instead of doing what I suggested where you do 4-piece maidens on Columbina, or sorry, on Columbina. No, sorry, on Columbina. You could do both Columbina and Lauma on Proto Ember, right? That's absolutely an option, right? And this weapon giving energy refunding to, like ask yourself for a second, what's the difference between this weapon for Lauma and this weapon for Lauma, right? Because, well, both of them give energy. And in fact, Prototype Amber gives more energy to Lauma. Although this is a little bit better for like Stygian, I'd say minorly. And then you functionally get more energy though, but you get energy. So it's energy versus energy functionally. The HP doesn't matter for Llama. So all you lose is 200 EM. But the additional energy gained from this potentially lets you build more EM. So you could do 2 prototype embers, but 2 prototype embers doesn't stack. But your second prototype ember duration, your activation will like reset, right? So what happens is like you'd say like do EQ on Columbina or QE, and then you have like 2 ticks of prototype amber before you activate like Llama burst, because you do like QE on Columbina and then whatever the character Llama hold EQ, and then you might get like 5 total ticks of prototype amber healing instead of 6 total ticks, kind of thing. So anyways, yes, proto amber stocks going up indeed. Catalyst billets have been valuable for a long time because of prototype amber, and I think they're going up and up and up. It doesn't stack, so it's pretty much capped at 3. No, it's not. You are overestimating the length of time a 6-second duration is. I literally demonstrated this a few streams ago when someone asked it. I was like, wait, how will this work out in practice? And I went and used 2 prototype ambers and I sequenced things like in a variation level. If you're sequencing in the worst case scenario, if you do like EQ Columbina, immediately swap and immediately burst on Llama, which you should not do, because if you don't hold E before Llama, you lose stacks on your burst buff. That's very bad to do that. Do not do that. Then you might only get 4 ticks. But you'll definitely get 4 ticks in the worst case scenario of having 2 prototype members. Most of the time though, in most normal gameplay, you should get 5 ticks without having to think about it. But then in contexts like with Llama and Columbina, actually, the ideal rotation a lot of times might end up being like doing Columbina, Q, and E in whatever order, and then doing Nahida, for example, let's say it's a Nefer team again, and then doing Llama hold EQ before you go to Nefer. And in that context, because you're doing Columbina, prototype amber activation at the start of the rotation, it's going to take you 6 seconds in between doing Columbina burst at like E and Q, and then Nahida EQ, and then before you actually like, you do Llama hold E before you Q on Llama. You are 100%. It's 100% taking 6 seconds to do that. And remember, prototype amber happens the moment you activate Q, right? So that 2-second burst animation, you have a healing tick that happens in your burst animation, right? So it's actually like 4 seconds of downtime. Like you have to have 4 seconds between bursting, before your second prototype amber gets full value. And if you have less than 4 seconds before your second burst with the prototype amber, so second prototype amber, then you get like 5, right? So in most contexts, if you have 2 prototype ambers on the same team, you're going to get 5 instances of prototype amber's healing tick. And whether or not one character has an R5 versus a lower 5 might matter too. But yeah. Anyway, so you're trying to make an undying team here. Well, yeah, the funniness of making of all prototype amber team is mostly to demonstrate how like while Nefer's damage is going to go down significantly by like not using this or Widzith, because losing a shit ton of crit damage is bad. I assure you, I can clear Fearless difficulty with all prototype embers on the team. I'd be very surprised. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. Okay, cause the problem I shouldn't say that is because there's a boss next patch that's god awful. So we'll see. But at least some of the bosses at Fearless difficulty, I should be able to clear with all prototype embers. So So, anyways, I'm not actually sure about the new boss, because the new boss is a potential nightmare, and that might be a nub damage loss. Like obviously you shouldn't put Prototype Ember on Nefer, okay? But Prototype Ember on Nahida, Lauma, and Columbina is not that bad. Obviously not, don't do it on Nefer though, that's all. Anyways. Because she doesn't really gain meaningful value from anything on it. You don't even need the energy, right? So, yeah. Yep. Anyways, I can guarantee you it would clear Abyss trivially, and I can assure you it would clear
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered.
some bosses in Stygian at Fearless difficulty easily, but I don't know exactly how many. And I'm not sure if it'll clear the new Lunar Shield boss, because the new Lunar Shield boss requires a lot of damage. Even at Fearless, so. Based on HomDG Cat info. Rip HomDG Cat, by the way. Like, you want to see this thing's HP? Here, we'll just end the stream on this. End the stream on this harrowing thing. So, yeah. Anyways, and yes, it does take some self-damage after you go through the shield. But it creates a shield equal to 45% of its HP. It creates a shield that has 6 million HP. It creates a 6 million HP shield. But it takes 3 times damage from lunar damage to be clear. But it's still 6 million damage that you need to deal in a relatively short duration. Assuming that this works like every other shield mechanic in the game, at least. Based on this text description. And it creates a shield equal to 45% HP and then loses 20% HP. How kind of them. How kind of them. So I'm not sure if all Prototype Ambers can actually clear this boss, because this boss seems a nightmare. But we'll see. End with Kitty? Sure. He just switched his pose. So let's end with Kitty. Although we'll end with a raid actually. Oh, he just did a stretch. This is why I have no health, by the way. See, this is why Prototype Amber is perfect for me, because I know I have some healing going on, but I never know what my HP total is anymore. I never know what my HP total is. Well, actually, right now in this pose, I can actually see I can tell if my HP is full or not, but not if I'm close to dead. So he's just training me to be a better player, because not knowing what my HP is at just means I have to play better. Who's that boss shilling? It's shilling Columbina plus having Columbina plus another 5-star. It's Columbina plus another. It's shilling Columbina plus Lauma and Neva or Flynn's Never.
Good roll.
Like if you have Columbina, I actually don't think. Well, I don't know. This is a lot of HP, yo. Like, I actually don't know if people are going to be able to clear this at Fearless with like Flynn's Columbina without a Neva, for example. And they fixed his HP around thinking you always have that bonus. Yeah, it seems like they're acting like you're always getting 300%. Like, but keep in mind, you only get 300% lunar damage during its shield portion, which is to say only 20% of its HP. Like, this is my current assumption based on the HomDG Cat information here. And its mechanic maybe works on a different Abyss, I don't know. But like, you functionally, the only thing that functionally the 300% HP does is allow you to get it to 80% of its HP sooner. But if you take away 20% of its HP, let's assume you can get through the shield in one rotation, right? With whatever lunar team. That means you're getting it to 80% of its HP in one rotation. So then you have 100 seconds left for the remaining 80% of HP. So let's just open a calculator. Calculator. So 12, 4, 3, 7, 8, 30 times 0.8. So the remainder you have is 10 million HP divided by 100 seconds.
Navigating
That's 100k DPS you need to maintain throughout the rest of it. On top of, you know, that being optimistic assumptions that it only takes 20 seconds with a 0 energy start, usually it's probably more safe to assume that's more like optimistically 90 seconds. So let's do that divided by 90. Oops, I just cleared it out. 1 second. 830 times 0.8 time and plus the enemy moving around causing potential issues. I don't know, right? I haven't fought this enemy. It is a new enemy coming out next patch. Maybe it'll be easier than I expect, maybe it'll be harder. But anyways, divide that by 90 seconds. It's probably more realistic. 110k DPS. Now 110k DPS is getting the territory of like, I don't actually know that Flynn's and Columbina without a Neva reaches 110k DPS. Flynn's plus a Neva reaches 110k. So I think Flynn's and Neva clears this boss without Columbina. I don't know if Flynn's plus Columbina clears this boss without a Neva. So, I don't know. I also don't know if the summoned anglers will help or not. As a strategy, because the summons it has, which has 18% of its HP. That's still bonkers though, because it has 12 min HP. Like, each one of those summons goes through 25% of its shield. But like, I don't know, the summons. My assumption is the summons presumably is the way you might be able to brute force this with non-Notcry teams, but like, I don't think you'd do this with non-Notcry teams. Flynn's Columbina, C6 official, Oron hits 100k pretty easily. Does it? I mean, 100k isn't 110k though. And again, I think 110k might be the optimistic assumption for fearless difficulty. We don't discuss this. Although, what is that? I guess let's do it for the funsies. 658108 times 0.8 divided by 90. Good God. Okay, it's a 210k DPS check. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Alright, that makes sense. Sure. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I'm clearing dire difficulty, guys. I don't know what my Never team... Like, I have C2 Neely, but I don't know what my Never team actually gets. Or will get post-Columbina. I don't know if I'm clearing dire difficulty. Like, I think it is an absurd... It is kind of egregious, in my opinion, if my main account cannot clear dire difficulty. Because, like, they are balancing things incorrectly if I cannot. If me, as someone who's playing and logging in consistently and pulling for a good smattering of characters, as invested as I am, so far I've been able to clear every dire, right? I don't know if I can clear this thing, because this thing is the crab and has new mechanics that are wackadoodle with summoning a bunch of things. I have no idea. I'm going to have to fight it in my main account to know if I can actually clear this. I really have no idea how difficult this freaking crab's going to be. And then, like, this thing's HP, I don't even know with my Nefer with her signature weapon, and Lauma, and C2 Nahida, or C2 Nilu. I don't know that I can clear this with Columbina. But yeah, with a Notcry team, you definitely focus on the boss. I think the additional things that summons is only meant to be a mechanic that theoretically lets you bypass it. Like, if it has 8 million HP in Abyss, which is bonkers. If it has 8 million HP in Abyss, if the anglers, whatever these things are, have 18% HP, that's 8 million times 0.18 is 1.4 million HP divided by 20. That's 70k DPS required to kill an angler. I don't know if you can group them at all, but like, that theoretically is in the territory. Maybe Skirk can brute force this thing in Abyss. I don't think Skirk brute forces this thing at fearless difficulty. I don't think Skirk can brute force this thing at fearless difficulty. Skirk premium. It's 5.6 million Abyss. Oh, okay. I thought you said 8 million, sorry. 5.6 million, then Skirk should definitely be able to brute force this without a problem in Abyss. So, times 0.18 is 1,000,000 HP on each of them divided by 20 seconds. Yeah, you need like they're still tanky as hell to be clear, but I'm pretty sure Skark Premium can probably clear this. I don't know if it actually makes sense though even then to target this, because that is, you'd have to kill 4 anglers. Maybe the strat is kill 1 angler and then attack the boss, because that reduces the so it's 50k DPS for that. I'm assuming it's gonna take like 20 seconds. Like normal shield mechanics is like after like 20 seconds, the boss will like do some instance of damage. Did they clarify that? Yeah, once it is charged, yeah, it deals a large thing and devours its things and destroys the defeat it before it happens. Yeah, so it's probably, I don't know how long it takes, but it presumably takes about 20 seconds. So let's assume 20 seconds. So in Abyss, 5.6 million times 0.45 is 2.5 million HP divided by 20. You need to do 120k DPS to it, 126k DPS to clear the shield in Abyss with like a Skirk. So what if you this is assuming 20 seconds is accurate. 20 seconds might not be accurate. I don't know. This thing is not going to be easy to bypass in Abyss either, is the point. In Abyss, this is fuck you have not cry teams or have a very strong team to bypass. Can Skirk do the crab? I hope so. If Skirk can't do the crab, I am not clearing Dire for sure. I'm not even sure I can clear Dire with this thing's HP total, despite having C2 Nilu or C2 Nahid available. And I'm not sure I can clear the crab with Skirk. I have no idea. I assume so, but I don't know. We'll see when we actually have footage of how the hell this enemy works. We won't really know for a while. Has Perma Pyro, you're not getting risk with Skirk. Oh, that's interesting. That's very bad then. Then yeah, like I don't know. It like I can't express enough. If I can't clear Dire difficulty, in my opinion, now is like not that like I care that much, because I think Dire difficulty is generally not that fun on a full clear level. But like my account, in my opinion, absolutely, if I get Columbina, being that I have, you know, C2 Nilu for never Columbina, Llama, and I have the ability to have a min-max build around it, and I know how to optimize my gameplay around it. If I can't beat this at Dire difficulty, this thing's balance is cooked as fuck. This thing is fine, not preferable, but fine. I would appreciate if they reround the cactus instead of rerunning this dude, because, you know, they by the way, it's hydro by the way. Fuck you. You need hydro everywhere. This is the most ass Stygian by far. It's crazy. I don't know. So anyways, this is like I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking with this. It's insane to me. But we'll see how it actually is. Maybe I'm being doomer, and maybe it actually won't be that bad. Burst mode Skirk, yeah, maybe burst mode Skirk is the way against crab. I don't know. And maybe I'm underestimating what a C0 Nubilet could do, but I'm just assuming this is balanced around fuck you have C1 R1 Nubilet is my assumption, because of Nubilet rerun. And it might be basically impossible without that. DPS Mona on crab. I doubt it. It has a shit ton of resistance. It has 64 U Pyro Orns that increase res by 150%.
Looks like the situation has changed again.
And Skirk could theoretically get through it, because you have Hydra to break the shield, and then you have a shit ton of res shred to maybe actually do decent damage while its shield is up. But it only loses 10% HP when the horns are destroyed. Like if I can clear this with Skurk, it's probably because of C6 Galon again. This might be another. To be clear, the previous time I used C6 Galon in Stygian, she definitely wasn't necessary. But I didn't play Skurk optimally or anything. Newbie TTTS with Skurk, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. So I'll mess around with it. We'll see what happens. But I kind of expect that this is by far the highest chance there's been for a Stygian that I don't think I can clear dire difficulty of. As I've played through multiple ones, I've learned more solidly where like my account state is at for how it can adapt to different mechanics they do. Like I wasn't sure about the turtle, but the turtle ended up being doable. Papilla was doable with Kanich for me. This ended up being doable but a little difficult. This was fuck you Ablama. This was, what did I use for this one? Oh, I used Never, duh, yeah. I got Never for that, and then this I ended up clearing with, I forgot what, but just a strong team. And then Arlecchino trivialized this. This was Cheese. This obviously I had Varesa for. And then this I had Never for, right? So like, I have a good enough understanding of like how if I am continuing to pull for some conjunction of characters, I feel like I should generally be able to clear dire difficulty. And I don't know. This might be where I stop clearing dire difficulty completely. Is my guess. Because they're just gonna balance things in ways that are so hyper restrictive that even me with a number of strong options for like extra investment with weapons and constellations may not be able to clear it unless I play extraordinarily well. Like maybe it'd be doable if I played extremely well, but we'll see. We'll see. Polearms can clear Fearless. No, I didn't even consider that. Flynn should be able to handle this without a problem. Oh, fuck, there's a triple Hydra requirement. Okay, but you can brute force this with Arlecchino for sure. But the crab is fucked. The crab's kind of fucked, isn't it? And Arlecchino, I don't even think can brute force the crab. No. I didn't even think about that. No, this is the first one I can't clear at Fearless with Polearms. I think I don't even think I'm gonna try actually, now that I think about it. I guess yeah, I can try Emily, that's fair. I can try Sino Emily. So I shouldn't say I shouldn't try. Because maybe Emily, like Deepwood plus having C2 Emily fresh red. Maybe Deepwood plus C2 Emily, but it has 150 res. Like it's fucked. Or like, I was thinking Zhongli red shred, Deepwood red shred, Emily red shred, maybe, and then Sino go burr. But like still, that puts it at 70% res. Or no, how much is that? What is C2 Emily? I don't remember. I think it still is like 70% res. Like, there ain't no way, is there? But I don't know, 8.5 million.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
It's 70k DPS through... I don't think my Emily does 70k DPS on her own. But... if we can break some of the horns, maybe. 80% res? Okay. Is C2 Emily really only 20%? Because Zhongli is 20, Deepwood's 30. Is C2 Emily only... really? No, it's 30%, so it is 70%. Okay. So I don't know, this thing's kind of cooked, I feel like. On polearms only. 70% res. This is HomDG Cat. RIP, by the way. This is the last Stygian you will ever get pre-release information from HomDG Cat. Yeah, I do Vera Stygian sometimes. I might do one more this week, but... yeah, so anyways. I don't know... When the pyro is depleted, it will lose control, hit the boss, making it lose 12 U pyro. So you have to
And knock out the rest of the work
break 4 crab shields, four of the spawns. Four crab spawns broken equals breaking the horns. And then I assume when the boss is hit, it will also lose HP based on the damage that shield crab took. Equal to 60% hydro damage taken. Fuck you. Whatever. Plus 10% damage other damage taken, not exceeding 15% boss HP. Okay. That's not very useful. I'm just going to assume it will only get like. So I don't know. It's going to depend on the downtime and how quickly I can break the shields. If it is doable, it's going to have to use. It's going to have to use some conjunction of Electro. So what clears? Like, Arlecchino clears this. Right? I think I don't know if Arlecchino solos it at Fearless. I have to check on that. But Arlecchino can definitely clear this with some conjunction of something. I think. Flynn's Premium clears this. Probably without Shao. I sure as fuck hope. I sure as fuck, or sorry, without Eons on. So without Eons on, I hope I can clear this. Because then that leaves Eons on... What, like Eons on Raiden might be actually best for... Well, I don't know. Sino might be good, Raiden might be good. It depends on how I can group the enemies. But like Eons on, Emily... I need Pyro. Wait, they have Pyro on them. Do I need Pyro? When the shield is broken, the Emily damage will fall off unless you also bring your own Pyro. Yeah. I don't know how bad I'll need Pyro. I might have to like force a Hu Tao in there or something. What's its total res when it's down? They don't say. Okay, well. Doesn't mention anything about lowered res when it's down, so... Oh, the crab is aft. The crab is absolutely aft. Anyways. Yeah, Hamdi G-Cat in the future is only going to update on things, but... Yeah, on my main account, I might be able to deal with it because I do have Nubilet. Like, I sure as fuck hope I can clear Fearless without a difficulty. But at dire difficulty, I don't know. I think at dire difficulty, if I can clear it, it's because of Yelan. So, and this might be the first time C6 Yelan's actually necessary. So, but like, because I have C6 Yelan, I sure as fuck hope I can clear this at dire difficulty.
Take it easy.
On my main account. So, yeah. Anyways. Alright, bye-bye YouTube. I've been streaming way too long. Normal wasn't broken. That's ass. That's really ass. That's really ass. What the fuck is this, Stygian? Like, hey, we released the least number of Hydro characters possible because we recognize that we designed our game to make Hydro the premium element, and we're releasing endgame content that requires 500 Hydro. And oh, you wanted options for Hydro? Go fuck yourself. Like, what the fuck is the intention here? Though, is my question. Is like, how do you fucking clear this at dire difficulty without because this seems intentionally anti-Skirk potentially. What is the intent here? Like, because you use Flynn's and Neffa here, is the intent you do Flynn's and Neffa here for dire, and then you do Nefer Lama column in here, but like with extra investment. Like I'm pretty sure Sig Weapon alone is not enough on Nefer. So like with more than a couple extra 5 stars of investment required for here with Nefer Premium, and then Flynn's Premium but without column in here, and then they intend for Nubilet C1, presumably C1 R1 Nubilet is the intent for dire difficulty. Is that the balance here? I'm guessing. That's ass shit balance if so. I don't know. Anyways. I don't know. Yeah, why does it require... Anyways, bye YouTube. That was a fun way... Wait, here. Sorry, let's end the stream on a better note. for YouTube while we find someone to raid on Twitch. Here, put a water bottle to hold up the phone. Bye. And then we'll go. Oh, I forgot the YouTube chat was off screen the whole time. That's how ranty I got. Bye. Bye-bye. Alright, let's go raid someone. Look at the Whiskers Twitch. Wow.